Cześć, nazywam się Aneta Parzanowska. Znajdujemy się w gospodarstwie Jagrol w Pierzchnie, które będzie już 13 czerwca gospodarzem Międzynarodowego Forum Rolnictwa Regeneratywnego BioReaction. Obecność na Forum Rolnictwa Regeneratywnego jest okazją do sprawdzenia efektów naszego doświadczenia polowego, które znajduje się za mną. Celem doświadczenia jest sprawdzenie, jak różne zagospodarowanie międzyplonu ścierniskowego wysianego po pszenicy ozimej wpłynie na warunki wzrostu i rozwoju kukurydzy. Zastosowano 4 warianty zagospodarowania międzyplonu ścierniskowego. Pierwszy to likwidacja biomasy międzyplonu jesienią za pomocą konwencjonalnej uprawy orkowej. Drugi wariant to likwidacja biomasy międzyplonu poprzez talerzowanie wykonane również w okresie jesiennym. Trzeci wariant zagospodarowania biomasy międzyplonu to talerzowanie wykonane w okresie wiosennym, a czwarty wariant to siew kukurydzy metodą pasową prosto w resztki międzyplonu. Jeśli jesteście ciekawi efektów naszego doświadczenia, zapraszam Was 13 czerwca do Pierzchna na forum BioReaction. Cześć, wróciłam na moje doświadczenie z różnym sposobem zagospodarowania międzyplonu ścierniskowego miesiąc po siewie kukurydzy. Żeby lepiej poznać rzeczywisty wpływ zagospodarowania międzyplonu na kondycję kukurydzy, na jej właściwości roślin, właściwości gleby, doświadczenie założono w 3 powtórzeniach i niech mi Państwo wierzą, w każdym z powtórzeń ta kukurydza uprawiana technologią orkową, bez resztek międzyplonu, odstaje od pozostałych wariantów. Czy jesteście ciekawi, który z wariantów zagospodarowania międzyplonu ścierniskowego w tych warunkach, na tym polu tej wiosny wypadł najlepiej? Mogę Wam podpowiedzieć jedynie, że orka w tym roku dobrze nie wygląda. Różny sposób zagospodarowania międzyplonu ścierniskowego wpłynął na rośliny kukurydzy i efekty tego zagospodarowania widzimy nad ziemią. Ale równie ważne jest to, co wydarzyło się w glebie.
Wyniki badań gleby są kluczowe, ponieważ bez tej informacji nie dowiemy się, jak gleba żyje, jak gleba funkcjonuje, a ta informacja jest brakującą częścią, która daje nam cały obraz doświadczenia.
Zastanawiałam się również, czy różny sposób zagospodarowania międzyplonu ścierniskowego i przygotowania gleby do siewu kukurydzy wpłynął na życie biologiczne gleby.
Tak, zdecydowanie. Wyniki, które mamy, pokazały, że są różnice. Zagospodarowanie z wykorzystaniem orki nie wypadło najlepiej, ale jest to tylko część informacji, które chętnie Wam przekażemy.
Ponownie jesteśmy na doświadczeniu z poplonami. Jak widzimy, poplony wyglądają pięknie, kwitną, ale nie o to chodzi w wyborze poplonów, żeby ładnie wyglądały. Interesuje nas to, jak międzyplony wpływają na roślinę, która będzie po nich wysiana, jak wpływają na glebę, jak wpływają na cały agroekosystem, a o tym wszystkim decyduje skład mieszanki poplonowej. Wiedza o właściwościach każdego gatunku z mieszanki poplonowej jest niezbędna do tego, żeby zbudować zdrową glebę i wysokie plony dobrej jakości.
Fundacja Rozwoju Rolnictwa Terra Nostra została założona w 2019 roku przez ekspertów i praktyków rolnictwa. Szerzy ideę rolnictwa regeneratywnego jako kompleksowego podejścia do produkcji rolnej z poszanowaniem środowiska naturalnego.
Fundacja stworzyła program zintegrowanej produkcji regeneratywnej, który jest całym takim holistycznym podejściem do gospodarstw rolnych.
My jako fundacja chcemy zaprezentować rolnikom model rolnictwa regeneratywnego w taki sposób, aby oni zobaczyli w tym możliwość rozwoju i polepszenia jakości swoich gleb.
Zdecydowanie rolnicy mają świadomość na temat tego, że gleba żyje, że mikrobiologią można sterować, że bioróżnorodność jest istotna.
Podczas tego dzielenia się wiedzą teoretyczną bardzo często trudno jest zrozumieć, jak przenieść teorię tak naprawdę na pole. Dlatego rolnicy byli na polu.
No powiem szczerze, jestem bardzo zadowolony. No, jestem zaskoczony, że na takim dobrym poziomie to szkolenie jest.
Wiedzę, którą uzyskałem na tym szkoleniu, będziemy wdrażać u siebie w gospodarstwie oraz u naszych kooperantów. Oczywiście nie da się tego przeszczepić tak 1 do 1, ale założenia mamy podobne jak Fundacja Terra Nostra.
Zaszczyt i przyjemność ogłosić, iż Forum Rolnictwa Regeneratywnego jest otwarte.
Tutaj mamy nie tylko świat rolny, ale różne branże połączone w tej idei rolnictwem regeneratywnym spotykają się, proszę Państwa, w jednym miejscu.
I think the conference itself is fantastic. Regenerative farming practices are a big driver at the moment on their ideas, on their soil analysis. The speakers that are here today at the conference, it's absolutely fantastic.
Temat rolnictwa regeneratywnego na dzisiaj jest takim tematem, który myślę, że przyciąga chociażby samym zainteresowaniem ludzi do tego, jak można lepiej podejść do gleby, jak można lepiej podejść do kultury gleby.
Fundacja stworzyła program zintegrowanej produkcji regeneratywnej, który polega na początku od diagnozy gleby. My nie badamy gleby, my ją diagnozujemy.
Od początku, od analizy bardzo szczegółowej gleby poprzez wszystkie inne zabiegi agrotechniczne, które mają sprzyjać i środowisku, i jakości produktów, które wytwarzają i potencjalnie zwiększać ich rentowność poprzez wzrost i planowania i jakości gleby, parametrów tej gleby.
Po czym wracamy z rekomendacjami, co można dalej zrobić, co można zrobić inaczej. Rolnik podejmuje decyzję, w którą stronę idzie, bo on najlepiej zna swoje gospodarstwo, swoją rolę i wprowadzamy go w taką ścieżkę regeneracji.
Nazywam się Tomek Brodowicz, znajdujemy się w Małopolsce. Prowadzę 170-hektarowe gospodarstwo, na którym uprawiam kukurydzę na ziarno, rzepak ozimy, pszenicę ozimą oraz soję. Co mi daje certyfikat rolnictwa regeneratywnego? Przede wszystkim mamy oszczędność czasu i pieniędzy dzięki bezorce, dzięki zbilansowanemu nawożeniu. Niestandardowe podejście do badań gleby, które jest według mnie bardzo istotne i fundacja robi to świetnie. Kolejna sprawa, dbałość o glebę, dzięki której jesteśmy bardziej odporni na te warunki środowiskowe, które są coraz bardziej zmienne. Kolejna rzecz, podejście bardziej naturalne do tej produkcji rolnej, może mniej chemiczne. Naprawdę w fundacji jest to poparte wieloma doświadczeniami wielu rolników.
Nazywam się Wojciech Niemczal, prowadzę rodzinne gospodarstwo regeneratywne o powierzchni 100 hektarów w województwie wielkopolskim. Zwiększanie substancji organicznych w gospodarstwie regeneratywnym jest bardzo ważne. Niestety produkcja konwencjonalna ziemniaka ma się nijak do tego zagadnienia, ponieważ częste uprawy gleby, głębokie spulchnianie jej oraz częsty przesiew, żeby te ziemniaki miały jak najbardziej pulchną i dobrze doprawioną glebę, sprawiają, że tracimy tą materię organiczną. W moim doświadczeniu zrezygnowałem z konwencjonalnej uprawy głębokiej. W zamian w to zastosowałem międzyplony ścierniskowe w postaci
Szanowni Państwo, przy wejściu do
oraz które spulchniły mi tą glebę, zrobiły tą pracę za mnie, za maszyny, przez co przygotowałem odpowiednie stanowisko do posadzenia ziemniaków.
Nadchodzi taki moment, że należy się zweryfikować, należy poddać się takiemu audytowi i rozpocząć proces certyfikacji.
Jesteśmy w Urbanowie. Ja nazywam się Ewa Wanot i jestem audytorem jednostki certyfikującej Biuro Veritas. Moim zadaniem dzisiaj jest ocena czy gospodarstwo spełnia wymagania systemu zintegrowanej produkcji regeneratywnej. Skupimy się na wynikach gleby i na tym, jaki owoc przyniosły zalecenia z poprzedniego audytu, jaki zastosowaliście Państwo płodozmian oraz międzyplonę oraz jaki materiał siewny wykorzystaliście w tym roku. Przedstawione wyniki badań oraz dokumentacja wskazują, że wszystko idzie w dobrym kierunku, a wynik audytu jest na poziomie wysokim. Także bardzo dziękuję. Życzę dalszej owocnej pracy.
Of course, everything's economic. In United States, if you can make $1, then that's where the thought process goes.
Można uzyskać większą, lepszą cenę, tak, za towar, który ja produkuję, bo jest bardziej konkurencyjny. Ta konkurencyjność teraz jest bardzo ważna przy tym, co się globalnie dzieje.
Prawdopodobnie będzie certyfikacja, jeżeli chodzi o produkty rolne, dzięki którym będziemy mogli na różnych zakładach czy młynach uzyskać wyższą cenę za wyprodukowany z certyfikatem rolnictwa regeneratywnego, jak i również ślad węglowy, o którym na razie mało się mówi, ale te kredyty, które gdzieś tam już funkcjonują w innych krajach świata, u nas to się rozwija, ale widzę też w tym potencjał dzięki temu certyfikatowi.
100% naszych ziem w Polsce, gospodarstw jest certyfikowana certyfikatem Terra Nostra i wtedy to ma określoną wartość, żeby stworzyć relację z przemysłem. Relację z przemysłem, która polega na budowaniu zaufania do produktu poprzez udowadnianie i przedstawienie tych dowodów w sposób transparentny i wtedy to ma określoną wartość i to jest ten język, z którym możemy profesjonalnie rozmawiać z przemysłem i pierwszy krok do tego, żeby tę relację później rozwijać dalej i docierać z tym produktem i z tym przekazem jednocześnie do konsumenta na końcu, bo to jest nasz wspólny cel.
Dla nas rolnictwo regeneratywne jest elementem zapewnienia bezpieczeństwa żywnościowego temu i przyszłym pokoleniom. A to bezpieczeństwo żywności nie będzie bez odpowiedniej jakości wody i gleby.
W tej chwili zmiany klimatyczne, jakie następują na całym świecie, wymuszają na rolnikach inne spojrzenie na rolnictwo jako całość.
Gdybyśmy w Polsce przestali orać, czyli odwracać glebę i tak intensywnie ją uprawiać, to jesteśmy w stanie jako Polska zmniejszyć emisyjność gazów cieplarnianych o 15%. Jako tylko nasz kraj. To jest jeden zabieg agrotechniczny, tylko jeden. Ja chciałbym, żeby moje dzieci, moje wnuki miały możliwość życia w odpowiednim środowisku, czystym klimacie i miały możliwości też spożywania produktów, które są jakościowo lepsze, zdrowsze dla nich, z odpowiednią wartością odżywczą, żeby nie musiały się podpierać jakimiś suplementami i tabletkami.
Rolnictwo regeneratywne nadal jest nowością. Rolnictwo regeneratywne nadal odkrywamy. Nie ma jednej metody na rolnictwo regeneratywne. Jest to zawsze i cały czas holistyczne spojrzenie na nasze gospodarstwo. Holistyczne spojrzenie na to, jak należy regenerować glebę, jak należy regenerować nasze zasoby, tak aby ekonomiczny rachunek na koniec był dodatni.
Máme problém s půdou. Ta půda je erodovaná. Je tady klimatická změna, která přináší čím dál častější období sucha, které jsou ještě intenzivnější, než bývaly dřív. Jsou čím dál častější, intenzivnější přívalové deště. Tohle všechno nám může do budoucna přinést problém dostatečné produkci potravin. A na to je potřeba reagovat. Na to je potřeba reagovat co nejdřív a co na největší ploše zemědělské půdy. A aby k tomu mohlo dojít, tak je potřeba jedna zásadní věc. Změna v přístupu zemědělců. Změna v hospodaření. A ta změna je primárně v hlavách, v know-how, v poznatcích. A proto je potřeba, aby zemědělci dostávali potřebnou podporu. A my jsme právě rádi, že můžeme být u toho, být součástí programu EIT Food.
Uprawa konserwująca to jest tylko poziom ochrony gleby. Prawda jest taka, że to gleba produkuje, a nie rolnik. Rolnictwo regeneratywne dokłada do tego dodatkowe elementy, które sprawiają, że my możemy nie tylko konserwować, ale jeszcze dodatkowo regenerować glebę.
Ideą szkoleń jest poszerzanie wiadomości doradców rolnych dotyczących gleby, zdrowia gleby i tego, jak wpływa to na funkcjonowanie gospodarstw. Prowadzimy obecnie około 400 projektów, w którym łączymy świat nauki ze światem biznesu.
Rolnictwo regeneratywne jest odpowiedzią na wyzwania, które pojawiają się przed polskimi rolnikami. Zastosowanie różnych narzędzi, które powodują, że możemy zmniejszyć intensywność uprawy roli, przynoszą korzyści.
I can recognize some faces because you were there last year, but I'm very happy to see some new people. Take a look around you, say hello if you haven't met yet, so applause to you that you made it on time. Don't be shy. So why is it that we meet here? We meet because for the next couple of hours this place is going to be a platform to share ideas, research from the lab, but also experience from the field. So it's a place where practice and theory come together in the context of climate situation, geopolitical situation. So today on this stage you will see the best experts in their field. It could not happen if it were not for your interest in this forum. It's the second edition, and at the same time we have twice as many attendees as last year, so applause to you and congratulations to the organizers. It would be not possible to meet if it were not for the organizers. So I would like to invite to the stage Adam Baucha from Terra Nostra, Marja-Liisa Meurice from EIT Food, and host Tomasz Zdziebkowski from Top Farms and Tomasz Kaczmarek from Jagrol. So welcome to the stage.
Now we have a time for hello speech to everyone. Who will start?
Dzień dobry, ja zacznę.
I would like to start. I would like to welcome all of you to the second edition of Regenerative Farming Forum Bioreaction. I'm very happy to have so many people here, and regenerative farming is something that is growing in popularity in Poland. Together with EIT Food and other partners, we are organizing the second edition of this forum. I would like you to stay with us for upcoming discussions and presentations. Have fun.
Dzień dobry, everybody. So my name is Marja-Liisa Meurice, and I'm a director of EIT Food here in North and East region. I'm also leading a think tank on protein diversification, and then obviously we are very much involved in this regenerative agriculture, what we do today. Now, I am very, very proud to be let's say, organizer of this fantastic event. I'm very sorry, my Polish language skills are extremely limited, as you could hear. So I unfortunately have to speak in English indeed. Now, we are going to have a fantastic day. I hear that we are among friends. And so if we are among friends, it means that we will have a chance to talk a lot with one another, take time to see who is next to you and exchange, because this is, of course, the first thing to go forward. And what I have a wish, very deep fish in my heart, is that we will be able to progress on regenerative agriculture, make this practice a blooming area, also to talk a lot about farmers, and I don't think it's going to be very difficult today, but also about the future, how fantastic we will be able to build it together as well from the business point of view. So enjoy your day, and looking forward to having also discussions with many of you.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. As a host of this place, I would like to say that we are so proud to have you here for the second time in Pieszno. I am very happy that so many of you decided to attend. This is proof that regenerative farming is something that's growing in popularity and that you want to keep up to date with what's happening in this business. There was a big team responsible for this event, making sure that you have fun, but also that you learn a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you. So this was a very important part. After all of these words and after this slide, I want to proudly announce that we hereby open the second edition of the Bioreaction Forum. Have a great day. Thank you very much. With all of the hosts, all of the guests, we'll meet again. So see you later. I would like to mention organizers and co-organizers. So this is Terra Nostra Foundation and EIT Food. So a big round of applause for them. Our strategic partners are BIO-GEN, Top Farms, Wielkopolska, Syngenta, BUNGE, Nestle, and we have a number of sponsors, honorary patrons. So a big round of applause to them as well. And we have honorary patrons, such as universities, institutes, University in Wrocław, Polish Academy of Sciences, and we are very proud to have them as our partners. So thank you for media support, Top Agrar, which is a journal, and Wyborcza Biz. And naturalnie Wirtualna Polska. So we said our welcomes, so now we are ready to start. And soon on the stage we will have our speaker from France, Frédéric Thomas, a farmer that for 20 years has been promoting conservation agriculture, and he experiments with some farming methods. He uses sheep that graze on the fields, and he also uses many cover crops, and he's going to tell you more about it during his presentation concerning soil fertility as farmers' responsibility and yield guarantee. So Frédéric, welcome to stage.
Hello everyone. Sorry, I don't speak Polish, so we will have to get through a translation, and but I will try to explain my journey through conservation agriculture in France on my farm in 30 minutes. And if you like to ask some question, I will be all day, so we can communicate a little bit. So I'm farming in central France. It's 200 kilometers south of Paris, and it is very poor soil, and the weather is quite hard. And so if we consider it is very sandy soil and acidic on the surface, and the bottom is clay. But it's clay that the water is not getting through. So my soil can be extremely dry during the summer and extremely wet during the winter. And it is where the farm is located. And as you can see, over 200 centuries, I mean, the farming has been abandoned. That means the soil is so poor that the farmers stop farming. So now I am almost the only farmers in the middle of the forest in this area now. Because of these soil difficulties, because I worked in Australia and I work also in Northern America, I decided to change my business and to orient my economy to lower the cost of production per ton as the maximum as possible. And to do that is just to press the cost of production, like the inputs, like the fuel, like the machinery, like the labor, but also try to increase the yield, because the yield is always the divider of the cost, to have the lowest cost of production. And in a world where there is a lot of up and down, it helps me to survive when the year is not good, but it helps me also to have a good margin when the year is good. But the fundamental objective of my system is to worry about soil, because what makes the difference, it's the soil. And I like this American expression that says, dig a little to learn a lot. And if we start looking about the capability of the soil to produce, usually it is the structure, the physical. We most of the time look at the chemical, the nutrients, but most of the time I think the organic matter is a very important component of the soil. And if we disturb the soil with tillage, you will bring a lot of problems. And more your soil is in difficulties, more the tillage will harm your soil. So by tilling, most of the time you will change the water system, you would change the carbon cycle, and all that sometimes speed up the nutrient cycle. So we have to understand that, and by changing the way we manage, we really can change a lot of things, especially about water and nutrients. And to increase the organic matter, you have to produce as much as possible vegetation thanks to the crop. That means the higher yield is better for your soil because you will leave more roots and residue. Choosing a corn as compared to soybean will leave you more residue. Like we said this morning, potato is unfortunately a crop that leaves a very low residue. And then this will feed the soil life, and the soil life will, on one hand, give fertility back, and then store a little bit of carbon through the organic matter that will influence the quality in the soil in the future. And that's the way it's worked. It's just like a kind of economical budget. And I've done with cover crop and direct drilling, so that is a barley field after wheat, winter wheat. And since 20 years, that's a kind of cover crop that we have. That's my two daughters. And this is how the field looked like in October, November, when the barley is getting out of this green cover crop. And how the field looks like in February when the cover crop is dead, but you see that bring a lot of biomass to feed the soil life, and then the fertility will feed back the barley afterwards. Another component we put on the farm is bringing compost, so organic matter that come from the local area. And now we got the composting area on the farm. And this strategy is to increase the carbon that I can add back to my place and also increase the nitrogen that I can add to my place, but also a way to grab a lot of micronutrients in order to increase the micronutrient contents of my soil, because the soil needs those micronutrients, the soil life needs those micronutrients, and my crop indeed need those micronutrients. 10 years ago, 12 years ago, because we were producing a lot of biomass thanks to the cover crop, we found out that it could be an extra business to bring animals back into the system, because those cover crops that are growing through the summer and in the winter, they could be good food for sheep and cattle. And so the animals are run the same way we run conservation agriculture. That means that there is no barn, there is no manure, and there is no baling. They are outside all the time and they feed on the cover crops around the year. So it's a very cheap way to run animals as well and to make this activity profitable. That's how the farm could look like at the end of the summer. We got the corn on the right side that is ready to be harvested, and we got the cover crop on the other side where the sheep are starting to graze, and well, they will graze all winter before we come back and plant corn next year. And one of my colleagues now have cattle, so it's kind of quite poetic to see cattle grazing in the middle of the flowers, but it's really how it looks like now on the farm. It took a little bit of time, about 10 years, to start planting corn in green field. It was quite difficult because you imagine we always stress to have not enough water for the following crop, because the cover crop could take the water. But we finally stick to this idea, and that helped us to increase even the production of the corn. So that's my neighbor's corn on the left side and my corn on the other side. At the beginning, he thought because I had a better variety of him, but it's not a question of variety, because I build up a better soil. And better soil lead to better crop, and better crop lead to better soil. It's just a kind of cycle all the time like that. And that's the barley, winter barley, that's falling corn. And it's usually one of my sequence. And then we start digging holes, like we've done. It's outside there. And we look how deep we can go in the soil thanks to the roots and thanks to the earthworm. And we have really to increase the depth we're working. And think 3D. Each time you will gain 1 centimeter of depth in your soil, you will gain 130 tons of ground per hectare. 130 tons of ground per hectare. And many of the plants or crops can go 1 meter deep, even 2 meter deep. So this means that this perspective, we are not farming hectares, we are farming amount of volume of soil. And that could be 10,000 to 20,000 ton per hectare, not 3,500 tons per hectare. And the other good things, that's if the soil is well organized, the water will get well in the soil. And this is the latest study in France that show that you can increase to 30 to 100 millimeters an hour the capability of infiltration of water, of rainwater. So it really changed the world when you can increase how fast the water can get into your soil. So you will capture all the rain. And that really changed the water management on my farm and really changed the water management in many farms that we are working. So this means you have to, with a cover crop, to try to transpirate a little bit of water more. And then thanks to this transpiration, you limitate the evaporation, you have less runoff, and you increase the infiltration. So by taking a little bit extra water, you completely change the water budget of the system. We really changed the world in terms of productivity. And there is a lot of demonstration done on that about limiting erosion and increasing infiltration. And also, when you change the way of farming and you are more pro-life, you see sometimes surprising things. And because we are more earthworm, we are becas now on our farm. And if you want to have becas, you have to have more than 1 ton of earthworm per hectare because they fed on earthworm. So it's a good connection with proper environment. We also started to count insect, and I was surprised about all the insect I can have in my field. I've been farming for 30 years, not knowing all the animals, all the biology that was around my place. And when some scientists show me that, I am a kind of surprised. So now we are trying to have flowers all around the year, thanks to the crop and the cover crop that help to have beekeepers also on the farm. So now we're not only feeding the earthworm, not only feeding the sheep, we are feeding the bees and even a lot more than that. And if I just summarize, that's 2 cornfields, and if tomorrow we have no rain, it's probably that field that will be better off. If tomorrow we have 30 millimeters of rain, it's still this field that probably will value the rain better. And if tomorrow we have 250 millimeters of rain in half an hour, it's probably this field that will survive better. So by growing this direction, you really will build up your security or your insurance policy in farming. And that is, you got the polish coming up. Sorry about that. It's better, easy to understand. And I also start 15 years ago to grow oilseed rape with companion crop. So oilseed rape field looks a bit funny, but that helped to increase the amount of biomass and the rooting, and also to bring more nitrogen. That's how a field of oilseed rape can look in the autumn. You almost don't see the oilseed rape. And that helped to reduce the insect problem. It is very efficient on insect problem. It's also helped now to reduce the amount of nitrogen we put on the oilseed rape and even boost a little bit the yield. So we are gaining on all those points. By changing the way we do things, at one stage we have always new ideas. So one year I tried to plant oilseed rape in early July, and it was almost 2 months too early. And I planted after winter barley, and I planted with buckwheat. So I have the 2 plants together all through the summer. And then in the autumn, I harvest the buckwheat, and after harvesting the buckwheat, I had the crop of oilseed rape ready to go. So you see, there is a lot of ideas that can be implemented when you start thinking conservation agriculture. The limit is just your imagination. I also mixed oilseed rape with different legumes, because brassicas and legume, they go well together. They are friends. And when you look at peas, for example, there is a lot of little things to hold on some friends. But if you don't put friends in the field for the peas, they may leach on the soil. And it's a bit funny, but it's very easy to harvest, because the big seeds help to thresh the small seed inside the combine. That's my corn in 2022. It has been the driest year and the hottest year ever for me on the farm. No rain. And so when we follow the fields, and I have a Pioneer platform every year, we produce around 6.3 tons of corn in a very dry year. At 16% moisture, I didn't have to drive the corn the first time. And then, even if it was dry, I drill a cover crop. And in October, that's the look of the cover crop, I had 6 tons of dry matter. And obviously, we have the sheep in that cover crop. And in November, because in 22 we had a little bit of rain in October, a little bit of rain in November. We got to 10 tons of dry matter. That's one of the best cover crop I grew in my life. The driest year and the hottest year we faced. And why we had a good cover crop? Because we drilled the cover crop, it was probably the right type of seed, but also because the soil is doing well. And that's my soil analysis. You can see the yellow one, it's a sand. I got 82% of sand, pure sand, and 3% clay. Okay? But if you look at the organic matter, I was at 1, now I am at 2.7. 2.7. And the quality of organic matter, the red one, it's the organic matter that's inside the soil, that stick the soil together, that's a stable organic matter. And the yellow one, it's what we call free or particle organic matter, that's what feeds the soil life. And this, if we look a little bit further, that's my soil life here, and my soil life hold 128, 130 kilograms of nitrogen. Okay, the soil life is a motor, the engine of the fertility. It holds also phosphorus, potassium, calcium, magnesium, and all the rest. And when they went a little bit further on the soil analysis, if we look at the nitrogen budget here, this soil is able to supply today approximately 200 kilograms of nitrogen per year. So that means I can reduce the nitrogen I bring to a crop. Okay? It's just evaluation, but to give you an idea where you are. It's another presentation of how evaluate the fertility of my soil. You got the different organic matter here, and that feed the soil life, and then you get the nitrogen, and then you got the carbon getting off. So I move from that to that. And more organic matter, more soil life, better nitrogen in return. That's how it did work. So that's the corn after this cover crop. And last year was a better year for corn on the farm. So we grew approximately 8.5 tons of corn, and we still got the Pioneer platform, and it was a better year for corn. That's my cover crop of 23-24, and it's 2 months after drilling the cover crop. I took this picture the 12th of September, and I drilled it after winter barley, direct. That's the same cover crop, believe it or not, 1 month later. Because it turned dry, because we had a frost that killed the sorghum and the sunflower, the veg went over the cover crop and brought a lot of fertilizer. And obviously we got the sheep inside the cover crop. And now in France, we got a system that you can evaluate how much you have in a cover crop. So I got 8 tons of dry matter, and this dry matter holds 200 and 250 kilograms of nitrogen. It holds also phosphorus, potassium, sulfur, magnesium, that give you all kind of information. And if I look at my corn budget, I will see how it goes. Okay, that's come the polish. I think I understand that. This means, I'll come back. Okay, sorry. Here, for my nitrogen budget, I will bring only 30 hen on my corn, because the soil will supply enough, plus the return of the cover crop. So I have 220, 270 kilograms of nitrogen for the corn, which is sufficient for an objective of 10 ton. 10 ton is a very good yield for my area. That's the same cover crop. In the months of February, the sheep have been all the winter on it, and I had some seed from the radish, and they are starting again. And I have some pheasant, so this means I have some insect. And then when I planted my corn, I was in the standing green cover crop, and that was the regrowth of the radish that started again. So unfortunately, I sent the presentation just after I planted my corn. So I don't have a picture of my corn, but it's good. And also, cover crop will help for soil structure. That's the same kind of soil with cover crop. That's no-till with no cover crop, and it is tillage, no cover crop in the same kind of soil. So as you can see, we can really change the quality of the soil in the strategy, whatever soil. It's not on my farm, whatever soil you farm. And then you also increase what I call the feeding network, because roots follow roots. And where there is a roots, it is a better place for a root because there is room, but also because there is carbon, there is nutrient, and there is soil life. And then you have to be patient a little bit, because I'm talking today, but I got 30 years behind me. And it's just piling bricks by bricks every year that increase the capability. But there is no magic, it's just time and being in it. And then, well, the roots of the cover crop can go very deep. And that is in Switzerland after 2 months. And after 2 months, I got roots at 2 meters. When I told you earlier on that the roots were able to go down to 2 meters, look here. It's at 2 meters and we got roots in 2 months. So it's not because it's in Switzerland. It's because it's a soil that we manage well in Switzerland with the right set of cover crop. And then this will help to capture a lot of nutrients. It's not only nitrogen. You will bring magnesium, boron, copper, whatever is stored in the soil deep below. And sometimes there is treasure underneath the soil. I mean, treasure in terms of nutrients. Been digging a lot of soil. I never found any treasure in my life. But the treasure is a facility that you build up slowly. And then, after some time, it's in another different area. We are in sugar beet in the eastern of Paris, a very calcareous soil. But when you keep on that strategy, you can change the world. And then you will develop what I call a self-fertility wheel, which means that you will enter energy into the system thanks to the photosynthesis. And then it will decompose and bring energy into the soil. And then this energy will mineralize and bring fertility to your crop. So you have it to be growing all the time. There is one big drawback of that. And many people say, and they are true, that when you terminate the cover crop late, you always have a knock on the crop. So that is why we have to terminate the cover crop early. And that many people have seen that. And we have seen that ourselves at the beginning. You know, good cover crop, good soil life, good water management, and the crop is not growing. And the crop was not growing because of lack of nitrogen, because we are storing. But we have a lack of really available nitrogen in that system. To show you that, I use some graph for the French farmers. I hope it is going to work in Polish. This is This is August, September, October, all the months. And that is how the cover crop is growing. That's a non-legume cover crop, and this is a legume cover crop. This is spring barley, and that's the need of fertilizer for spring barley. The soil will supply, an example, 70 kilograms of nitrogen, and you need to apply 110. And that's what will supply the non-legume part of the cover crop, and that's what will supply the legume part of the cover crop. Because the CN ratio is lower, you got better return. But it's 30 kilograms of nitrogen. But you can save 30. But then when you drill, the availability of nitrogen and all the rest of the fertility is very low. So you will need to localize fertilization. The same thing if you look at corn. We keep the cover crop until April, and the cover crop grow in spring. So that's the legume part and the non-legume part. That's the need in nitrogen for the corn, that the soil give you 90 N, and that's a cover crop will give you approximately 50 N. Okay, so it's already good. But then you need to apply only 100 N for your corn. But at the beginning, you're already at 20 N. So you will need to to subsidize the beginning of your crop in that kind of environment. But you capitalize 150 N in the system. So you are storing fertility for the future crop. Otherwise, you will never increase your fertility of your soil. So we made a lot of research about that. You see it's a cover crop. I got 160 N. I got all that in it. I got 5 tons of organic matter, but I got only 26 N in my soil. And we got many research in France showing that. This one come from Belgium, showing that we are down to 20. So the soil underneath cover crop is very low, and you need to subsidize. 5 minutes, I'll be okay. And that's why most of the time, we are shocked about the cover crop and sometimes disappointing. It's just fertility management. But then we got an interesting return. This means that you have a lack at the beginning, but then you push the return of the cover crop later in the season. And usually you are better synchronized with the need of the crop, which is a good thing. You see, you change the story. That's on sugar beet. So once again, more you grow in green, more you have to feed the crop with fertilizer at the beginning. And this is important. Another important thing is carbon. The plants are made of carbon 45%. And so we are carbon farmers. And then when you look at it, there is a carbon cycle. And we are taught in school this kind of cycle. And when the carbon is getting out of the soil, you get NPKs and all the rest. But if the soil is alive, a living beings, you, me, you are throwing CO2 into the atmosphere. And while the corn is growing, or any crops is growing, and then you are recycling the carbon inside. You increase the photosynthesis efficiency because you increase the carbon content inside the crop. It's a way with the soil, which is alive, it's a way to synchronize the cycle of nitrogen and the cycle of carbon, which is a very big aim in agriculture. And then you will change the temperature also of the soil. I took this picture from a drone, and this field is a till field in September, and it's 47 degrees. The outside temperature is 31 degrees. And with a cover crop, the field here is 29 degrees, 20 degrees different. We all wonder about changing of the climate. You can change the temperature of the soil, cool the soil of 20 degrees thanks to cover crop. Think about water efficiency in that system as well. So it's a big change. And more even, if you are evaporating water during the summer, you have vapor in the air. And the vapor in the air increases the probability of rain. The vapor in the air increases the probability of rain. So that's why now I like to say, harvest the sun and cultivate the sun to harvest the rain. I don't know if it's translated in Polish, but I like the way to say that. That's why now we are talking about regenerative rainmaking. You will not make rain on your soil, on your field. But if a lot of people do that on a large area, you will change. Okay, it's by working together that we will do that. So I finished with the carbon. We got in carbon credits. Probably 1 ton of CO2 per hectare per year. It changed over the years. And to give you an idea, it represents, for my small farm, which is 150 hectares, it represents 1,600 kilometers driving with my car in terms of emission. That give you an idea of the power of agriculture to get the carbon. It represents 150 back and forth from France to United States per year. You see, so my small farm really compensates my activity. So I burn a little bit of carbon coming here, but you know, I feel safe because I did compensate that, no problem. And though we are stuck in farming, we are stuck with photosynthesis basically, because we need to produce fiber. And we also need fiber and food. We also need to produce seed. And you probably understood that the main input in that kind of agriculture is seed. We use a lot of seed. So we need seed. And then this system is also good to produce local forage. I mean, now we are feeding animals quite easy in the system without hurting the crop or taking place of the crop. We supply energy for the soil, because we have to bring energy to the soil and feed the soil. And then we feed the surrounding environment. So it could be the deer, the bird, the bees. We have some wild boars, the wild pigs, and well, sometimes it's not the best surrounding environment, okay? And we produce true renewable energy. And that is quite important. And then agriculture, I mean the economy is asking for biodegradable compound, but agriculture can supply that, and only agriculture can supply that. So, and then, well, supplied green chemical. Who can supply green chemical? Agriculture, once again. So when you look at it, we have a bright future in front of us. And by doing all that, hey, we sequestrate carbon. Isn't that great? But it is the second consequences of the good agriculture. It is not the objective. It is the consequences. We don't have to misunderstand that. So by saying that, I don't know what is the people or the public saying about agriculture here in Poland. But I can tell you in France it's a disaster. I mean, we are the cause of all the environmental problem. We are the cause. I mean, we have to kill even the cows, and we have to stop the tractors, we have to stop the agrochemical, to stop the fertilizer, not irrigate. I mean, everything that goes bad is because of farmers. But if we look at that carefully, well, we are not at the cause. We are at the heart of all the solution. And so, in order to go in that direction, we have to start thinking differently and to start to change our way we do agriculture. Thank you very much.
Frédéric Thomas, merci beaucoup. Bardzo serdecznie dziękujemy. Nasz gość.
Thank you very much. That's our guest from France. We'll meet again, because in a moment we're going to have a debate. But before we do so, we invite you to watch a video of the experiments of farmers in regenerative agriculture with the help of EIT Food. So please enjoy the video.
EIT Food jest ogólnoeuropejskim konsorcjum, które jest częścią Europejskiego Instytutu Technologii i Innowacji. Jesteśmy społecznością, która zajmuje się innowacjami w branży rolno-spożywczej.
Regeneratívne poľnohospodárstvo. Tie konvenčné prístupy, ktoré momentálne v poľnohospodárstve máme a na väčšiny plôch aplikujeme, už prestávajú byť nejakým posunom vpred a je čoraz ťažšie udržať tú úrodnosť pôdy, ktorú sme doteraz boli schopní týmto prístupom má.
Rolnictwo regeneratywne, po prostu rolnictwo w zgodzie z przyrodą, razem z przyrodą, a nie w kontrze.
Wspólnie z EIT Food organizujemy szkolenie dla rolników, które ma za zadanie pokazać i zrobić ten pierwszy krok do tego, żeby ich produkcja może w ich gospodarstwach przebiegała w sposób regeneratywny.
Mamy tutaj wspaniałych ekspertów, doświadczonych agronomów, którzy odpowiadają na wszystkie pytania i dzielą się swoim doświadczeniem właśnie we wdrażaniu praktyk rolnictwa regeneratywnego.
Jesteśmy na terenie Instytutu Ochrony Roślin w Poznaniu na pierwszej edycji szkoleń dla doradców rolnych. Odbiorcami tego szkolenia są zarówno pracownicy licznych ODR-ów, jak i prywatnych podmiotów świadczących usługi dla rolników. Ideą szkoleń jest poszerzanie wiadomości doradców rolnych dotyczących zdrowia gleby i tego, jak wpływa to na funkcjonowanie gospodarstw.
Prawda jest taka, że to gleba produkuje, a nie rolnik. Uprawa konserwująca to jest tylko poziom ochrony gleby. Rolnictwo regeneratywne dokłada do tego dodatkowe elementy.
Rolnictwo regeneratywne jest odpowiedzią na wyzwania, które pojawiają się przed polskimi rolnikami.
Nás trápia hlavne klimatické anomálie celý rok na našich pozemkoch. Dobre bolo počuť, že sú riešenia na naše problémy.
Rolnictwo regeneratywne nie jest zarezerwowane tylko dla dużych firm, ale właśnie takie małe, rodzinne gospodarstwo rolne jak moje również te praktyki może wdrażać. No i u nas rolnictwo regeneratywne to przede wszystkim odpowiedź na deficyt wody. Dbanie o glebę to tak naprawdę odpowiedź właśnie na problem suszy.
Można uzyskać większą, lepszą cenę, tak, za towar, który ja produkuję, bo jest bardziej konkurencyjny. Ta konkurencyjność teraz jest bardzo ważna przy tym, co się globalnie dzieje.
Mamy 18 rolników w programie doradztwa rolniczego tutaj w Polsce. Ten program doradztwa rolniczego polega na tym, że Fundacja Terra Nostra doradza naszym rolnikom bezpłatnie, jak przestawić swoje gospodarstwo na praktyki regeneratywne.
Na pewno warto poświęcać czas na tego typu edukację. Znaczy naprawdę dobrze zainwestowany czas.
Na polu, które przeznaczyłem do tych działań regeneratywnych, używam o połowę mniej nawozów mineralnych. Plony są porównywalne, jeżeli nie lepsze, niż na tych kawałkach, gdzie stosuję tradycyjne nawożenie mineralne.
Przyjechałam na to szkolenie, ponieważ duża część rolników z mojej gminy interesuje się właśnie uprawą bezorkową, konserwującą, uprawą uproszczoną czy striptilem. Robi się to też coraz bardziej popularne i nawet w ramach ekoschematów chcą z tego korzystać. Wobec tego ja jako doradca chcę mieć też wiedzę, którą mogę się z nimi podzielić i tak samo w naszym gospodarstwie rodzinnym w Zamościu prowadzimy produkcję roślinną i chcemy również wprowadzić u nas w gospodarstwie taką uprawę i myślę, że przekażę cenną wiedzę mojemu dacie.
Regeneratívne poľnohospodárstvo využíva princípy, kde s prírodou nesúperíme alebo nebojujeme, ale snažíme sa s ním spolupracovať, aby sme dosiahli kvalitnejšiu a lacnejšiu produkciu, aby sme boli schopní riešiť trvalo udržateľné poľnohospodárstvo.
By zapewnić tą żywność najwyższej jakości, musimy wejść w nową technologię i udowodnić, że jakość tego towaru będzie rosła. Poprawimy tą ziemię, którą oczywiście żeby po prostu rodziła następnym pokoleniom w jeszcze lepszych wartościach i wydajnościach.
Patrycjusz Wyszka, who will be the host of the debate. The stage is yours. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Patrycjusz Wyszka. I'm the journalist of Wirtualna Polska and Radio 356, and we have my own show on YouTube, Didaskalia. And after this hour that I will spend with you, I think I'm going to change my profession because I believe we're going to have a lot of inspiring and encouraging message we hear from the stage. So the discussion panel is right in front of us, but I would like to, and I encourage you to do so we'll encourage you to take an active participation in this pattern. If it turns out that during our debate you would like to ask extra questions or disagree or protest against what is being said, or you enjoyed and you agree and share similar observation, you fully agree, I can encourage you to do that during the discussion. Let's see that it's a kind of a conversation. We'll keep a dialogue. It won't be a lecture. It would be great if you decide to join us in this dialogue. That's exactly how I vision this day, when we're going to have a lot of opportunities to network and talk over coffee, but perhaps a public involvement can also has its own value to disseminate knowledge. So I encourage you to active participation in the debate. So the guests on stage will be as follows, who will be telling us a lot about regenerative agriculture, answering the question if it's the evolution or revolution. They will be sharing their own private experience. Isabella and Adam Jurczyk, passionate about agriculture with a 3-generation family. They run a reg ag farm. They harmonize systems of regenerative agriculture, where they use bacteria in plant and animal farming. Piotr Zarzycki, it's the graduate of the University of Natural Science in Wrocław and the graduate of agricultural studies in Warsaw. Piotr Zarzycki is a Ph.D. in agriculture and manages plant production in Przerzeczyn-Zdrój. 2,600 hectares of arable land. It's one of the agricultural companies that has a special importance for national agriculture and national economics. It follows the newest trends in plant production, so we'll be able to see how they do that in their own field. Łukasz Sarnowski from the business school in Warsaw. He was also studying alcohol from alcohol school in Montreal. He manages 3 farms and he's the president of the management board of an alcohol producer in Radin Distillery in Radin. Toby Simpson from Cambridge Shire. He lives together with his family, and when he runs, he cultivates wheat, barley, and oats. He's in favor of no-till farming. And Frédéric Thomas, who's for 20 years been promoting regenerative agriculture and conservation agriculture all over the world. A big round of applause for everyone. Please ask questions, ask for details, disagree, protest, participate actively in the debate. Toby Simpson. So my question is the following. Perhaps it's a good opportunity to learn from mistakes, and somebody else's mistakes is best. So, Toby Simpson, when you started your farming in this most natural way, have you made any mistakes? Any mistakes that you are aware of at the moment and you would like to share? Maybe not regret, but I think you can learn from your mistakes, but something that really strikes you, something that you would like to share.
Yes, absolutely. We've made far more mistakes than we have successes, and I think that's the best way to learn, frankly. For us starting out, we saw no-till as perhaps just a system of establishment, but very quickly I learned that it was a much bigger system of soil health, and without the use of things like cover crops and catch crops and keeping living roots in the soil, the system doesn't work. So very quickly we found that the incorporation of those cover crops was so important. But also when managing those cover crops, thinking about the rotation that we were growing those cover crops within, and actually paying more attention to establishment and termination than we ever had before, because we can create ourselves problems. We found in the early days that we would perhaps get some carbon nitrogen lockup, or using some starter fertilizers was really helpful. So some of those early lessons that have been really important to making it a success for us.
So what is the approach to the value of soil in Great Britain? We have a very special attitude to that. For us, it's the kind of heritage, inheritance. Our approach in Poland is blessed. We feel blessed. We have we are proud of it, and we need to pass it on to future generations.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we have been guilty of abusing the soil in the last 50 years with conventional agriculture, with overuse of tillage, with chemicals. But in the last 10, 20 years, we've really started to realize the mistake in that. And I think we've always thought about the chemical, and we've always thought about the physical side of the soil, but we've always forgotten the biological side of the soil, which now, events like this and very much similar in the UK, farmers are really understanding the importance of feeding the biology, looking after the soil. And when we look after that biological side of the soil over a long period of time, we start to see the benefits of it. So it's a very fast-growing movement, which is very important.
Thank you very much for your comment, and that's what's going to happen in the next coming hours. We'll have a very practical approach to our lives, how we cultivate land, how we manage it from the economical, practical point of view. But there will be one thought superseding this, that is nature around us, the environment. And luckily, there is a growing awareness among all of us that this is high time to look after the nature, to sustain it, to conservate it, that the planet Earth is now at a very difficult moment, and if humans will not start taking care of it, will not have tenderness towards it, I'm sure that you understand it best, you observe it best, the climate changes, abrupt weather. I'm sure you care a lot about adapting to the new situations, or perhaps stop it. So I think there will be some food for thought in our discussions. Frédéric, another question to you about one great mistake. Something that was a lesson for you that you would like to share with us.
Well, I like to say, like my English colleague, that we made a lot of mistakes as well, but it is very important to go forward because I'm still doing mistake at the moment that I don't know, that we'll know in a few years. But one of the biggest mistakes was not balancing the carbon and nitrogen at the beginning. So we learned hard about that. But it is important to go forward, because if you don't change, you're taking for myself more risk than by changing. And changing is always risk, but this is less risk than not changing. The second things I like to say, but I was listening to your comment, and we always think it was better in the past, and the soil were better shape in the past, which is not true. It's not true. I mean, there is a lot of civilization before us that have used and overused their soil. Look at the Mediterranean, for example. Big civilization around, and they fell because they overused their soil. And they didn't overuse their soil with agrochemicals, big machinery, and big farm. They overuse their soil even with slave, but because they've done tillage, because they got the vegetation out and they were working with naked, no plants on the soil. So whatever size of farm, whatever equipment you have, it's keeping roots and photosynthesis going all the time. The other thing I like to add, that we are lucky today because it's the first time in the history of farming, first time ever, that we have the knowledge of what we are doing wrong or what we are doing right. So it seems a bit strange because, climate change and everything seems going wrong. But then we have the knowledge, and this knowledge should be able to help us to really change fast the way we're farming. And I am quite happy to be in front of such big audience in Poland for the first time today, because you probably be in few years in Poland one of the leader of this kind of agriculture.
Bardzo dziękuję. No, rzeczywiście, być może będą Państwo i są już Państwo w kimś w rodzaju apostołów.
I think that a lot of you are already leaders and pioneers of this type of farming, and that you just share your gospel of regenerative farming among others. On the slide, there was this drawing in the right-hand bottom corner. It was like a comic on Frédéric's presentation. There were two guys in the picture. They had like square wheels on a cart, and somebody is trying to giving them a wheel, and they say, no thank you, we don't have time for that, we are too busy to test this innovation, we are just too caught up in our work to do anything about it, and we are here to stop. I think I can see somebody with a question. And that's why we are here, to learn from one another and maybe change things that we are used to and change our habits. And as we know, habits are really difficult to change. But that's why we are here, trying to convince you. I wanted to say hello to everyone. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Frédéric, especially that you talked about interseeding and about lowering temperature of the soil. I wanted to talk about to talk about the weather. Today is a cool day in Poland, but in a couple of days it's going to be 30 degrees. It's going to be really hot. And here, close to this facility, we have something that influences the weather in the region, so the big city of Poznań in the vicinity. And there is another city with 70,000 inhabitants that influences the weather. Because I live in a place where it doesn't rain. I mean, the rain is somewhere else. So I wanted to ask our speaker from France about the microclimate that you have where you farm, how it influences your farming, and whether you considered changing the way you grow corn because of the weather, because of the sun, or erosion caused by wind.
Okay. Interesting question. If we look at the temperature of a map, whatever country you are, we'll take Paris because I look at the French map. Whether you're in winter or whether you're in summer, the temperature of Paris is 3 or 4 degrees higher than the surrounding temperature. And cities are very big hot spot in the system. If you look even around, usually you have a very low rain, a kind of outskirt around the city. It happened that the rainfall is quite low. And so it's very simple. When you higher the temperature, when the air is drier, I mean, you push the cloud further. I don't know if you have this expression here in Poland, but usually the old man saying in France, where you get the first storm in spring, you will get all the rain afterwards. And I think there is some kind of truth. It is difficult to grab clouds and to get the clouds coming to your own fields. but the strategy that we have to have is to have a broader approach in terms of climate, and that where conservation agriculture bring a lot of positive things. First of all, you take carbon out of the atmosphere and you put it back into the soil where it has a positive impact. So you drive the sea from a negative to a positive impact. And then you growing plant that put more humidity in the atmosphere and cool the soil. And so it's another positive impact on the climate. And if we do that on a large scale, you reduce erosion and you use less fuel. That's another positive impact, even in terms of climate and pollution. And see, if we all do that in a large scale, it can really have an impact on the weather locally. You will not change a lot what's happening in terms of weather more globally, but you will increase your reliance locally. And that's what we have to do first, to be more reliant.
Bardzo dziękuję. No, jest takie powiedzenie, myśl globalnie, działaj lokalnie.
Thank you very much. There is this saying, you need to think globally and act locally. I come from Grudziądz, so we have a big river there, Vistula River, and we have a lot of rain. I can see another question with the speaker. Again, a question to Frédéric. So please tell me, in winter time, are you affected by the wind from the Atlantic Ocean? And are you affected by the wind from the side of the rivers and from the continental part of Europe? Because this is something that we are affected by now in Poland, wondering whether we'll have wind from the north or from the south, because it really affects our farming.
Well, I think this you have to ask some expert about climate, and well, I can't answer about that honestly.
Bardzo dziękujemy. No, oczywiście miasta, bardzo potężne znaczenie do 2000.
Thank you. Of course, cities are very important. We may have 10 billion people, then it's going to drop. But in Africa, we have emerging cities, big cities that within a couple of decades are going to become huge cities with tens of millions of people, and they are going to affect the climate. And Tokyo today, compared to the future African cities, is a small city. We have people from EIT Food participating in the conference. They are eager to share their experience and mistakes. So Isabella and Adam Jurczyk, I think that there is a mistake that you wanted to share with us. Is that correct?
Właśnie mówiłem, że zawsze jak wychodzę mam problem z mikrofonem.
Whenever I go on stage, there is a problem with the microphone. Mistakes do happen, and they can be a valuable lesson. Whenever I see a mistake, my internal resolve is to try to correct this mistake. The biggest mistake that we did was 8 years ago when we did the tilling. We have both very heavy clays and very sandy soils, really different ones. So during tillage, we would use even 2 tractors. We burned a lot of fuel, so huge machines. And from this very heavy soil, we would go into sand. So they were tilling very deeply. We had no yield. We just wanted to give up this farmland because we leased this from a Polish agency. But 8 years ago, I felt that we can still do something about it, and we decided that we need to do strip sowing, and we decided that tillage was a mistake. And back then, and from the last season, we did another mistake. It cost us a lot of money. We used cover crops, small seeds and big seeds, and on very poor soil, it germinated, but on very heavy soil, only the small seeds germinated, because we did not bury the bigger seeds deep enough. So this was one mistake that we need to learn from. So this was a most recent one. I introduced you as a married couple with a passion, and I mentioned that your experience goes back 3 generations, and you mentioned that you helped on the farm when you were a kid. And of course, coming from such a background, you had a lot of contact with people that have certain opinions, that want to do things in a certain way because they've been doing that for decades. So I wanted to tell you about your interactions with the older generation, like with this comic with a wheel and the square wheels. So when you talk about regenerative farming, do you feel that others are maybe reluctant, or they feel that it's not going to work? My father always said to me that if you don't risk, you don't drink champagne. So we've always liked risk. 8 years ago, we decided to switch 50% of our farm into strip sowing. And 5-6 years ago, we decided to go into biological farming. So it was strip sowing, biological farming, maybe not conservation, not yet. Today we use bacteria. Tell us about this bacteria. 7 years ago, with the strip sowing, we added some bacteria. And we cultivated the topsoil a little bit. We had some experimental field with 20 varieties of wheat. We used bacteria that were supposed to help us not use fungicides. And we looked at different solutions. We tested chemical agents, bacteria. And after 6 years of using bacteria, for 2 or maybe even 3 years now, all of our wheat fields and rapeseed fields can use reduced chemical agents in favor of bacteria. And we've been sharing this with the media, and for 3 years now we've had a vlog online, so we can tell people that there's a different way to farm. You don't need that many chemical agents, fungicides. You can use bacteria to support you in your farming. And the biggest positive is that our average yield was 6 tons, and our soils are, the quality are 4th, 5th, 6th class. Now we can harvest 4, 5, 6 tons. We used 140 kilograms of nitrogen, and our yield was 5.3 tons per hectare. So this year, we'll see how it goes. In Poland this year, we had spring frost, which was a difficulty, a setback. Some people are going to take out their phones. We have a drone in the building. I'm sure that some people would like to know what this vlog is called. Please tell us. You just go onto YouTube and you type Jurczyk Farm, and then you will see our vlog. The idea of the vlog was to show to people what farms look like, because especially people from the cities have no idea what farming is about. Many farming experts never actually went into a field. And not long ago, we had a situation where YouTubers, people that have nothing to do with agriculture, they we wanted to be experts on what is being imported from Ukraine and so on. That's why we wanted to share with the common public how we grow things, that it's not all about using chemical agents. And we are a big farm, and we managed to limit the amount of chemical agents that we use. So I believe that we managed to produce great quality of food. I have a daughter, and I'm not afraid to give her grains that we are growing. Isabella, we have a unique situation because you're a married couple, and you can share the same story, but from two different perspectives. Do you remember your husband coming back home and telling you, there's a new idea I want to test? And the idea may not have been tested before, and it was an innovation for you. Do you ever discuss those things? What kind of emotions do you feel?
These people who know Adam know that they know that he is full of ideas. Every day there is something new. And one of the first ideas was strip sewing that we implemented 8 years ago. Adam saw it somewhere, he liked this idea, he was inspired. And everybody was quite reluctant because you're so young, you're only 20 years ago, you know so much. Well, they probably said, oh, it's a shame. There was a good future in front of him, but probably he's going to go bankrupt. But there was a huge tradition in our family. Everything was done in a very traditional, conservative way. And now we have such innovative ideas of a 20-year-old. Nobody believed in the success of that idea. And then I remember when we finally implemented it, and the look, if I recall how the fields looked quite different after tillage, and then nobody could believe in our solution. But now, after this period of 8-10 years, it's absolutely normal for us. Nobody is surprised by that because they saw the effects, because they saw the results. I remember that after 2 years when we started strip sewing, I was supporting my fiancé back then. We were going to agricultural fairs where I was working as a hostess and Adam was sharing his experience. And the truth be told, when we were approached by farmers at the age of 40, 50, 60-year-old, this 20-year-old was showing pictures of the field. They were shocked, flabbergasted, but also curious how it will continue in the future. But luckily, we succeeded. I think it's working pretty well. It works pretty well. So the ideas of my husband that seemed to be crazy at the very beginning later on pay off in the real life. So many hours we're going to spend together here. That's a very unique opportunity to hear the personal experience of the practitioners. So here today we're mixing the practical approach and theoretical approach, scientific approach. You will be able to experience it today. Piotr Zarzycki, as I said, who is the graduate University of Natural Science in Wrocław, Agricultural School in Warsaw, University of Economics in Wrocław, Ph.D. in agriculture. He has the knowledge, he has the science, but also supported by practice. And if you were forced and indicate the smallest, the simplest thing, something that can attract our listeners, like, yes, that's good, this is useful, I would like to follow that path, but where to start? What could be the first step? Maybe not the revolution yet, but perhaps the first step, the first evolutionary step. What would be your suggestion?
Maksyma Fryderyka Schillera, który powiedział, że że prostota jest wyrazem dojrzałości, więc ja jako praktyk, przede wszystkim praktyk...
Expression of maturity. Simplicity is the expression of maturity, because I've been always involved in agriculture. In my career, I'm involved in agricultural production in quite large areas. And my choice and in my decisions, I try to concentrate on simple solutions. So from my perspective, the foundation here is the soil. That's the key element that my predecessors, the speakers before me said. The soil is the basic tool for every farmer. It shouldn't be treated subjectively. It shouldn't be treated short term, but it should have an approach that we use it now, but also it should be useful for future generations. So as I said, the simplicity determines evolutionary activities, and when it comes to the foundation, that is the soil, we should start our evolutionary activities with testing this tool. So the soil diagnostics, it doesn't cost much, and it's a couple of zlotys, and if we divide it over a period of 3 years and then we compare it with costs that we incur every single year for plant protection products, we know the diagnosis of soil is just a symbolic amount if we compare it with the entire cost of maintaining the entire farm. So why only 30% of soils in Poland are being tested regularly when it comes to the pH of soil and the content of organic matter or the basic micro and macro elements? So it's only 30%, it's 1/3. Yes, it's only 30%. So not only the chemicals in the soil decide on its properties and what kind of results, production results we have in the future. Organic matter, a proper tillage system, and the assumptions of the regenerative agriculture fit perfectly into no-tillage system in its like strip sowing or stripping. Like we've just had an example that is quite successful. These activities determine the final result of production and an economic result. Soil as the foundation of farming, I would say that it determines our production results. I'm worried because what I've been observing for the past couple of years in the harvesting period in Silesian region down south in Poland, that's where I live and that's where I work, there's a very high intensive plant production, but there is a very low animal production. Many farmers, right after farmers, they throw away straw. I think this should be sanctioned. If we don't have a natural fertilizer there or organic fertilizer there, then as a consequence, the foundation that is soil is being degraded. So I believe that a farmer at the moment, they are removing the ground from under their feet, and it's destroying the foundation for future generations. For very short-term and fantasy profit, to be honest. Drawing on my own professional experience and me being a practitioner for soil, its properties and its proper way of cultivation and tillage, for me, the milestones of regenerative agriculture was the introduction of no-tillage system in my company, from 2010 in my company, this is how we've been farming. So far, it covers 100% of our farming procedures. One of the aspects was time, the other was the economy, maintaining optimal agricultural parameters on large areas was a challenge, but this economic and time factor were influenced by the production, for production reasons and the soil production. So our company at the moment is managing in our area of agricultural production, because we have quite a long vegetative period, quite a lot of rainfall, total rainfall, and they are nicely spread over the vegetation period. But there was a high risk of the terrain. The terrain was very demanding, where we had different kinds of lesser soils, sandy soils, heavy soils, especially in the erosion and very extreme rainfall. This unfortunately contributes to degrading of the soil. We are losing the most profitable colloidal particles. And a couple of years ago, when we introduced no-tillage system, we managed to control this problem and limit this problem. Other factors and that influence our work and the activities that we take into account for regenerative agriculture, we balance mineral and organic fertilization and natural fertilization, because we breed milk cattle, dairy cows, where we have a lot of manure and muck. We implement precise fertilization, mineral precise fertilization. We regulate the pH of the soil, which is something innovative, to be honest. If we wanted to follow the standards that were introduced and propagated, we do not de-acidify the soil, we regulate the pH. We do not allow for that small amount of, even if we use a lot of calcium fertilizer, we are not allowing for the pH to drop below the optimal level for the organic properties of the soil. All these practices, as well as cooperation with EIT Food, that support us in systemizing our activities. All this contributes to our farm, which, as treated as a company that has a huge contribution for the national economics, we try to treat agriculture as our mission. We try to create good examples to follow, good practices, but also make money. Let's be honest. We are a state-owned company, and people may say that we receive subsidies. We do not receive any other subsidies than individual farms or private companies. We need to show profit that are the driving force for our future activities. Thank you, Piotr, for that. It's very important what you said. The real professionals and practitioners will encourage you to understand better regenerative agriculture, but not at the expense of costs. Yes, the money is important. Let's be true. Everybody wants to think about the profit, and that's quite an important element. I'm sure we'll discuss that today. Knowledge, analysis. That's the starting point, the springboard for our activities. What's the condition of the soil? 30% of soils in Poland are being diagnosed on a regular basis. And a quick question to our guests from abroad. How does it work in Great Britain? How does it work in France? what do you farmers know about the soils being analyzed? So what's the percentage of soil tested in France? How does that work in the UK?
So certainly in the UK, it is mandatory to test very basic factors in the soil, pH and some of the trace elements, but and that's maybe only every 5 years. But there's a lot more work and effort around testing, maybe every several years, but looking at more detail, looking at the more of the organic matter, the carbon in the soil, the microbial respiration, and just how the soil is functioning generally. So it's definitely becoming a lot more important, and I think that then informs some of the decisions we can make on the farm.
Bardzo dziękuję, Frédéric.
It's about the same, and I think with conservation agriculture we are changing the rules because conventional agriculture seems to have a very simple solution and almost a mono solution. Okay, you have a problem of structure, you come with a tillage. You have a problem of fertility, you bring fertilizer. You have a problem of weeds, you use an herbicide. You have a problem with water, you irrigate or whatsoever. You know, we get to simple solution. And when you get to conservation agriculture, you probably look to more global solution and also try to anticipate the problem to not having the problem. And I think the first things many farmers fail to do, and I'm working a lot on that, is to make a true, proper diagnosis to where you are at the beginning. Because I've seen many farmers being happy of buying the best drill of the world, but the soil was not prepared to go no-till. And so they were frustrated. And so the most important thing is start by a proper diagnosis, and then to set up a kind of changing strategy and trying to address the most important and the basic things which are easy to do that will try to get you into the right tracks, and then get further and further every year. And the improvement is long. I like this Australian expression that says that you got to live like if you will die tomorrow, but it's important to farm just like you will be a farmer forever.
Bardzo dziękuję. Nie wiem, czy Państwo zwrócili uwagę, w prezentacji Frédérica tam była mowa o nie metrach kwadratowych, kilometrach kwadratowych, ale nie o...
With Frédéric, we talked not about square meters or kilometers, but looking down into depth. So you mentioned that there is a volume of soil. So I wanted to mention something about Łukasz Garbowski. When I introduced him, I said that he's running 3 farms and he's head of Radzicz Distillery. And I wanted to also add that he also runs 3 cooperatives of producers of beef, grain, rapeseed, grain, etc. So maybe you can share your mistakes with us, some valuable lessons for everyone in the room. So the mistakes that we faced, they actually happened before we went into regenerative farming. We kind of discovered that we've been making mistakes before. We became part of EIT Food, and my goal was for my employees and who have their own smaller farms, I wanted them to better understand what they're doing. They make a lot of decisions. They know the soils that we are working with. So I was discussing with them, maybe we could give up tilling or maybe we could go to no-till. And they were like, no, not really. They were really reluctant. And it turned out that this was a great medicine, something that was helping us combat weeds. So thanks to cooperation with Terra Nostra and EIT Food, we could involve those people that work with the soil on a daily basis. And it made our dream come true because we were all inspired that there's a different way to farm. And coming back to mistakes, we were happy with our soil analysis because it showed that we have a lot of potassium, and we were basically proud that our soils are good. And our pH was changed 30 years ago when my father was responsible for the farm. The pH started with 4.6 and now between 4.6, 5.3, now it's 6.8, 6.5. So the approach towards soil analysis by analyzing the absorption abilities of the soil, it turned out that the potassium is actually inhibiting some other minerals present in the soil, some other nutrients that are made basically unavailable to plants by too much potassium. So we started to think about this differently. Thanks to advice that we got from Terra Nostra Foundation and EIT Food, we started to understand some things better. But it was difficult in the beginning because the farmers were like, how do you grow things without fertilizers? How much risk are we ready to take on? And we still have this hunger for knowledge. We still want more consultations to meet with experienced experts. So whenever we take a step forward, we try to think about what are the consequences ahead. For example, pH. You can have a great pH. If you have a great pH, you may have no access to calcium. Or you use calcium from sugar industry. It really helped us to make the soil less acidic. We used calcium carbonate. So using this type of calcium helped us to increase the pH so we could inhibit the availability of other nutrients, and we decided to switch to another type of calcium, which is calcium sulfate. Thanks to this, we could provide calcium to plants, and it did not affect soil life as much. And now for 2 years, we've been involved in no-till farming. We've had some good experience already. Heavy rains were wonderfully absorbed by the soil. We didn't have any waterlogged areas, and our neighbors still do. And it was important for my employees that it's not me telling them, do this, do that. They came to me, tell me, boss, this is working. So that was really great, and it helped us get those people involved, and it makes us hopeful about the future. They are happy, and I'm happy. Sometimes I'm not even aware of what's happening on my farm. I don't know the details because I know that I have good, competent people that introduce those changes, that understand what can be done. They are proactive. They don't only follow orders from their boss. Since it's not a type of conference where we discuss and you only listen, there are some very specific conclusions. So look for Jurczyk Farm on YouTube. Terra Nostra is also on YouTube. There's a transmission of our conference there. And you mentioned Terra Nostra Foundation as a good source of knowledge. So I encourage you to go to Terra Nostra Foundation YouTube account. Now they have 360 subscribers, and let's have fun. Let's bring it up to 400, because this is a great source of knowledge. We have 1 minute left, so let's take one question from the audience. As a practicing no-tiller, I have a question to our guests from abroad. I have two questions, actually. First, about seeding machines. When you use them for cover crops, do they have sections for 2 discs or 1 disc? And what is the pressure of the disc on the soil so that it goes deep enough? And my second question is about you checking the balance of the carbon in the soil. Do you check it annually? So these are questions from our guests from abroad.
Yeah, good question. So when we establish our cover crops, we have the option for a single disc seeder. We actually seem to be using our tine seeder more frequently to establish the cover crops, mainly because there's often a chopped straw residue that we might need to get through, and it provides a good way of sort of getting through that straw. And measuring the carbon balance in the soil, it's something that I look at on all of my soil tests. And actually, if I get it wrong, it can be really easy to see if the combine has chopped the straw badly and there's a real thick mat and there's not enough nitrogen within that area. The following crop really suffers from it. So it's a really good visual thing to see as well.
Bardzo dziękuję. Frédéric?
I will try to answer your 2 questions. The one you asked about carbon is a very important one because, well, there is no sense, no sense checking on carbon every year in the soil, because 1 point of organic matter is probably 20 to 25 tons of carbon per hectare in the first 30 centimeter. So you will make more error by the sampling than the change you will see in carbon. I mean, every 5, every 10 years would be more a routine. And you have to be very careful, because if the soil change in density, you make a wrong sampling. So it is a lot more difficult than we think to sample the carbon and measure the carbon in the soil. Planting cover crop, well, it's not only a question of machine. Okay, you have to have a machine and to set the machine to be able to put the seed in the soil. And we like to put the seed deep. When I say deep, even for small seed, it's 4-5 centimeters, because you will be more in the fresh and cool of the soil. You will be away also from the straw, because the straw will withdraw a lot of nutrients and nitrogen from the area. And so it is important to go deep, maybe ban a little bit of fertilizer, which is an investment. The fertilizer is not lost, but it's already in the system in order to help the cover crop to grow better. You can also combine the straw higher, and so you have a better environment to drill when it's like that. So in no-till, the summer cover crop is probably the most difficult crop to drill. And it is interesting because it is a way to learn how to be able to find the right solution and the right tricks to be able to drill or no-till drill into standing residue.
Bardzo dziękuję. Panie Adamie, pan chciał 3 słowa jeszcze.
Tak, tutaj przedmówca mówił właśnie o potasie.
I just wanted to mention potassium. You said that you had a lot of potassium, and we were a type of farm where we tested our potassium levels, and we've always had like really low levels of potassium, so we kept adding more and more, but the tests came back with really low numbers. So we used a different method. to test our fields, and it turned out that we have 1,000 kilograms too much. And now, for 2 years, we do not even add 1 kilogram of potassium to our fields. And for 600 hectares, we added only some potassium, but a lot of magnesium. Our time's up. I know that you still have some questions. Frédéric Thomas, Toby Simpson, Mr. Karmowski, Mr. Jurczyk, Mrs. Jurczyk, thank you very much. And Patrycjusz Wyszka, our moderator. Thank you very much. Our moderator will come back for other debates. Now it's time for a coffee break. I think it's a good moment. So, it's coffee break, and please go to our experimental fields. Please see new technologies available. You can buy a book by Gary Zimmer, who was our main speaker during previous edition of Bioreaction. We encourage you to do some networking, to talk to one another, and our break is going to finish at 12:15.
Fundacja Rozwoju Rolnictwa Terra Nostra została założona w 2019 roku przez ekspertów i praktyków rolnictwa. Szerzy ideę rolnictwa regeneratywnego jako kompleksowego podejścia do produkcji rolnej z poszanowaniem środowiska naturalnego.
Fundacja stworzyła program zintegrowanej produkcji regeneratywnej, który jest całym takim holistycznym podejściem do gospodarstw rolnych.
My jako fundacja chcemy zaprezentować rolnikom model rolnictwa regeneratywnego w taki sposób, aby oni zobaczyli w tym możliwość rozwoju i polepszenia jakości swoich gleb.
Zdecydowanie rolnicy mają świadomość na temat tego, że gleba żyje, że mikrobiologią można sterować, że bioróżnorodność jest istotna.
Podczas tego dzielenia się wiedzą teoretyczną bardzo często trudno jest zrozumieć, jak przenieść teorię tak naprawdę na pole. Dlatego rolnicy byli na polu.
No powiem szczerze, jestem bardzo zadowolony. No, jestem zaskoczony, że na takim dobrym poziomie to szkolenie jest.
Wiedzę, którą uzyskałem na tym szkoleniu, będziemy wdrażać u siebie w gospodarstwie oraz u naszych kooperantów. Oczywiście nie da się tego przeszczepić tak 1 do 1, ale założenia mamy podobne jak Fundacja Terra Nostra.
Zaszczyt i przyjemność ogłosić, iż Forum Rolnictwa Regeneratywnego jest otwarte.
Tutaj mamy nie tylko świat rolny, ale różne branże połączone w tej idei rolnictwem regeneratywnym spotykają się, proszę Państwa, w jednym miejscu.
I think the conference itself is fantastic. Regenerative farming practices are a big driver at the moment on their ideas, on their soil analysis, the speakers that are here today at the conference. It's absolutely fantastic.
Temat rolnictwa regeneratywnego na dzisiaj jest takim tematem, który myślę, że przyciąga chociażby samym zainteresowaniem ludzi do tego, jak można lepiej podejść do gleby, jak można lepiej podejść do kultury gleby.
Fundacja stworzyła program zintegrowanej produkcji regeneratywnej, który polega na początku od diagnozy gleby. My nie badamy gleby, my ją diagnozujemy.
Od początku, od analizy bardzo szczegółowej gleby poprzez wszystkie inne zabiegi agrotechniczne, które mają sprzyjać i środowisku, i jakości produktów, które wytwarzają i potencjalnie zwiększać ich rentowność poprzez wzrost i klonowania i jakości gleby, parametrów tej gleby.
Po czym wracamy z rekomendacjami, co można dalej zrobić, co można zrobić inaczej. Rolnik podejmuje decyzję, w którą stronę idzie, bo on najlepiej zna swoje gospodarstwo, swoją rolę i wprowadzamy go w taką ścieżkę regeneracji.
Nazywam się Tomek Brodowicz, znajdujemy się w Małopolsce. Prowadzę 170-hektarowe gospodarstwo, na którym uprawiam kukurydzę na ziarno, rzepak ozimy, pszenicę ozimą oraz soję. Co mi daje certyfikat rolnictwa regeneratywnego? Przede wszystkim mamy oszczędność czasu i pieniędzy dzięki bezorce, dzięki zbilansowanemu nawożeniu. Niestandardowe podejście do badań gleby, które jest według mnie bardzo istotne i fundacja robi to świetnie. Kolejna sprawa, dbałość o glebę, dzięki której jesteśmy bardziej odporni na te warunki środowiskowe, które są coraz bardziej zmienne. Kolejna rzecz, podejście bardziej naturalne do tej produkcji rolnej, może mniej chemiczne. Naprawdę w fundacji jest to poparte wieloma doświadczeniami wielu rolników.
Nazywam się Wojciech Niemczał i prowadzę rodzinne gospodarstwo regeneratywne o powierzchni 100 hektarów w województwie wielkopolskim. Zwiększanie substancji organicznych w gospodarstwie regeneratywnym jest bardzo ważne. Niestety produkcja konwencjonalna ziemniaka ma się nijak do tego zagadnienia, ponieważ częste uprawy gleby, głębokie spulchnianie jej oraz częsty przesiew, żeby te ziemniaki miały jak najbardziej pulchną i dobrze doprawioną glebę, sprawiają, że tracimy tą materię organiczną. W moim doświadczeniu zrezygnowałem z konwencjonalnej uprawy głębokiej. Zamiast to zastosowałem międzyplony ścierniskowe w postaci słonecznika, wyki, rotki oleistej oraz gorczycy, które spulchniły mi tą glebę, zrobiły tą pracę za mnie, za maszyny, przez co przygotowałem odpowiednie stanowisko do posadzenia ziemniaków.
Nadchodzi taki moment, że należy się zweryfikować, należy poddać się takiemu audytowi i rozpocząć proces certyfikacji.
Jesteśmy w Urbanowie. Ja nazywam się Ewa Wanot i jestem audytorem jednostki certyfikującej Biuro Veritas. Moim zadaniem dzisiaj jest ocena czy gospodarstwo spełnia wymagania systemu zintegrowanej produkcji regeneratywnej. Skupimy się na wynikach gleby i na tym, jaki owoc przyniosły zalecenia z poprzedniego audytu, jakie zastosowaliście Państwo płodozmian oraz międzyplony oraz jaki materiał siewny wykorzystaliście w tym roku. Przedstawione wyniki badań oraz dokumentacja wskazują, że wszystko idzie w dobrym kierunku, a wynik audytu jest na poziomie wysokim. Także bardzo dziękuję. Życzę dalszej owocnej pracy.
Of course, everything's economic. In United States, if you can make $1, then that is where that's where the thought process goes.
Można uzyskać większą, lepszą cenę, tak, za towar, który ja produkuję, bo jest bardziej konkurencyjny. Ta konkurencyjność teraz jest bardzo ważna przy tym, co się globalnie dzieje.
Prawdopodobnie będzie certyfikacja, jeżeli chodzi o produkty rolne, dzięki którym będziemy mogli na różnych zakładach czy młynach uzyskać wyższą cenę za wyprodukowany z certyfikatem rolnictwa regeneratywnego, jak i również ślad węglowy, o którym na razie mało się mówi, ale te kredyty, które gdzieś tam już funkcjonują w innych krajach świata, u nas to się rozwija, ale widzę też w tym potencjał dzięki temu certyfikatowi.
100% naszych ziem w Polsce, gospodarstw jest certyfikowana certyfikatem Terra Nostra i wtedy to ma określoną wartość, żeby stworzyć relację z przemysłem. Relację z przemysłem, która polega na budowaniu zaufania do produktu poprzez udowadnianie i przedstawienie tych dowodów w sposób transparentny i wtedy to ma określoną wartość i to jest ten język, z którym możemy profesjonalnie rozmawiać z przemysłem i pierwszy krok do tego, żeby tę relację później rozwijać dalej i docierać z tym produktem i z tym przekazem jednocześnie do konsumenta na końcu, bo to jest nasz wspólny cel.
Dla nas rolnictwo regeneratywne jest elementem zapewnienia bezpieczeństwa żywnościowego temu i przyszłym pokoleniom. A to bezpieczeństwo żywności nie będzie bez odpowiedniej jakości wody i gleby.
W tej chwili zmiany klimatyczne, jakie następują na całym świecie, wymuszają na rolnikach inne spojrzenie na rolnictwo jako całość.
Gdybyśmy w Polsce przestali orać, czyli odwracać glebę i tak intensywnie ją uprawiać, to jesteśmy w stanie jako Polska zmniejszyć emisyjność gazów cieplarnianych o 15%. Jako tylko nasz kraj. To jest jeden zabieg agrotechniczny, tylko jeden. Ja chciałbym, żeby moje dzieci, moje wnuki miały możliwość życia w odpowiednim środowisku, czystym klimacie i miały możliwości też spożywania produktów, które są jakościowo lepsze, zdrowsze dla nich, z odpowiednią wartością odżywczą, żeby nie musiały się podpierać jakimiś suplementami i tabletkami.
Rolnictwo regeneratywne nadal jest nowością. Rolnictwo regeneratywne nadal odkrywamy. Nie ma jednej metody na rolnictwo regeneratywne. Jest to zawsze i cały czas holistyczne spojrzenie na nasze gospodarstwo. Holistyczne spojrzenie na to, jak należy regenerować glebę, jak należy regenerować nasze zasoby, tak aby ekonomiczny rachunek na koniec był dodatni.
Máme problém s půdou. Ta půda je erodovaná. Je tady klimatická změna, která přináší čím dál častější období sucha, které jsou ještě intenzivnější, než bývaly dřív. Jsou čím dál častější, intenzivnější přívalové deště. Tohle všechno nám může do budoucna přinést problém dostatečné produkci potravin. A na to je potřeba reagovat. Na to je potřeba reagovat co nejdřív a co na největší ploše zemědělské půdy. A aby k tomu mohlo dojít, tak je potřeba jedna zásadní věc. Změna v přístupu zemědělců. Změna v hospodaření. A ta změna je primárně v hlavách, v know-how, v poznacích. A proto je potřeba, aby zemědělci dostávali potřebnou podporu. A my jsme právě rádi, že můžeme být u toho, být součástí programu EIT Food.
Uprawa konserwująca to jest tylko poziom ochrony gleby. Prawda jest taka, że to gleba produkuje, a nie rolnik. Rolnictwo regeneratywne dokłada do tego dodatkowe elementy, które sprawiają, że my możemy nie tylko konserwować, ale jeszcze dodatkowo regenerować glebę.
Ideą szkoleń jest poszerzanie wiadomości doradców rolnych dotyczących gleby, zdrowia gleby i tego, jak wpływa to na funkcjonowanie gospodarstw. Prowadzimy obecnie około 400 projektów, w którym łączymy świat nauki ze światem biznesu.
Rolnictwo regeneratywne jest odpowiedzią na wyzwania, które pojawiają się przed polskimi rolnikami. Zastosowanie różnych narzędzi, które powodują, że możemy zmniejszyć intensywność uprawy roli, przynoszą korzyści pod kątem produkcyjnym, ale również pod kątem zawartości materii organicznej, wzrostu tej materii organicznej w glebie, czy ostatecznie też wzrostu opłacalności produkcji.
Czyli po prostu rolnictwo w zgodzie z przyrodą, razem z przyrodą, a nie w kontrze.
Jesteśmy polską firmą biotechnologiczną. W BIO-GEN od ponad 30 lat tworzymy innowacyjne preparaty dla rolnictwa i środowiska. Rozwiązania skuteczne, cieszące się uznaniem szerokiego grona klientów. Rozwiązania przyjazne ludziom i środowisku, które umożliwiają zrównoważoną produkcję rolną i uzyskiwanie zdrowszej żywności przy jednoczesnym zachowaniu wysokiej wydajności produkcji.
Tworzymy produkty wybiegając w przyszłość. Jesteśmy pewni ich skuteczności, dlatego okazują się one rynkowym sukcesem, mimo że w momencie ich tworzenia świat nie był na nie gotowy.
W laboratorium zajmujemy się hodowlą pożytecznych mikroorganizmów w bioreaktorach, które następnie w formie liofilizatów trafiają do gotowego produktu. Każda partia liofilizatu jest badana zarówno pod względem koncentracji, jak i czystości, co zapewnia wysoką jakość naszych preparatów. Na ten moment w swojej kolekcji posiadamy już kilkaset różnych szczepów mikroorganizmów. Jednak dzięki technologiom, jakie posiadamy, staje się ona coraz większa o pożyteczne szczepy wyizolowane ze środowiska.
Każdego sezonu, od siewu aż do momentu zbiorów, wraz z całym zespołem agronomów obserwujemy, jak spisują się nasze rozwiązania w zależności od zróżnicowanych warunków klimatycznych, jak i upraw. Wyciągamy wiele wniosków, dzięki czemu mamy pewność, że oferując nasze produkty, zapewniamy również fachowe doradztwo w zakresie ich stosowania. Azotopower, Phosphopower, Revital, Improver czy Bactotarcza to tylko kilka z naszych preparatów, które przez lata dowodziły swojej skuteczności na powierzchni setek tysięcy hektarów gruntów rolnych.
Cześć, nazywam się Rafał Igielski. Jesteśmy dzisiaj w gospodarstwie Jagrol w Pierzchnie. Już 13 czerwca odbędzie się tutaj Międzynarodowe Forum Rolnictwa Regeneratywnego BioReaction. W moich rękach widzicie resztki kukurydzy. Podczas doświadczeń polowych sprawdzamy, czy ta kukurydza się rozłoży, ale co za to odpowiada? No, trochę życie mikrobiologiczne, trochę zdrowie gleby i pewnie zadajecie sobie pytanie, co powinienem zrobić? A czy dodać azotu, a czy dodać produktu mikrobiologicznego, a może nic nie muszę robić, bo moje mikroorganizmy już rozkładają te resztki. Mamy już pierwsze wyniki badań mikrobiologicznych, ale jeszcze nie zdradzę Wam, która opcja wygrała. Czy gleby są tak dobre, że same sobie poradziły, a może produkt, a może azot? Przyjedźcie do nas i sprawdźcie na własne oczy, która opcja okazała się tą najlepszą i dlaczego. Cześć, nazywam się Rafał. Witam Was mniej więcej miesiąc od ostatniego naszego spotkania. Pewnie zastanawiacie, co się wydarzyło z naszym polem, z naszymi resztkami i jakie są wyniki badań, które prowadziliśmy. I pewnie pamiętacie, jakie zadałem Wam pytanie, albo jakie pytanie zadaliście sami sobie. Czy ta gleba jest wystarczająco dobra? Popatrzcie, mam w rękach tą glebę. Ta gleba jest naprawdę świetna i okazało się, że wystarczająco dobrze rozkłada resztki. To niestety ostatni raz, kiedy jesteśmy w Jagrolu. Za mną widzicie groch i pszenicę i pewnie zastanawiacie się, jak to życie mikrobiologiczne. To powiem Wam, że świetnie. Wszystkie wyniki badań, które otrzymaliśmy, wskazały na to, że aktywność mikrobiologiczna gleby była wystarczająca. Ale nie wszystko poszło nam dobrze. Mamy jeden wynik, który nas zaskoczył. Warto jest jednak, żeby każdy rolnik podejmował świadome decyzje i badanie gleby jest podstawą. Dlatego zachęcam do tego, żeby zapoznać się z informacjami na temat badań oraz tego, jak można wykorzystać wyniki po to, żeby optymalizować jakość upraw.
bardzo
Cześć, nazywam się Aneta Peżanowska. Znajdujemy się w doświadczeniu polowym, w którym kukurydza została wysiana po 2 rodzajach międzyplonu ozimego. Kukurydza, roślina późnego siewu, jest tą rośliną w zmianowaniu, którą z powodzeniem możemy uprawiać właśnie po międzyplonach ozimych. W doświadczeniu w Jagrolu kukurydzę wysiano po międzyplonie ozimym z żyta ozimego, którego resztki widzimy po lewej stronie, a także w resztki międzyplonu ozimego, którym był rzepak ozimy, znajdujący się po mojej prawej stronie fragment doświadczenia polowego. Jesteśmy w gospodarstwie Jagrol prawie 2 miesiące od siewu kukurydzy po międzyplonie ozimym. Kukurydzę wysiewaliśmy w międzyplonie ozimym z żyta ozimego i w międzyplonie ozimym z rzepaku ozimego. Kukurydza rośnie w różnym tempie w zależności od rodzaju międzyplonu. Teraz pytanie, co wpłynęło na wzrost kukurydzy, na jej rozwój? Czy zasobność mikrobiologiczna, czy właściwości chemiczne, fizykochemiczne, fizyczne? Otóż nasze doświadczenie założone zostało właśnie po to, żeby zgłębić ten temat, żeby poznać, jakie czynniki mają wpływ na kondycję kukurydzy, na jej planowanie w tych warunkach glebowych i na tym polu w Jagrolu.
EIT Food jest ogólnoeuropejskim konsorcjum, które jest częścią Europejskiego Instytutu Technologii i Innowacji. Jesteśmy społecznością, która zajmuje się innowacjami w branży rolno-spożywczej.
Regeneratywne poľnohospodárstvo je konvenčné prístupy, ktoré momentálne v poľnohospodárstve máme a na väčšinu aplikujeme. Už prestávajú byť nejakým posunom vpred a je čoraz ťažšie udržať úrodnosť pôdy, ktorú sme doteraz boli schopní týmto prístupom mať.
Rolnictwo regeneratywne po prostu rolnictwo w zgodzie z przyrodą, razem z przyrodą, a nie w kontrze.
Wykład poświęcony korzyściom środowiskowym, o faktach i mitach.
Wspólnie z EIT Food organizujemy doszkolenie dla rolników, które ma za zadanie pokazać i zrobić ten pierwszy krok do tego, żeby ich produkcja może w ich gospodarstwach przebiegała w sposób regeneratywny.
Mamy tutaj wspaniałych ekspertów, doświadczonych agronomów, którzy odpowiadają na wszystkie pytania i dzielą się swoim doświadczeniem właśnie we wdrażaniu praktyk.
From English to Polish and from Polish to English. Yeah, that's the thing. So please come at the moment. We just need few seconds to start, but we need you, we need audience. Szanowni Państwo, bez Państwa nic nie ma sensu, dlatego chcielibyśmy Państwa zobaczyć wkrótce, lada moment, tutaj w sali, byśmy mogli rozpocząć dalszą część naszego spotkania. Gwarantuję Państwu, że przestrzeni na rozmowę, na spotkanie, na zobaczenie eksperymentalnych stanowisk z nowoczesnymi technologiami jeszcze będzie dużo takiej przestrzeni. To nie była pierwsza i ostatnia przerwa kawowa, przed nami jeszcze bardzo konkretna przerwa lunchowa, także zapraszamy bardzo serdecznie. Szanowni Państwo, zapraszamy bardzo serdecznie. Rozpoczynamy właśnie teraz kolejną część naszego spotkania. Mam nadzieję, że Państwo słyszą mój głos w tej części Polski i że mogą Państwo, słysząc ten głos, podążać za tym głosem prosto do swoich miejsc. Jednocześnie chciałbym odnotować wszystkich tych, którzy już z nami są. Brawa dla tych, którzy mają sprawne zegarki, proszę Państwa, trzeba to odnotować. Bardzo dziękujemy, to są brawa dla Was. Brawami przywitamy także już wkrótce kolejną prelegentkę, a także, Szanowni Państwo, Was powracających z przerwy kawowej. Szanowni Państwo, rolnictwo węglowe, przegląd rozwiązań na rynku to jest temat kolejnego wykładu. Kolejny jednocześnie, mam nadzieję,
Ladies and gentlemen, carbon farming is the next topic of the presentation. So in a moment on this stage, we will see the representative of Polish Academy of Science. For 2 years, she is the member of the board for soil and its values, and looking at the business models of this. Who's prepared a very interesting presentation, and now I would like to welcome on stage Anna Rosa. A round of applause, please.
Dzień dobry Państwu, witam bardzo serdecznie.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be here with you. It's a very important discussions that we're going to have today. I'm sure you know, you've heard about carbon farming, but do we really know what carbon farming is about? Can we say that carbon farming is the agriculture of farming of 21st century? What does it mean for the farmers in the upcoming years, and why do we even talk about it? During my short presentation before the discussion, I wanted to systematize some information to carbon credits and carbon farming, and maybe disenchant it a little, because it turns out that we do not speak so much about carbon farming. Even when we meet farmers, even though they follow carbon farming practices, but they don't fully understand what carbon farming is about. So why is carbon farming important for us? Ladies and gentlemen, when you listen to different kinds of discussions on social media, and generally in the media, you heard we talk about the pollution of the environment and climate change. And this is correct, that institutions at the national, international level, they believe that the problem of growing CO2 emissions is most important. This is something that we should address first and foremost. And on your right-hand side on the chart, you see how the emission of the CO2 is changing from 1750, so from the beginning of the Industrial Revolution to the beginnings of the 21st century. So at the beginning, this level of emissions was growing, but was relatively on a low level. And at the beginning of the 20th century, it was 5 billion of tons, and end of 2020, we have 35 billions of tons. Can we do anything with that to use the carbon farming and reduce the emissions of CO2 to the atmosphere? The answer is yes. Carbon farming is one of the way to fight climate change. How it is defined? Where there are many definitions, there is just one of them that is given by the European Commission. It is said that it's a business model where the farmers are awarded for applying carbon farming practices, that it is a kind of a business model, kind of way of management of farming, so that the level of carbon or organic carbon was as high as possible. I mentioned that these are certain practices, so if a farmer is following those practices, they are rewarded for that. There are a number of, and I will not, of course, go deeply into that, because it was said during the first presentation certification. I'm sure that all the farmers know those practices and they use them on their farms, but they are not necessarily fully aware of the fact that these are farming practices that are environmentally friendly. Let me characterize the ones that were most popular in Poland. If we were to take into consideration the support given by the government, we all heard about the eco schemes. The support for the carbon farming was part of the common agricultural policy and the strategic plan for that for 2020. That's one of the eco schemes, carbon farming and nutrient management. There are a number of eco schemes in Poland, but please remember that this eco scheme for carbon farming is the biggest and the most developed one in Poland. It supports 8 practices of carbon farming, and this eco scheme, according to the data that I received, 400,000 farmers filed their applications covering 8 million hectares of soil, which were the most popular. So if we were to take into account the number of applications for the most popular practice was the working into straw into the soil and working into the manure into the arable land. But if we were to compare the practices that were most used on the largest acreage at 5 million acre, which were simplified farming systems and working into the straw into the soil. So what is the importance of carbon farming in fighting climate change? So putting into practice carbon farming, the biggest results that we get healthy soil. We said that this soil is more resilient to drought, to some climate change, or we see it in the way water is managed. So if we introduce carbon farming, we can reduce the CO2 emissions to the atmosphere. But it must also be remembered the profits connected with that. We cannot forget about the farmers. Are they really able to benefit from carbon farming? And my answer is yes. So let me just show you a few. For instance, if the soil is healthy, the structure of the soil is good, then we have a much higher probability of good yield, which naturally translates into the profit for the farmer. But it may, if we start, we can also do savings on fertilizers, plant protection products, and the end financial result of a given farm. And when we put those practices in place, the soil is not only working for us, but also for the future generation. So what about the challenges? Challenges are the barriers, so to speak. There are a couple of them, for instance, regulatory ones, economic barriers that are connected with finance. The farmers are afraid and step in and apply new practices because they don't have their own capital, their own financial contribution, where they need to buy certain material or some machines. I don't think we have not enough education. There is lack of awareness and knowledge among the farmers. They use those practices, but they're not aware of the fact that that's the part of carbon farming. There are some farmers are used to using certain farming practices, and they don't want to start the new ones. The technical barriers, so calculating the carbon sequestration levels. Is this carbon farming the farming of the 21st century? Well, we're about to learn about this because we're just at the beginning of this route, but the future is pretty bright because our awareness about the agricultural products is growing. Customers want products of better quality. We also observe the increase of innovation, technological development that help us to monitor carbon content in the soil, like drones or other technical solutions that can be used by farming and agriculture. So what I also want to say that we need conversation, dialogue at the national level, but also at the international level, especially if we think about carbon farming and we would like the farmers to implement carbon farming at a larger scale than it is now. So our institution is involved in 2 projects. One of the projects is in the consortium of 4 partners. There are 2 partners from Poland and 2 partners from abroad, and we always try to combine the practice with the knowledge, with theory, and I'm very happy that that's the composition of the consortium. So the project is carbon farming in the era of climate change, and we'll soon have a publication on that topic with all the information and the research that we managed to conclude. We'll be very happy to share. And the second project, and we talk that carbon farming is the way of managing soil. So another project that focusing on the improvement of soil quality by the application of different business models. And we are focusing on sugar beet here, so this project will be about sugar beet. Thank you very much, and I wish you fruitful discussions. Thank you very much, Anna, for the introduction to this topic. And in a moment, we'll be continuing this topic with other experts, the environmental benefits, facts and myths on carbon farming. And Patrycja Wyszka in a moment will... the first debate was very interesting. The second one will be also equally interesting. So, Radek, let's Terra Nostra channel on YouTube. And if you are kind enough to subscribe, now we have 380 subscribers. Thank you for following my appeal. I encourage you to subscribe to Terra Nostra channel to look for some answers, because knowledge is very precious, and Terra Nostra Foundation is the place where you can listen to podcasts, meetings with farmers. We have a broadcast from field. The benefits, environmental benefits and facts and myths of carbon farming, which is the discussion. Anna Gałązka from the Research Institute in Puławy, and professor is here somewhere around. I'm sure she will join us in a moment. Oh, hello, welcome.
Pani profesor, witamy. Witold Dżugan, dyrektor zarządzający.
Witold Dżugan, the managing director and the vice president of Veritas Polska. Bartosz Urbaniak from Paribas Bank. Krzysztof Łyskawa, the assisting professor at the Economic University in Poznań, and the representative of the insurance company, Adam Myczkowski, from the manager from KPMG Consulting, one of the biggest consulting companies in Poland. Oh, we have a lot of space this time, yes, so you can choose wherever you fit comfortable, wherever you feel comfortable. So,
Anna Woodley,
and Anna Woodley. Anna, please, yes, hello. Please join us on stage.
Porozmawiamy, proszę Państwa, o tym, jak
I will be now discussing about the benefits of the environment, how to analyze it, what are the facts and myths of carbon farming. Well, the question is as follows. Do we have any certain results that could show us clearly that this is actually functioning and it's profitable and it's a good business to do carbon farming? Have you analyzed such numbers? Do you know such numbers? because we...
Szanowni Państwo, serdecznie witam Państwa na...
Ladies and gentlemen, hello. We represent the Institute of Fertilization and Soil Science, and I must say I'm really impressed by this whole event, and it was so nice to be invited as a representative of the Institute to be part of this panel. As an institute, we have a lot of research data that confirms that agricultural technical things, that they improve the soil health, they improve yields, and so on. So we are definitely improving soil life, biodiversity, and all of that translates into using certain practices, and better quality of soil environment means that we get better yield. Such research concerning various studies involve physical, chemical properties, microbiological data, dry matter, and so on, but also the quality of the crop itself, because it's not only how much you can get, but also the quality of the crop improves. I encourage you to look up the website of our institute and our scientific papers, because you will find there information about increasing soil health, about increasing fertility of the soil. The professor is a head of the Institute for Fertilization and Soil Sciences, and you specialize in the conservation and management of the environment. There are certain topics that we will be touching upon today many times. We discuss sharing knowledge a lot, and this is something that you do. You specialize in microbiology of the soil with over 20 years of experience about the microorganisms that live in the soil and their metabolic potential. So definitely a specialist in one of the most important areas, which is a foundation for healthy soil. It's something that we need to think about when we think about regenerative agriculture. So I'm very happy, Professor, that you are here with us. This debate right now, I encourage you to participate. I'm happy to notice that you became active during our previous discussion. So if during this discussion you have questions, don't wait until the end. Raise your hand and we can help you get a microphone and ask a question. Maybe you can confirm something that you hear about, or maybe you want to protest and say that what we're saying is wrong. So, a question. From the point of view of insurance, is this an important topic? Because we kind of agreed that we are not going to shy away from discussing money on this stage. So when you look after the soil and try to make the best of it and keep in mind future generations, take care of CO2 emissions, can we do all of that with the money we have? It's not about living on a lower level. It's about living better than you already are now. Is this important that somebody is doing regenerative farming from the point of view of insurance? Is this something that you appreciate? Thank you very much. I would like to take a step forward and backwards, and discuss history. Because starting from the year 2000, it was to me a very interesting thing to watch the area of Głubczyce, when it was very dry season, everyone was just so sad that nothing's growing, and they had a field of potatoes which was green and lush and beautiful. And this happened because the people that farmed there, they really looked after the soil. And now, very often, what they have in mind, first and foremost, is money. But we need to look into the future more responsibly. We, as an insurance company, and you as farmers, we both share certain challenges. And it's a big challenge to look at ESG reporting. For us, this is something that we are held accountable for by our shareholders and our management. And you asked me about the data. So are we able to show that the change of soil structure, the changing of the way you farm, does it translate into lower emissions? Yes, this is something that we can prove, but does it also translate into better business? Does it mean that it's more financially secure for us as an insurance company? So from the point of insurance company, all of these things affect what we do directly. And in my case, I'm not fully able to tell you how it affects our business. I don't have a specific numbers about discount that we can offer for insurance premiums for people that farm in this way, insurance from heavy rains, but first and foremost, drought. The changes of the soil makes it easier for us to discuss future yields, because we have experience from top farms that farms that follow the principles of regenerative farming, they are happy to report high yields. And with high yields, it's really easier. And when I told my colleagues I'm going to a conference like this, they were really interested in what I will learn here. And today we can define parameters that translate into something that bank is interested in and what the supervisors are interested in. So everything that's done by Terra Nostra and regenerative farmers, this is something that really impacts financial sector, because this means security, it means being certain about the future, at least more certain than you would normally be. Thank you for saying that. You have questions, right? Yes. I think that science tells us enough that carbon in the soil is a positive thing and that it can be accumulated. I have questions to business representatives, because we have companies that calculate carbon credits, and I want to ask about how the business is approaching the quality of those credits, about how they actually correspond to what is being accumulated in the soil. It's a very good question. We're talking about things that are difficult to measure. It's a complex system. On the one hand, it's a soil system which should be adapted better to climate change, but is also expected to provide some results. So that is why it's quite difficult. There are many methodologies about how you can calculate the removal of CO2 from the atmosphere. And these methodologies are evaluated in many ways. The differences can be by hundreds of %. Undoubtedly, in the future, we will need to come up with some kind of common methodology that will have a really good background and will be reliable. The European Commission also noticed this problem, and on the level of European Commission, they are working on certain regulations concerning carbon credits. And these regulations will talk about the European carbon credit system. So we not only see what you just mentioned, that people may have doubts as to whether these analyses are reliable or not, and they can provide different results, just very different. It's really important that we come up with a common methodology. And one common thing is that we need to come up also with independent verification and validation of these results. So this is a lot of work for the European Commission for the future, and we expect that we're going to have these tools ready sometime in the future, and they will need to be approved by the European Commission. If the question is about the reliability of carbon credit systems, I would like to say that on the first level, we associate this with money. And in my everyday professional practice, I could see that there's a correspondence from carbon ton from €2 to €600, so it's a huge discrepancy. So I'm not going to tell you how it's calculated in details, but if I was to look at different startups and institutions coming to me saying, we'll help you calculate the carbon credit system, then I understand that there are a lot of entities that see this can be a good business. And I think that we will not avoid this in the future, that politicians will need to come up with some kind of common standard, whether it's the European Commission or some other source. I believe we will have some kind of common system. We are waiting for something that will work for everyone and will be a universal solution. And only then we'll be able to give answers to specific questions, to general questions and to more detailed questions. Of course, there are certain objectives for agriculture on a global basis, but also we have some smaller goals, local goals. We have some clients, and we as a bank, we support certain farms when farmers want to switch to regenerative farming. And from any of the projects that I supervised, I have not even once met a farmer that would be unhappy with what they did. I just wanted to mention one client with a German farm. Very poor soil, abandoned for a couple of years, and a farmer arrived and started farming this land, and even after the first year you could see some really good results. So the better the farm, the more durable the results. So maybe it does not answer your question directly, but I just wanted to draw on what the previous speakers were saying, that before we have a standard, it's really difficult to come up with reliable calculations. To analyze anything, to calculate it, you first need to be able to measure it.
Yes, but there are people here on stage who can do that professionally. I'm very lucky that we managed to compose such wonderful specialists here on stage, gather such wonderful specialists here on stage. But let me quote, because I was preparing myself for this discussion, I read the followings. What is it about the natural capital? So the natural capital concerns natural resources of the soil, water, air, and all the organic matter in the soil that provide the ecosystemic properties that are of key importance for humans and economic development. Fertilized soil, fresh air, clean water. Natural capital can be treated as a fund trust from which we can benefit from. If we degrade such natural resources, the service that they provide are depleting, which influences the ecological health and the sustainable economic development. I'm very happy that this is the way we start talking about it. This is how it is described, that there is a lot of good that we start to appreciate, that we start to calculate. We're looking for methods, how to settle this, what kind of influence humans have on these natural resources, like farming. I'm not sure, I don't know if you know, but Top Farms International have become a member of the Trinity Natural Capital Pro Council, and Anna Woodley, who manages Trinity AG Tech, is here with us on stage, and she works at the University of Oxford. So how do you calculate carbon footprint? Is it difficult? What kind of challenges you need to face to do that well?
Thank you, and thank you very much for having me, and I apologise for speaking in English, not Polish. It's a really interesting challenge, and I think relates to what others on the stage have been talking to about standards. Quality of data is one of the most fundamentally important aspects of the work that we do, and it is a challenge. I think it's fair to say that there are standards out there which enable us to deploy very, very strong methodologies around end-to-end natural capital calculation. And I think one of the challenges that we face as an industry is making sure we are collectively using the most up-to-date science and methodology. But we're not just looking at carbon in isolation. And this session now is about carbon farming. Personally, I don't love the term carbon farming because I think it encourages a very one-dimensional view of something which is incredibly complex. We're dealing with biological systems, we're dealing with different types of farming enterprises. So taking a complete view of your soil, your different crops, your different varietal choices, your biodiversity, air, water, all the way to inputs, and ensuring that if you've got, animals, that you're accounting for what they're bringing to the party. So I think for us, we talk about natural capital navigation. We break those very complex systems down into enabling people to look at carbon in great detail, but also biodiversity, water, soil, air, and so forth. And I think by taking a more holistic view, using the most up-to-date science and methodology is really important, adhering to the most up-to-date standards, things like SBTi flag, the Greenhouse Gas Protocol, then you can start to investigate things like bringing new revenues into the business through proper natural capital accounting. We work with banks, we work with insurers. So it's that flow of data into good quality models, getting a full view, and then flowing that data up to reward the farmers through new revenue streams.
Wiem, że pani Anna ma też doświadczenie.
Anna has experience, typical Polish experience of cooperating with Polish entities. So what did it look like in Poland?
Yeah, so we have a growing relationship here with Top Farms, which is really exciting. I think actually from what I've experienced with Polish farming, I think you are significantly further ahead actually with the whole regenerative movement, or even just investigating and understanding that farming with nature and farming sustainably actually does just make really good business sense in terms of yields and, you know, quality of produce and cost of production. So I think you're really leading the charge. I would say probably more so than in the UK, which is really exciting to see. But yeah, it's a lot more to do. So far, so good.
Bardzo dziękuję. Adam Dyczkowski, człowiek, który pracuje w jednej...
Adam Dyczkowski, who works in one of the 4 biggest consulting companies in the world, the Big Four. These are companies, institutions, and organizations that advise other companies, other entities, offer different strategy development, answer their questions. And they're also very creative. There are very specific challenges, and they need to brainstorm and find themselves, tune in, fit into the expectations of the clients. Adam is from Climate and Nature KPMG Consulting. So let me ask you directly, do you have more work now? Are you more busy? Are there more and more clients consulting you in that respect? Or there are more clients are more inclined to get involved into the topic? Thank you very much for that question. So let me start from my career in KPMG. Started with the name Energy. The name of my team was Energy. So we are called now ESG, Climate and Nature, which proves the fact to the needs of the market. It proves the needs of the market. So the issues connected with the environment and absolutely consulting services are required in the environmental area. In the environmental field. We do have the data. We see that many companies and organizations will at the beginning try to fulfill the basic criteria. We also have CSRD directive, RSS requirements, and there is a big group of clients who only are embarking on their adventure with ESG. Sometimes they are forced to do so. But we already observed that there is a quite a big group of private companies who wish to become the leader in the industry. There are green companies that see the need, obviously from different business perspective and to different business extent. But RSS, E4 and E5 with biodiversity, for instance, more and more often companies are considering where to build their facilities, where to build their factories, how local areas, because biodiversity also take into account the local aspect. So what are the risks connected with their activity on the environment, and then it translates into the risk of their business activity. So to cut the long story short, we have much more work now, much more demanding clients who started their trip with how to calculate the carbon footprint. But now the basis is that all the clients with their value chain need to take into account the emissions. But I understand it correctly, the system, in this system you work with big companies, with big corporations. They will soon need to report to the market about it. These are usually companies listed on the stock exchange, so the public needs to know what's happening in the company, even though... So such a big corporation needs to report and know, realize, be aware of their own carbon footprint. But I understand that this knowledge cannot be collected without the general context. So what kind of the carbon footprint not only it takes into account our own production, but also of our suppliers, for instance. Yes, absolutely, that's the basis. So downstream and upstream, the scope number 3, it's very complicated. There are experts here who know more about it, and they are really good at calculating carbon footprint. But the way we consult, the way we advise, and the kind of support that our clients need to arrive at the correct information, help them to go deep into the topic, and teaching them that it's not only their own business, but also they need to dig deeper and find the emissions that are counted from the field, starting from the field. So first you calculate your own carbon footprint, but then you have to work on your own decarbonization strategy that has an influence on your business. So Adam, correct me if I'm wrong, but perhaps here and those people who are listening to this broadcast of our transmission on YouTube, we've gathered farmers who perhaps think, why do I really need that? Do I really need to be bothered? Maybe it's for the big companies, for big corporations. Correct me if I'm wrong, but perhaps the big producer, the manufacturer to whom I can sell my products, to whom I can sell my yield, they will be looking for such suppliers who know more about their carbon footprint than others, even though there are no regulations and standards that require me to do so. I'm not legally bound to have a specific and precise knowledge in that respect. But believing that I found a business partner, or they can pay me more if I know about that, I will get involved in calculating the carbon footprint, not being forced by any other regulations. I will be personally involved in that. I will start analyzing carbon footprint on my own farm to sell at a higher price, or found a business partner who will be looking for a farm like me. Will it be more difficult to sell? That's one thing, but being present in the supply chain, then yes, absolutely yes. I agree, we see that wholesalers, for instance, are being asked by large companies about their carbon footprint, and then the wholesalers would then approach smaller farms, the small producers who deliver their product straight from the field. At the moment, there are no directives that say openly what should need to be done, except for CSRD directive that they need to report. But there are objectives, there are SBTi goals that if the owners of the members of the board of the company decide on something, they need to by certain year lower their carbon footprint, and they need to analyze and observe their supply chain. So the knowledge is the one thing. It's absolutely fundamental, the knowledge of the farmer about the functioning of the carbon footprint system and the carbon footprint that its activity is leaving. It's good to have some kind of certification, knowing how to measure it, how to report it. There are specialists for that. Veritas Polska, Veritas Poland focuses on certification and verification of sustainable development. Witold Dżugan. So how is that done?
Przedsiębiorstwach rolnych czy w takich gospodarstwach mierzy i waży.
So how is it measured in agricultural businesses? Does it have benefits? Yes, more and more so, especially in food processing or food business. 90-something emissions are emissions that are outside the production process. So if you think about food processing company, they can do everything possible to make the production zero emission. For example, they can have green energy from wind or sun, and they can calculate everything precisely because it's their business. 90% of emissions connected with the product are still going to be generated along the supply chain, at the farmers, at where you produce your packaging, etc. So we have a lot of requirements, and it's the financial sector that may be the driver behind the change. The financial sector gives money to people who are ecological, eco-friendly, and will not be giving money to those who are not eco-friendly. So yes, it is true that the business will need to work alongside this value chain. We can be unhappy about it, but it's a fact, and we need to follow. So the question about your carbon footprint, how much you emit, do you sequester any CO2? Maybe you've already heard those questions. How do you measure this? Well, it's difficult. There are a number of tools that allow you to do it more and more precisely. The previous speaker mentioned this. We need science, we need research, we need methodologies that are reliable and have been proven in practice. But there's still a lot of happening in this field. So companies like our company, our task is to check whether what was calculated was done correctly. Of course, we can do it with certain approximation because we don't have the tools yet to make it really accurate. Basically, agriculture needs to take this into account. We had this deal with the audience that we want to give them specific information. So what kind of data they need to gather? What is it that you check? Please tell them. So, for example, today it would be good to get money for carbon credits and not put in too much work into that. That would be perfect. It requires, however, some red tape. Big companies, such as, for example, Top Farms, these are companies that calculate things really precisely, how much fuel they use, how much tillage, how many seeds, and so on. It's really precise data. But some smaller farmers do not keep record of what they're doing down to such details. So how much fertilizer are used, how many chemical agents, fuel, and so on. So if somebody asked about the carbon footprint of wheat or rapeseed, we would need to calculate how much fertilizer you used for a given crop, how much fuel. You just need to sit down and do those calculations, work the numbers, just as you calculate the money. So we need to get used to that. You calculate the money to come up with a financial report, and we'll need to come up with ESG reports. So it's probably also a matter of habit. We have 15 minutes left. If you have any questions, don't wait. We have somebody with a question, but before the question, I will ask you about banking business and how banking business is trying to force or maybe persuade people to introduce this positive change. You work in a bank, so you work with the capital a lot, but we're talking about natural capital, geology, soil, water, air, all living organisms. This is also capital. So since you represent business that's responsible for financial capital, how can you encourage others to look after the natural capital? So I'm going to give you a little bit of context. Maybe it's easier for the insurance industry. And with banks, people don't like us. It's like with a dentist. You go there when you need to go there. Nobody goes to a bank because they love banks and they want to go to a bank. And that's why we are used by the government and by the regulators, and when we introduce reporting standards, you want to introduce reporting standards, then nobody will do anything. However, if it becomes a law, we as a bank, if we want to give a loan to anyone or support them financially, then we will ask people for documents. So we will be the bad guy who asks people for documents. So some companies already know that they will need to gather this data. We will have a transition period for 3 years, and small companies will also need to bring us documents to prove that they are a registered farm, that they are paying taxes, and this will soon include a report on sequestration of carbon. I'm trying to avoid this word sequestration, but I need to use it now. And so our reputation will be even worse. It will be strengthened as the bad guys who want people to come up with all type of paperwork. We have our internal problems as well, of course. So what the previous speaker was just saying, both of them actually, what we are expected as banks to do is kind of changes, which means that we tried to calculate emissions from a portfolio. I have no idea whether my calculations were correct or not, because emission from agriculture portfolio comes first and foremost from the field. So from one plot of field, I can have 2 or 3 loans. And the regulatory body did not tell me how to approach that. So for some of the fields, I calculated this 3 times, and for others, not at all, because I could not see in the report any data that this farmer leases any land. But we will be the guys to blame if I refuse to give somebody a loan. Is there any chance that the regulator will listen to you? That the legislatory body will listen to you? I think that recently in the world we've had a lot of problems with listening, because everyone is talking. We could see this with Green Mill happening, and I'm sure that you told about this to the regulator many times with similar result. It's only when there is certain harm or it's too late that the government realizes that, well, we should have done something sooner. Before I ask a question, I just wanted to say that I am not against ecology. I represent a company that makes natural fertilizer. We talk about the calculation of carbon footprint, and to me this brings to mind certain limitations. And I was wondering what it looks like in the world, because in Europe we have a lot of restrictions, we have a lot of limitations that are aimed at making our climate better and to save Mother Earth. And the surface of Europe is only 2% of the surface of the world, and our population is 9.3%. And we just get so many laws, so many regulations, so many restrictions, so that we protect the world. And the same applies to agriculture. And at the same time, 1.5 billion of Indian people in India can throw a plastic bottle into a Ganges river, and in China you can use things without regulations. So it just makes me think about the other parts of the world, because if in a block of flats you have 10 apartments and 9 people look after the apartment and one is making a mess, then it's going to be a mess. I understand your question. It's a valid question. It's a kind of reflection and a justified thing. Anna Woodley, maybe you can tell us about what it looks like in the UK about the awareness that people have. Like you have a longer history of people being aware of the problem.
Yeah, and I think a really well-made, very fair point. And, you know, I think, so we work all over the world. We work in Europe, we were obviously from the UK, but we work in Latin America. I've just been in Africa for 3 months. So you're right. I think there is a very different perception on the global stage of, you know, what's acceptable, what's not acceptable, the rules, the regulations, and you're right, in Europe, I wish we were still part of the EU, but we're not, but I'm going to include us in this. You know, we do have a lot of rules and regulations. I think the nature of change is slower than we would all like. Even when we're talking here in, you know, this amazing conference talking about regenerative agriculture and, you know, the practicalities of measuring carbon and, you know, all of these things. Even within our own industry, the rate of change is far slower than it probably should be. And, you know, all of the data and the science shows that what we're doing for our industry makes really good sense. You know, we're producing better crops, we're regenerating our soils, we're producing good quality meat and dairy, etc. I don't think we can allow the fact that on a global forum we have these really genuine issues with, you know, with waste, with pollution, and actually a lot of governments are feeding into that. You know, there's some very large corporations, some of whom are here, who actually, you know, should and do get held accountable for their production on a global scale. I think we can't let that change what we do. If no one makes any changes, recognizing your point about the block of flats, but if no one makes any changes, if that one person doesn't make the effort to clean up, we will never show the benefit to the other 9 people of the good work that we're doing. So whilst it's very frustrating, I think we have to continue to spread the evidence of the work and hope and lobby and work with other governments to and other big businesses to evolve their practices. A lot of it's to do with money, poverty, education. That plays a big part in change. I don't think there's a simple answer, but I don't think we should not do the things that are within our own power to make those steps forward.
Bardzo dziękuję. No, zawsze się też przy takiej okazji odpowiada w taki sposób. No, pewnie to nie do każdego trafia, że może warto być...
Perhaps it is worth to be a bit of an avant-garde, to go against the stream. The EU is going against the stream. President, maybe you can share something. Well, also answering your question, starting from the bottom, the plans like a Green Deal, like the bigger countries and organizations were very in favor. When it comes to the declarations, the Chinese are the most ambitious in their declarations. They are not implementing it at all, but they are very ambitious in their declarations. So when Donald Trump became the president of the US, he moved away from the Paris Agreement, and the Chinese joined the Paris Agreement when Donald Trump stepped out of it. So everyone has some plans, but nobody is hitting the bull's eye when it comes to the implementation. So now the plan is that everything is going to drop, but then when we start implementing it, then everything is going up. And now the countries that put down reduce the emissions are Australia, Korea, the United States, and the EU, and that would be it. So at the level of declarations, everyone wants to do that, but then who is really implementing it? I would say that the United Kingdom and the EU are in the avant-garde, but we are absolutely not hitting the targets at all. And is it really worth the effort? So I think we are moving away with our discussions a little bit from the topic of the debate, but how the EU is declaring that they are posing those goals in front of us, those objectives. So we want to change the world for the better because we are representatives of the avant-garde. I'm not going to be politically correct of what I'm going to say, but we can use it as a protection barrier. So as a boundary, I'm not letting anything on to that market that is produced differently, that is not in line with our standards. So in this way, we can bypass World Health Organization, and which tells us to focus on production in the same way, without tariffs, without customs. We are not using any tariffs and customs. That's what the EU is saying. We are only looking after the planet. So if we want to eat the bread with regenerative seeds, everybody who wants to do that, it's not a customs. They just have to adjust because these are the rules that we have. That's exactly what I wanted to say, that the EU observed the problem that you mentioned. They noticed it. They are aware of it, and there are some regulations in force that prevent the leakage on those emissions, like the production of soy. So next year, the importance of soya that you mentioned, they would need to report the source of origin of the soya beans, if there was any deforestation activities taking place because of the cultivation of soy. Because it's one of the examples of the for other products like cement, like hydrogen, like aluminium, like steel, there are also regulations being put into force to regulate that. When it comes to reporting, the reporting is not only obligatory for the EU but also for the United States. But we call it the Green Deal in the United States. We call it Green Deal, but in the United States they call it the Anti-Inflation Act. It's quite interesting, right? Well, China at the moment is producing half of the electricals in the world, and 3 days ago the biggest PV farms, 3,500 megawatts, in the size of one of the cities in Poland, Bełchatów, was opened. Is in operation at the moment. So they maybe look that they are so far behind. There is a lot that is done to be in the avant-garde. Now the question is where we want to be. Where do we want to be? We can use it for commercial purpose, and maybe not Donald Trump, but Joe Biden imposed 100% of customs on the electric cars from China. There is a question at the very back of the room. Maybe you don't hear us very well, but I hope that those TV screens are quite full. I saw somebody raising a hand far away, so... Oh, there are more questions here in front and at the back, and we only have 60 seconds left. How are we going to do that? How can we manage? Yeah, so you're saying that the area doesn't have the boundaries, but the Ukrainian cereal without certificates, there are no boundaries for that too. And if we were to stop the influx of cereals from the US, Kazakhstan, from Ukraine, and that's the utopic thinking. That's unrealistic. Something that we can stop something. It's a bunch of rubbish. So China says, you don't buy it from us. That's okay. We won't buy something else from you. So it's a kind of commercial exchange, trade exchange. Maybe we'll just keep exploiting our agriculture, because some of those objectives, the goals are positive. Carbon farming, maintaining carbon storage in the soil, that's great. But if we'll depend on certifications, on the forces of banks, that's sick. I think it's another restriction, another chain imposed on the farmers. farmers? And another question here in front, Arkadiusz Stawowski from the University of Science in Poznań. I have a little bit different question. I wanted to look at this purely in the economic way of a farm. We talk a lot about regulations and barriers and norms and standards, etc. But maybe at the end of the day, we may not need it. And my question is as follows. The regenerative practices, are they profitable? We spoke a lot about it, but nobody answered the question if we were to compare the conventional farming practices and comparing it with regenerative farming practices, what is more profitable? What is more economical? I don't think anybody answered that question. And we talk about all the general social objectives. They are effectively implemented when they are in line with macroeconomic goals. So if the consumer is spending the money, they want the same. If they want the same in a long-term perspective, that this makes sense. But if it is burdened only with political regulations, let's be honest, everybody around will be cheating, will be looking for other doors to be open. So the question is, if the regenerative practices are profitable at the level without subsidies, without legal regulations. Yes, a very pragmatic question, without regulations. Would anybody like to answer? Yes, so from what I said, basing on what I said before, ladies and gentlemen, we are not able to suddenly stop the shortage of water or the intensification of precipitation, but we are able in a short term change the biological structure of our soil. From the insurance point of view, I'm going to say yes, it is profitable because it's the lower insurance contribution. We know information. We need information. We need data. We are not able to receive this information from all of you, but from foundations or from other organizations, we are able to gather that data. But answering. Of course we can. I'm sorry, I'm having some connection problems. Probably, you know, sorry for that. The segregating rubbish is something absolutely natural, and recently I visited my father-in-law who was never segregating rubbish, and I felt really awkward. I felt lost. What am I supposed to do with that piece of rubbish that I'm holding in my hands? So having that kind of habit in ourselves, which is absolutely supported with economical aspects, so regulation standards, a certain price for that particular product, I think that's the way to do that. I think we can do this much faster with the economical aspects in might. So maybe from the point of view of the professor, from the scientific point of view, from the perspective of the microbiology, not necessarily the financial perspective, but professor, this is what we are discussing, this is what we are talking about. Is it good for the soil? Is it beneficial for the soil? Because that's our biggest treasure. That's our asset. Is it profitable from your perspective? Thank you very much for asking that question. I'm not specialist in economy, so from the economical point of view, I'm not able to give you the answer because I don't know. But looking at the health benefits for humans, for the environment, for the soil, these practices are absolutely beneficial. They are profitable, and the results are visible in the upcoming years. Healthy soil, taking care of the environment, applying the methods now, and in future generations will definitely could enjoy healthier yields and just for humans to be healthy. I think this is the summary of this debate, so that you remember carbon farming and the model of carbon farming to associate this with a very beneficial model for the health of humans, for the health of soil, environment, and the nature around us. Yes, thank you very much. We will be speaking financially later on during the day, I promise. But now, please say thank you to our experts, Anna Woodley, Professor Anna Gałązka, Witold Dżugan, Bartosz Urbaniak, Krzysztof Łyskawa, Adam Byczkowski. Thank you very much. To our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for another debate. Thank you to our experts. And now we would like to invite you to a lunch break. So let's synchronize our watches. There is an interesting debate in front of us. At 2:30, the lunch is over. And please, let's meet again here in this room. There will be Adam Adamek from Chief Impact in EIT Food. And Tomasz Zdziebkowski from the president of Top Farms. So enjoy your lunch, ladies and gentlemen. 2:30, we are back.
Fundacja Rozwoju Rolnictwa Terra Nostra została założona w 2019 roku przez ekspertów i praktyków rolnictwa. Szerzy ideę rolnictwa regeneratywnego jako kompleksowego podejścia do produkcji rolnej z poszanowaniem środowiska naturalnego.
Fundacja stworzyła program zintegrowanej produkcji regeneratywnej, który jest całym takim holistycznym podejściem do gospodarstw rolnych.
My jako fundacja chcemy zaprezentować rolnikom model rolnictwa regeneratywnego w taki sposób, aby oni zobaczyli w tym możliwość rozwoju i polepszenia jakości swoich gleb.
Zdecydowanie rolnicy mają świadomość na temat tego, że gleba żyje, że mikrobiologią można sterować, że bioróżnorodność jest istotna.
Podczas tego dzielenia się wiedzą teoretyczną bardzo często trudno jest zrozumieć, jak przenieść teorię tak naprawdę na pole. Dlatego rolnicy byli na polu.
No powiem szczerze, jestem bardzo zadowolony. No, jestem zaskoczony, że na takim dobrym poziomie to szkolenie jest.
Wiedzę, którą uzyskałem na tym szkoleniu, będziemy wdrażać u siebie w gospodarstwie oraz u naszych kooperantów. Oczywiście nie da się tego przeszczepić tak 1 do 1, ale założenia mamy podobne jak Fundacja Terra Nostra.
Zaszczyt i przyjemność ogłosić, iż Forum Rolnictwa Regeneratywnego jest otwarte.
Tutaj mamy nie tylko świat rolny, ale różne branże połączone w tej idei rolnictwem regeneratywnym spotykają się, proszę Państwa, w jednym miejscu.
I think the conference itself is fantastic. Regenerative farming practices are a big driver at the moment on their ideas, on their soil analysis, the speakers that are here today at the conference. It's absolutely fantastic.
Temat rolnictwa regeneratywnego na dzisiaj jest takim tematem, który myślę, że przyciąga chociażby samym zainteresowaniem ludzi do tego, jak można lepiej podejść do gleby, jak można lepiej podejść do kultury gleby.
Fundacja stworzyła program zintegrowanej produkcji regeneratywnej, który polega na początku od diagnozy gleby. My nie badamy gleby, my ją diagnozujemy.
Od początku, od analizy bardzo szczegółowej gleby poprzez wszystkie inne zabiegi agrotechniczne, które mają sprzyjać i środowisku, i jakości produktów, które wytwarzają i potencjalnie zwiększać ich rentowność poprzez wzrost i planowania i jakości gleby, parametrów tej gleby.
Po czym wracamy z rekomendacjami, co można dalej zrobić, co można zrobić inaczej. Rolnik podejmuje decyzję, w którą stronę idzie, bo on najlepiej zna swoje gospodarstwo, swoją rolę i wprowadzamy go w taką ścieżkę regeneracji.
Nazywam się Tomek Brodowicz, znajdujemy się w Małopolsce. Prowadzę 170-hektarowe gospodarstwo, na którym uprawiam kukurydzę na ziarno, rzepak ozimy, pszenicę ozimą oraz soję. Co mi daje certyfikat rolnictwa regeneratywnego? Przede wszystkim mamy oszczędność czasu i pieniędzy dzięki bezorce, dzięki zbilansowanemu nawożeniu. Niestandardowe podejście do badań gleby, które jest według mnie bardzo istotne i fundacja robi to świetnie. Kolejna sprawa, dbałość o glebę, dzięki której jesteśmy bardziej odporni na te warunki środowiskowe, które są coraz bardziej zmienne. Kolejna rzecz, podejście bardziej naturalne do tej produkcji rolnej, może mniej chemiczne. Naprawdę w fundacji jest to poparte wieloma doświadczeniami wielu rolników.
Nazywam się Wojciech Niemczal i prowadzę rodzinne gospodarstwo regeneratywne o powierzchni 100 hektarów w województwie wielkopolskim. Zwiększanie substancji organicznych w gospodarstwie regeneratywnym jest bardzo ważne. Niestety produkcja konwencjonalna ziemniaka ma się nijak do tego zagadnienia, ponieważ częste uprawy gleby, głębokie spulchnianie jej oraz częsty przesiew, żeby te ziemniaki miały jak najbardziej pulchną i dobrze doprawioną glebę, sprawiają, że tracimy tą materię organiczną. W moim doświadczeniu zrezygnowałem z konwencjonalnej uprawy głębokiej. Zamiast to zastosowałem międzyplony ścierniskowe w postaci słonecznika, wyki, lotki oleistej oraz gorczycy, które spulchniły mi tą glebę, zrobiły tą pracę za mnie, za maszyny, przez co przygotowałem odpowiednie stanowisko do posadzenia ziemniaków.
Nadchodzi taki moment, że należy się zweryfikować, należy poddać się takiemu audytowi i rozpocząć proces certyfikacji.
Jesteśmy w Urbanowie. Ja nazywam się Ewa Wanot i jestem audytorem jednostki certyfikującej Biuro Veritas. Moim zadaniem dzisiaj jest ocena, czy gospodarstwo spełnia wymagania systemu zintegrowanej produkcji regeneratywnej. Skupimy się na wynikach gleby i na tym, jaki owoc przyniosły zalecenia z poprzedniego audytu, jaki zastosowaliście Państwo płodozmian oraz międzyplony oraz jaki materiał siewny wykorzystaliście w tym roku. Przedstawione wyniki badań oraz dokumentacja wskazują, że wszystko idzie w dobrym kierunku, a wynik audytu jest na poziomie wysokim. Także bardzo dziękuję, życzę dalszej owocnej pracy.
Of course, everything's economic in the United States. If you can make $1, then that's where the thought process goes.
Można uzyskać większą, lepszą cenę tak, za towar, który ja produkuję, bo jest bardziej konkurencyjny. Ta konkurencyjność teraz jest bardzo ważna przy tym, co się globalnie dzieje.
Prawdopodobnie będzie certyfikacja, jeżeli chodzi o produkty rolne, dzięki którym będziemy mogli na różnych zakładach czy młynach uzyskać wyższą cenę za wyprodukowany z certyfikatem rolnictwa regeneratywnego, jak i również ślad węglowy, o którym na razie mało się mówi, ale te kredyty, które gdzieś tam już funkcjonują w innych krajach świata, u nas to się rozwija, ale widzę też w tym potencjał dzięki temu certyfikatowi.
100% naszych ziem w Polsce, gospodarstw jest certyfikowana certyfikatem Terra Nostra i wtedy to ma określoną wartość, żeby stworzyć relację z przemysłem. Relację z przemysłem, która polega na budowaniu zaufania do produktu poprzez udowadnianie i przedstawienie tych dowodów w sposób transparentny i wtedy to ma określoną wartość i to jest ten język, z którym możemy profesjonalnie rozmawiać z przemysłem i pierwszy krok do tego, żeby tę relację później rozwijać dalej i docierać z tym produktem i z tym przekazem jednocześnie do konsumenta na końcu, bo to jest nasz wspólny cel.
Dla nas rolnictwo regeneratywne jest elementem zapewnienia bezpieczeństwa żywnościowego temu i przyszłym pokoleniom. A to bezpieczeństwo żywności nie będzie bez odpowiedniej jakości wody i gleby.
W tej chwili zmiany klimatyczne, jakie następują na całym świecie, wymuszają na rolnikach inne spojrzenie na rolnictwo jako całość. Gdybyśmy w Polsce przestali orać, czyli odwracać glebę i tak intensywnie ją uprawiać, to jesteśmy w stanie jako Polska zmniejszyć emisyjność gazów cieplarnianych o 15%. Tylko nasz kraj. To jest jeden zabieg agrotechniczny, tylko jeden. Ja chciałbym, żeby moje dzieci, moje wnuki miały możliwość życia w odpowiednim środowisku, czystym klimacie i miały możliwości też spożywania produktów, które są jakościowo lepsze, zdrowsze dla nich, z odpowiednią wartością odżywczą, żeby nie musiały się podpierać jakimiś suplementami i tabletkami.
Rolnictwo regeneratywne nadal jest nowością. Rolnictwo regeneratywne nadal odkrywamy. Nie ma jednej metody na rolnictwo regeneratywne. Jest to zawsze i cały czas holistyczne spojrzenie na nasze gospodarstwo. Holistyczne spojrzenie na to, jak należy regenerować glebę, jak należy regenerować nasze zasoby, tak, aby ekonomiczny rachunek na koniec był dodatni.
Máme problém s půdou. Ta půda je erodovaná. Je tady klimatická změna, která přináší čím dál častější období sucha, které jsou ještě intenzivnější, než bývaly dřív. Jsou čím dál častější, intenzivnější přívalové deště. Tohle všechno nám může do budoucna přinést problém dostatečné produkci potravin. A na to je potřeba reagovat. Na to je potřeba reagovat co nejdřív a co na největší ploše zemědělské půdy. A aby k tomu mohlo dojít, tak je potřeba jedna zásadní věc. Změna v přístupu zemědělců. Změna v hospodaření. A ta změna je primárně v hlavách, v know-how, v poznatcích. A proto je potřeba, aby zemědělci dostávali potřebnou podporu. A my jsme právě rádi, že můžeme být u toho, být součástí programu EIT Food.
Uprawa konserwująca to jest tylko poziom ochrony gleby. Prawda jest taka, że to gleba produkuje, a nie rolnik. Rolnictwo regeneratywne dokłada do tego dodatkowe elementy, które sprawiają, że my możemy nie tylko konserwować, ale jeszcze dodatkowo regenerować glebę.
Ideą szkoleń jest poszerzanie wiadomości doradców rolnych dotyczących gleby, zdrowia gleby i tego, jak wpływa to na funkcjonowanie gospodarstw. Prowadzimy obecnie około 400 projektów, w którym łączymy świat nauki ze światem biznesu.
Rolnictwo regeneratywne jest odpowiedzią na wyzwania, które pojawiają się przed polskimi rolnikami. Zastosowanie różnych narzędzi, które powodują, że możemy zmniejszyć intensywność uprawy roli, przynoszą korzyści pod kątem produkcyjnym, ale również pod kątem zawartości materii organicznej, wzrostu tej materii organicznej w glebie, czy ostatecznie też wzrostu opłacalności produkcji.
Czyli po prostu rolnictwo w zgodzie z przyrodą, razem z przyrodą, a nie w kontrze.
Jesteśmy polską firmą biotechnologiczną. W BIO-GEN od ponad 30 lat tworzymy innowacyjne preparaty dla rolnictwa i środowiska. Rozwiązania skuteczne, cieszące się uznaniem szerokiego grona klientów. Rozwiązania przyjazne ludziom i środowisku, które umożliwiają zrównoważoną produkcję rolną i uzyskiwanie zdrowszej żywności przy jednoczesnym zachowaniu wysokiej wydajności produkcji.
Tworzymy produkty wybiegając w przyszłość. Jesteśmy pewni ich skuteczności, dlatego okazują się one rynkowym sukcesem. Mimo że w momencie ich tworzenia świat nie był na nie gotowy.
W laboratorium zajmujemy się hodowlą pożytecznych mikroorganizmów w bioreaktorach, które następnie w formie liofilizatów trafiają do gotowego produktu. Każda partia liofilizatu jest badana zarówno pod względem koncentracji, jak i czystości, co zapewnia wysoką jakość naszych preparatów. Na ten moment w swojej kolekcji posiadamy już kilkaset różnych szczepów mikroorganizmów. Jednak dzięki technologiom, jakie posiadamy, staje się ona coraz większa o pożyteczne szczepy wyizolowane ze środowiska.
Każdego sezonu, od siewu aż do momentu zbiorów, wraz z całym zespołem agronomów obserwujemy, jak spisują się nasze rozwiązania w zależności od zróżnicowanych warunków klimatycznych, jak i upraw. Wyciągamy wiele wniosków, dzięki czemu mamy pewność, że oferując nasze produkty, zapewniamy również fachowe doradztwo w zakresie ich stosowania. Azotopower, Phosphopower, Revital, Improver czy Bactotarcza to tylko kilka z naszych preparatów, które przez lata dowodziły swojej skuteczności na powierzchni setek tysięcy hektarów gruntów rolnych.
Cześć, nazywam się Rafał Igielski. Jesteśmy dzisiaj w gospodarstwie Jagrol w Pierzchnie. Już 13 czerwca odbędzie się tutaj Międzynarodowe Forum Rolnictwa Regeneratywnego BioReaction. W moich rękach widzicie resztki kukurydzy. Podczas doświadczeń polowych sprawdzamy, czy ta kukurydza się rozłoży, ale co za to odpowiada? No, trochę życie mikrobiologiczne, trochę zdrowie gleby i pewnie zadajecie sobie pytanie, co powinienem zrobić? A czy dodać azotu, a czy dodać produktu mikrobiologicznego, a może nic nie muszę robić, bo moje mikroorganizmy już rozkładają te resztki. Mamy już pierwsze wyniki badań mikrobiologicznych, ale jeszcze nie zdradzę Wam, która opcja wygrała. Czy gleby są tak dobre, że same sobie poradziły, a może produkt, a może azot? Przyjedźcie do nas i sprawdźcie na własne oczy, która opcja okazała się tą najlepszą i dlaczego. Cześć, nazywam się Rafał. Witam Was mniej więcej miesiąc od ostatniego naszego spotkania. Pewnie zastanawiacie, co się wydarzyło z naszym polem, z naszymi resztkami i jakie są wyniki badań, które prowadziliśmy. I pewnie pamiętacie, jakie zadałem Wam pytanie, albo jakie pytanie zadaliście sami sobie. Czy ta gleba jest wystarczająco dobra? Popatrzcie, mam w rękach tą glebę. Ta gleba jest naprawdę świetna i okazało się, że wystarczająco dobrze rozkłada resztki.
To niestety ostatni raz, kiedy jesteśmy w Jagrolu. Za mną widzicie groch i pszenicę i pewnie zastanawiacie się, jak to życie mikrobiologiczne. To powiem Wam, że świetnie. Wszystkie wyniki badań, które otrzymaliśmy, wskazały na to, że aktywność mikrobiologiczna gleby była wystarczająca. Ale nie wszystko poszło nam dobrze. Mamy jeden wynik, który nas zaskoczył. Warto jest jednak, żeby każdy rolnik podejmował świadome decyzje i badanie gleby jest podstawą. Dlatego zachęcam do tego, żeby zapoznać się z informacjami na temat badań oraz tego, jak można wykorzystać wyniki po to, żeby optymalizować jakość upraw.
nazywam się Aneta Peżanowska. Znajdujemy się w doświadczeniu polowym, w którym kukurydza została wysiana po 2 rodzajach międzyplonu ozimego. Kukurydza, roślina późnego siewu, jest tą rośliną w zmianowaniu, którą z powodzeniem możemy uprawiać właśnie po międzyplonach ozimych. W doświadczeniu w Jagrolu kukurydzę wysiano po międzyplonie ozimym z żyta ozimego, którego resztki widzimy po lewej stronie, a także w resztki międzyplonu ozimego, którym był rzepak ozimy, znajdujący się po mojej prawej stronie fragment doświadczenia polowego.
Jesteśmy w gospodarstwie Jagrol prawie 2 miesiące od siewu kukurydzy po międzyplonie ozimym. Kukurydzę wysiewaliśmy w międzyplonie ozimym z żyta ozimego i w międzyplonie ozimym z rzepaku ozimego. Kukurydza rośnie w różnym tempie w zależności od rodzaju międzyplonu. Teraz pytanie, co wpłynęło na wzrost kukurydzy, na jej rozwój? Czy zasobność mikrobiologiczna, czy właściwości chemiczne, fizykochemiczne, fizyczne? Otóż nasze doświadczenie założone zostało właśnie po to, żeby zgłębić ten temat, żeby poznać, jakie czynniki mają wpływ na kondycję kukurydzy, na jej planowanie w tych warunkach glebowych i na tym polu w Jagrolu.
EIT Food jest ogólnoeuropejskim konsorcjum, które jest częścią Europejskiego Instytutu Technologii i Innowacji. Jesteśmy społecznością, która zajmuje się innowacjami w branży rolno-spożywczej.
Regeneratívne poľnohospodárstvo. Tie konvenčné prístupy, ktoré momentálne v poľnohospodárstve máme a na väčšiny plôch aplikujeme, už prestávajú byť nejakým posunom vpred a je čoraz ťažšie udržať tú úrodnosť pôdy, ktorú sme doteraz boli schopní týmto prístupom mať.
Rolnictwo regeneratywne po prostu rolnictwo w zgodzie z przyrodą, razem z przyrodą, a nie w kontrze.
Wspólnie z EIT Food organizujemy szkolenie dla rolników, które ma za zadanie pokazać i zrobić ten pierwszy krok do tego, żeby ich produkcja może w ich gospodarstwach przebiegała w sposób regeneratywny.
Mamy tutaj wspaniałych ekspertów, doświadczonych agronomów, którzy odpowiadają na wszystkie pytania i dzielą się swoim doświadczeniem właśnie we wdrażaniu praktyk rolnictwa regeneratywnego.
Jesteśmy na terenie Instytutu Ochrony Roślin w Poznaniu na pierwszej edycji szkoleń dla doradców rolnych. Odbiorcami tego szkolenia są zarówno pracownicy licznych ODR-ów, jak i prywatnych podmiotów świadczących usługi dla rolników. Ideą szkoleń jest poszerzanie wiadomości doradców rolnych dotyczących zdrowia gleby i tego, jak wpływa to na funkcjonowanie gospodarstw.
Prawda jest taka, że to gleba produkuje, a nie rolnik. Uprawa konserwująca to jest tylko poziom ochrony gleby. Rolnictwo regeneratywne dokłada do tego dodatkowe elementy.
Rolnictwo regeneratywne jest odpowiedzią na wyzwania, które pojawiają się przed polskimi rolnikami.
Nas trápia hlavne klimatické anomálie celý rok na našich pozemkoch. Dobre bolo počuť, že sú riešenia na naše problémy.
Rolnictwo regeneratywne nie jest zarezerwowane tylko dla dużych firm, ale właśnie takie małe, rodzinne gospodarstwo rolne jak moje również te praktyki może wdrażać. No i u nas rolnictwo regeneratywne to przede wszystkim odpowiedź na deficyt wody. Dbanie o glebę to tak naprawdę odpowiedź właśnie na problem suszy.
Można uzyskać większą, lepszą cenę, tak, za towar, który ja produkuję, bo jest bardziej konkurencyjny. Ta konkurencyjność teraz jest bardzo ważna przy tym, co się globalnie dzieje.
Mamy 18 rolników w programie doradztwa rolniczego tutaj w Polsce. Ten program doradztwa rolniczego polega na tym, że Fundacja Terra Nostra doradza naszym rolnikom bezpłatnie, jak przestawić swoje gospodarstwo na praktyki regeneratywne.
Na pewno warto poświęcać czas na tego typu edukację. To naprawdę dobrze zainwestowany czas.
Na polu, które przeznaczyłem do
tych działań regeneratywnych używam o połowę mniej nawozów mineralnych. Plony są porównywalne, jeżeli nie lepsze, niż na tych kawałkach, gdzie stosuję tradycyjne nawożenie mineralne.
Przyjechałam na to szkolenie, ponieważ duża część rolników z mojej gminy interesuje się właśnie uprawą bezorkową, konserwującą, uprawą uproszczoną czy striptilem. Robi się to też coraz bardziej popularne i nawet w ramach ekoschematów chcą z tego korzystać. Wobec tego ja jako doradca chcę mieć też wiedzę, którą mogę się z nimi podzielić i tak samo w naszym gospodarstwie rodzinnym w Zamościu prowadzimy produkcję roślinną i chcemy również wprowadzić u nas w gospodarstwie taką uprawę i myślę, że przekażę cenną wiedzę mojemu dacie.
Regeneratívne poľnohospodárstvo využíva princípy, kde s prírodou nesúperíme alebo nebojujeme, ale snažíme sa s ním spolupracovať, aby sme dosiahli kvalitnejšiu a lacnejšiu produkciu, aby sme boli schopní riešiť tzv. Trvalo udržateľné poľnohospodárstvo.
By zapewnić tą żywność najwyższej jakości, musimy wejść w nową technologię i udowodnić, że jakość tego towaru będzie rosła. Poprawimy tą ziemię, którą odziedziczyliśmy po rodzicach, żeby po prostu rodziła następnym pokoleniom w jeszcze lepszych wartościach i wydajnościach.
Cześć, znajdujemy się w Jagrolu w Pierzchnie, w którym już niebawem odbędzie się Międzynarodowe Forum Rolnictwa Regeneratywnego BioReaction. Symbolem Forum Rolnictwa Regeneratywnego jest 5C, czyli nic innego jak kodeks dobrych praktyk regeneratywnych stworzony przez Fundację Terra Nostra. Za mną znajduje się symbol 5C, który nie bez powodu został skomponowany za pomocą wysianych mieszanek poplonów, które są nieodłącznym elementem rolnictwa regeneratywnego.
Jesteśmy w gospodarstwie Jagrol prawie 2 miesiące od siewu kukurydzy. Kukurydza rośnie, rozwija się, ale czy jednakowo i w jednakowym tempie w zależności od różnych wariantów zagospodarowania międzyplonu ścierniskowego. Otóż mogę Wam powiedzieć, że różnice są widoczne we wzroście kukurydzy już gołym okiem. Zaobserwowaliśmy, że kukurydza wyżej sobie radzi w wariancie wysiewu po orce głębokiej zimowej. Różnice w roślinach są widoczne, ale co się dzieje w glebie? Rafał, powiesz nam coś na ten temat?
Tak, bardzo chętnie. Te różnice również widać w glebie. Badanie zasobności mikrobiologicznej pokazało, że system orkowy, zimowy nie jest dobrym rozwiązaniem. Zdecydowanie uprawa bezorkowa wypadła tutaj lepiej.
Ale czy wszystkie warianty uprawy bezorkowej wyglądają jednakowo? Jeżeli chodzi o wzrost roślin, zauważyłam pewne różnice, a to z glebą.
Też nie wyglądają identycznie i te różnice to jest coś, czemu powinien się przyjrzeć każdy rolnik i zagłębić temat uprawy, żeby w dobrym stopniu zadbać o glebę, ale też o swoje plony.
W 2017 roku grupa Top Farms w ramach rozwoju przejęła gospodarstwo Książrol. - 1550 hektarów gruntów słabych, mozaikowatych w Wielkopolsce o niskim potencjale plonowania. Od początku naszej działalności w tym gospodarstwie wprowadziliśmy sprawdzone już w innych gospodarstwach praktyki regeneratywne. I dzięki temu uzyskaliśmy tak naprawdę lepsze plony, lepszą jakość tego, co zbieramy. A po badaniach gleby okazało się, że poprawiliśmy też chemizm gleby. Rolnictwo regeneratywne przede wszystkim w tym gospodarstwie pozwoliło nam na uzyskiwanie lepszych efektów, również finansowych.
Cześć, nazywam się Aneta Peżanowska. Znajdujemy się w gospodarstwie Jagrol w Pierzchnie, które będzie już 13 czerwca gospodarzem Międzynarodowego Forum Rolnictwa Regeneratywnego BioReaction. Obecność na Forum Rolnictwa Regeneratywnego jest okazją do sprawdzenia efektów naszego doświadczenia polowego, które znajduje się za mną. Celem doświadczenia jest sprawdzenie, jak różne zagospodarowanie międzyplonu ścierniskowego wysianego po pszenicy ozimej wpłynie na warunki wzrostu i rozwoju kukurydzy. Zastosowano 4 warianty zagospodarowania międzyplonu ścierniskowego. Pierwszy to likwidacja biomasy międzyplonu jesienią za pomocą konwencjonalnej uprawy orkowej. Drugi wariant to likwidacja biomasy międzyplonu poprzez talerzowanie wykonane również w okresie jesiennym. Trzeci wariant zagospodarowania biomasy międzyplonu to talerzowanie wykonane w okresie wiosennym, a czwarty wariant to siew kukurydzy metodą pasową prosto w resztki międzyplonu. Jeśli jesteście ciekawi efektów naszego doświadczenia, zapraszam Was 13 czerwca do Pierzchna na forum BioReaction.
Cześć, wróciłam na moje doświadczenie z różnym sposobem zagospodarowania międzyplonu ścierniskowego miesiąc po siewie kukurydzy. Żeby lepiej poznać rzeczywisty wpływ zagospodarowania międzyplonu na kondycję kukurydzy, na jej właściwości roślin, właściwości gleby, doświadczenie założono w 3 powtórzeniach i niech mi Państwo wierzą, w każdym z powtórzeń ta kukurydza uprawiana technologią orkową, bez resztek międzyplonu, odstaje od pozostałych wariantów. Czy jesteście ciekawi, który z wariantów zagospodarowania międzyplonu ścierniskowego w tych warunkach, na tym polu, tej wiosny wypadł najlepiej? Mogę Wam podpowiedzieć jedynie, że orka w tym roku dobrze nie wygląda. Różny sposób zagospodarowania międzyplonu ścierniskowego wpłynął na rośliny kukurydzy i efekty tego zagospodarowania widzimy nad ziemią. Ale równie ważne jest to, co wydarzyło się w glebie.
Wyniki badań gleby są kluczowe, ponieważ bez tej informacji nie dowiemy się, jak gleba żyje, jak gleba funkcjonuje, i ta informacja jest brakującą częścią, która daje nam cały obraz doświadczenia.
Zastanawiałam się również, czy różny sposób zagospodarowania międzyplonu ścierniskowego i przygotowania gleby do siewu kukurydzy wpłynął na życie biologiczne gleby.
Tak, zdecydowanie. Wyniki, które mamy, pokazały, że są różnice. Zagospodarowanie z wykorzystaniem orki nie wypadło najlepiej, ale jest to tylko część informacji, które chętnie Wam przekażemy.
Ponownie jesteśmy na doświadczeniu z poplonami. Jak widzimy, poplony wyglądają pięknie, kwitną, ale nie o to chodzi w wyborze poplonów, żeby ładnie wyglądały. Interesuje nas to, jak międzyplony wpływają na roślinę, która będzie po nich wysiana, jak wpływają na glebę, jak wpływają na cały agroekosystem, a o tym wszystkim decyduje skład mieszanki poplonowej. Wiedza o właściwościach każdego gatunku z mieszanki poplonowej jest niezbędna do tego, żeby zbudować zdrową glebę i wysokie plony dobrej jakości.
Completing a Nuffield Farming Scholarship brings a number of really valuable things. Every industry needs to move on and develop and move with the times. Nuffield Farming Trust gives their scholars an amazing opportunity to see what is happening in other businesses around the rest of the world and to spot trends, developments, innovation early and be able to implement it in your farming business is an essential part of remaining competitive and a strong business.
Państwo, mamy nadzieję, że lunch przyjemnie Państwu upływa. Jest smaczna kuchnia i mamy nadzieję, że także ciekawe dyskusje. Szanowni Państwo, za 20 minut, a właściwie już za 15 minut widzimy się o 14:30 tutaj z powrotem. Mamy jeszcze kwadrans, to jest idealny czas, żeby te rozmowy dokończyć posiłek, ale Państwa uwadze polecamy także stanowisko Fundacji Terra Nostra, gdzie mogą Państwo kupić książkę Gary'ego Zimmera. Gary Zimmer był tutaj na tej scenie rok temu i opowiadał o swoich doświadczeniach z rolnictwem regeneratywnym, ale i nie tylko. Także jego książka jest tu dostępna. Mogą ją Państwo także znaleźć na stronie internetowej Fundacji Terra Nostra. Za 15 minut czekamy na Państwa tutaj. Powoli już można do nas przychodzić, powoli można kończyć rozmowy i spotkania, ale będzie jeszcze przestrzeń, by także do tych rozmów powrócić. Czekam na Państwa z kolejnymi wykładami i z naszą debatą główną.
Completing a Nuffield farming scholarship brings a number of really valuable things. Every industry needs to move on and develop and move with the times. Nuffield Farming Trust gives their scholars an amazing opportunity to see what is happening in other businesses around the rest of the world and to spot trends, developments, innovation early and be able to implement it in your farming business is an essential part of remaining competitive and a strong business.
Rabobank shares Nuffield's passion for building and sharing knowledge about agriculture and bringing that back home to farmers, to industry and rural and regional communities. What we see when we talk to Rabobank clients around the globe is that the challenges in agriculture are the same, and that's why when we invest in Nuffield, we feel that we're providing in investment that will help find the solution to feed the world.
As the largest global farmland investor, it's extremely important to us to build capacity and leadership in the agriculture industry. Nuffield scholars, they choose research topics that are relevant to our needs, looking at climate adaptation, looking at technology developments, very important topics to us. And I've had the opportunity to really see the network come to life. The CEO of Nuveen Natural Capital is a Nuffield scholar himself.
Fundacja Rozwoju Rolnictwa Terra Nostra została założona w 2019 roku przez ekspertów i praktyków rolnictwa. Szerzy ideę rolnictwa regeneratywnego jako kompleksowego podejścia do produkcji rolnej z poszanowaniem środowiska naturalnego.
Fundacja stworzyła program zintegrowanej produkcji regeneratywnej, który jest całym takim holistycznym podejściem do gospodarstw rolnych.
My jako fundacja chcemy zaprezentować rolnikom model rolnictwa regeneratywnego w taki sposób, aby oni zobaczyli w tym możliwość rozwoju i polepszenia jakości swoich gleb.
Zdecydowanie rolnicy mają świadomość na temat tego, że gleba żyje, że mikrobiologia mówi sterować, że bioróżnorodność jest istotna.
Tego dzielenia się wiedzą teoretyczną bardzo często trudno jest zrozumieć, jak przenieść teorię tak naprawdę na pole. Dlatego rolnicy byli na polu.
No powiem szczerze, jestem bardzo zadowolony. No, jestem zaskoczony, że na takim dobrym poziomie to szkolenie jest.
Wiedzę, którą uzyskałem na tym szkoleniu, będziemy wdrażać u siebie w gospodarstwie oraz u naszych kooperantów. Oczywiście nie da się tego przeszczepić tak 1 do 1, ale założenia mamy podobne jak Fundacja Terra Nostra.
Zawsze mi przyjemność ogłosić, iż Forum Rolnictwa Regeneratywnego jest otwarte.
Tutaj mamy nie tylko świat rolny, ale różne branże połączone w tej idei rolnictwem regeneratywnym spotykają się, proszę Państwa, w jednym miejscu.
I think the conference itself is fantastic. Regenerative farming practices are a big driver at the moment on their ideas, on their soil analysis. The speakers that are here today at the conference, it's absolutely fantastic.
Temat rolnictwa regeneratywnego na dzisiaj jest takim tematem, który myślę, że przyciąga chociażby samym zainteresowaniem ludzi do tego, jak można lepiej podejść do gleby, jak można lepiej podejść do kultury gleby.
Fundacja stworzyła program zintegrowanej produkcji regeneratywnej, który polega na początku od diagnozy gleby. My nie badamy gleby, my ją diagnozujemy.
Od początku, od analizy bardzo szczegółowej gleby poprzez wszystkie inne zabiegi agrotechniczne, które mają sprzyjać i środowisku, i jakości produktów, które wytwarzają i potencjalnie zwiększać ich rentowność poprzez wzrost i planowania jakości gleby, parametrów tej gleby.
Po czym wracamy z rekomendacjami, co można dalej zrobić, co można zrobić inaczej. Rolnik podejmuje decyzję, w którą stronę idzie, bo on najlepiej zna swoje gospodarstwo, swoją rolę i wprowadzamy go w taką ścieżkę regeneracji.
Nazywam się Tomek Brodowicz, znajdujemy się w Małopolsce. Prowadzę 170-hektarowe gospodarstwo, na którym uprawiam kukurydzę na ziarno, rzepak ozimy, pszenicę ozimą oraz soję. Co mi daje certyfikat rolnictwa regeneratywnego? Przede wszystkim mamy oszczędność czasu i pieniędzy dzięki bezorce, dzięki zbilansowanemu nawożeniu. Niestandardowe podejście do badań gleby, które jest według mnie bardzo istotne i fundacja robi to świetnie. Kolejna sprawa, dbałość o glebę, dzięki której jesteśmy bardziej odporni na te warunki środowiskowe, które są coraz bardziej zmienne. Kolejna rzecz, podejście bardziej naturalne do tej produkcji rolnej, może mniej chemiczne. Naprawdę w fundacji jest to poparte wieloma doświadczeniami wielu rolników.
Nazywam się Wojciech Niemczal i prowadzę rodzinne gospodarstwo regeneratywne o powierzchni 100 hektarów w województwie wielkopolskim. Zwiększanie substancji organicznych w gospodarstwie regeneratywnym jest bardzo ważne. Niestety produkcja konwencjonalna ziemniaka ma się nijak do tego zagadnienia, ponieważ częste uprawy gleby, głębokie spulchnianie jej oraz częsty przesiew, żeby te ziemniaki miały jak najbardziej pulchną i dobrze doprawioną glebę, sprawiają, że tracimy tą materię organiczną. W moim doświadczeniu zrezygnowałem z konwencjonalnej uprawy głębokiej. W zamian to zastosowałem międzyplony ścierniskowe w postaci słonecznika, wyki, rotki oleistej oraz gorczycy, które spulchniły mi tą glebę, które zrobiły tą pracę za mnie, za maszyny, przez co przygotowałem odpowiednie stanowisko do posadzenia ziemniaków.
Nadchodzi taki moment, że należy się zweryfikować, należy poddać się takiemu audytowi i rozpocząć proces certyfikacji.
Jesteśmy w Urbanowie. Ja nazywam się Ewa Wanot i jestem audytorem jednostki certyfikującej Biuro Veritas. Moim zadaniem dzisiaj jest ocena, czy gospodarstwo spełnia wymagania systemu zintegrowanej produkcji regeneratywnej. Skupimy się na wynikach gleby i na tym, jaki owoc przyniosły zalecenia z poprzedniego audytu, jakie zastosowaliście Państwo płodozmian oraz międzyplony oraz jaki materiał siewny wykorzystaliście w tym roku. Przedstawione wyniki badań oraz dokumentacja wskazują, że wszystko idzie w dobrym kierunku, a wynik audytu jest na poziomie wysokim. Także bardzo dziękuję. Życzę dalszej owocnej pracy.
Of course, everything's economic. In United States, if you can make $1, then that's where the thought process goes.
Można uzyskać większą, lepszą cenę, tak, za towar, który ja produkuję, bo jest bardziej konkurencyjny. Ta konkurencyjność teraz jest bardzo ważna przy tym, co się globalnie dzieje.
Prawdopodobnie będzie certyfikacja, jeżeli chodzi o produkty rolne, dzięki którym będziemy mogli na różnych zakładach czy młynach uzyskać wyższą cenę za wyprodukowany z certyfikatem rolnictwa regeneratywnego, jak i również ślad węglowy, o którym na razie mało się mówi, ale te kredyty, które gdzieś tam już funkcjonują w innych krajach świata, u nas to się rozwija, ale widzę też w tym potencjał dzięki temu certyfikatowi.
100% naszych ziem w Polsce, gospodarstw jest certyfikowana certyfikatem Terra Nostra i wtedy to ma określoną wartość, żeby stworzyć relację z przemysłem. Relację z przemysłem, która polega na budowaniu zaufania do produktu poprzez udowadnianie i przedstawienie tych dowodów w sposób transparentny i wtedy to ma określoną wartość i to jest ten język, z którym możemy profesjonalnie rozmawiać z przemysłem i pierwszy krok do tego, żeby tę relację później rozwijać dalej i docierać z tym produktem i z tym przekazem jednocześnie do konsumenta na końcu, bo to jest nasz wspólny cel.
Dla nas rolnictwo regeneratywne jest elementem zapewnienia bezpieczeństwa żywnościowego temu i przyszłym pokoleniom. A to bezpieczeństwo żywności nie będzie bez odpowiedniej jakości wody i gleby.
W tej chwili zmiany klimatyczne, jakie następują na całym świecie,
Szanowni Państwo, to jest właśnie ten moment,
wymuszają na rolnikach inne spojrzenie na
It's 2:30. I know that some of you are still having coffee or ice cream, but we invite you to be back.
Ruszamy dalej. Zapraszamy Państwa bardzo serdecznie. To, co na Państwa czeka już wkrótce, to wykład EIT Food, transformacyjny model współpracy przedsiębiorcy rolnego z przemysłem rolno-spożywczym poprzez innowacje.
We'll discuss innovation in agriculture. Then we're going to discuss something that's very important and that has already been mentioned during bioreaction last year. We will have Tomasz Zdziebkowski on the stage telling us about trusted field and trusted food. During the debates we had a number of questions from you, and these questions concerned practical aspects. So this lecture is going to be very interesting. Then we are going to talk about the future of regenerative farms and about the food chain. And this will include climate changes, geopolitical changes and economics. So please come back to join us and to listen to those presentations and discussions. So we're waiting for you in this room. At the same time, I would like to remind you that you can collect a headset.
Starting next part of our conference at the moment, just right now. So please come back to your seats. I would like to remind you that next to the entrance you can find the headphones with translation. There are two inspiring speeches. First of them, it's EIT Food, a transformative model of cooperation between the agricultural entrepreneur and the agri-food industry through innovation. Innovation aspect might be very interesting to you. And another presentation will be around trusted fields and trusted food, but in practice. Very interesting perspective from Tomasz Zdziebkowski, CEO of Grupa Top Farms. So we are bound to start, but we need you guys here. Potrzebujemy już Państwa obecności, byśmy mogli ruszyć dalej. Plan naszego spotkania jest bardzo napięty. Bardzo jednocześnie nas cieszy fakt, że te wszystkie atrakcje, które Państwu przygotowaliśmy, które przygotowali organizatorzy, spotykają się z Państwa dużym zainteresowaniem. Przy okazji kolejnej przerwy kawowej Mogą Państwo odwiedzić pole eksperymentalne, mogą Państwo odwiedzić innowacyjne stanowiska technologiczne, mogą Państwo zapoznać się z książką Gary'ego Zimmera. To jest ubiegłoroczny prelegent bioreaction. Zresztą niezły show Gary tutaj dał na tej scenie. Zapowiada się, że publikacja też może być dla Państwa czymś ciekawym, a na pewno inspirującym. Jeśli ktoś opowiada dobre żarty, to dobrze, że jesteśmy w dobrych nastrojach po lunchu. Szanowni Państwo, zapraszam bardzo serdecznie. To chyba przejdziemy do kolejnego punktu naszego spotkania. Szanowni Państwo, EIT Food,
Ladies and gentlemen, EIT Food, we are going to talk about the transformational model of cooperation between a farmer and agri-food industry. We are going to have speakers on the stage, Dr. Adam Adamek, Chief Impact Officer at EIT Food, a very experienced person in the food sector, nutrition sector and agri-food tech. He held prominent positions in companies such as MSD, Pharmanord, Danone, Mondelez. And he's also an academic. We are ready for you. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's called Pierzchno, right? So how is it going? This is not a stand-up, but I'm here standing in front of you because I was asked to talk about innovations, and innovations attract a lot of people. So my wish is to attract everyone who's outside enjoying the sun, so that you can experience here something with us. I'm talking a little bit louder so that everyone outside can hear me. So we had lunch. Somebody said, we in Poland, we say that it's actually dinner rather than lunch. So maybe we can move a little bit. Would you stand up with me? So please stand up. Let's have a sound effect. Don't be shy. In the evening it's going to be official. Inhale, exhale. Thank you. Is it slightly better now? I surely hope so.
No dobrze, a teraz tak już serio.
Now let's be serious.
Bardzo mi miło, że mogę wystąpić tutaj przed Państwem.
I'm very happy that I was invited to speak here. I talked to the organizers before I entered the stage, and I told them I've never seen anything like this before, because this is a type of event that will stay with me. It's only been half a day, but I already made some memories. I think it's worth to be here. I learned a lot, despite the fact that my adventure with regenerative farming started only recently, because I joined EIT Food only 18 months ago. I learned a lot, and I feel that today I learned even more than throughout those past months. And I was just listening to practical solutions, not only reading books, watching videos that explain what regenerative farming is and what it isn't, but talking to you, people who have experience, talking to Terra Nostra people, to Top Farms people, was a valuable experience. Now let me be your teacher, and I want to tell you that the organization that I represent, EIT Food, is an organization that's very specific. Some of the abbreviations can be easily explained or remembered, and EIT Food is from English, European Institute of Innovation and Technology. We are one of the institutions that depend on the European Institute of Technology and Innovation. So innovation and European innovation actually means something, which means that we want to have innovation at European level, and we want them to be as practical as possible. So I'm here with you to tell you about a unique cooperation model that we want to introduce at a European level and make it as practical as possible. So what kind of model is that? Let me take a pilot. I have some information here. So we are talking about EIT Food. So what it is? It's one of the largest food innovation community. I would say that it's even pan-European, and it's aimed at building a food system that produces healthy and sustainable food. So it goes from food to nutrition. We have 3 missions, but I want to focus on one that we consider to be the most important, which is net zero food system. And I don't think I need to explain that. And our role is to gather all the actors that are involved in the production of food, in food processing and food consumption, into one community, group of people that act together. Our strength is a unique position on the international arena, especially in Europe, but we try to go beyond Europe as well. We are learning about some new solutions. We get inspired by innovations that were implemented somewhere else. That is why our strength is our position, and also the fact that we are open to innovations and we cooperate with many actors. So today I'm going to discuss what we call a landscape approach, and I'm going to tell you about this cooperation model. We have 2 drawings here. One is a farmer, and the other one shows a system, a change of the system, a transformation. What we want to do to introduce regenerative farming is that we want to use scale effect. We don't want to rely on individual farmers, teaching them, giving them instructions, and so on. We want to gather together and so that we can do it together. So that is why we have this so-called landscape approach. So we gather a group of farmers that work in a specific region and want to introduce regenerative farming, and that way we can introduce this change faster on a larger scale. This beautiful image shows bees that collect pollen and bring it into a hive. So we need a very sensible approach that will promote cooperation. So what is this landscape approach about? In our concept, we bring together the so-called recipients, consumers, producers of food, and first and foremost, farmers. Farmers who are active in different areas in the landscape producing food, they carry certain risk. And I'm sure that you understand this risk. It's not always easy to have a successful farm. Sometimes it's politics that interferes with what we do. Sometimes it's the weather. It can be climate. So I've already told you that when we do things together, we have a bigger impact. So what we propose is that we try to see what are the needs of food producers, whether they need barley, whether they need potatoes, carrots, or anything else, rapeseed. And within this regenerative system, we want to have crop rotation so that those producers get what they need, and at the same time we want to appreciate the farmer for transitioning towards regenerative farming. So what we are good in is removing barriers. We do everything in our power to make it possible for farmers and food producers and all of the stakeholders of this chain of value, so they don't carry this risk individually, so that the biggest burden is not carried by the farmer. And I think this will generate a lot of questions at the end of my presentation, and I will be happy to answer these questions. I'm here with a group of people. We'll be here on the premises. Feel free to approach us. We'll be happy to answer your questions. And why is it that we want to scale up? Regenerative farming, in our opinion, is the future of the whole farming system, not only in Europe. We firmly believe that if we can appreciate the fact that the farmer is making a better food, that they are protecting the environment, the soil, water systems, and we appreciate the consumer and the farmer gets fair compensation for what they're doing. There are 3 pillars on which we rely. The first one concerns demand and supply of agricultural products and food products. So, on the one hand, we are looking for food producers, big ones, smaller ones, tiny ones, who need a product and they want to be part of this innovative model of regenerative agriculture. Then we help them to get in touch with a group of farmers that can produce in their areas, that can produce what they need in a regenerative way. What else? We provide to the farmers solutions that concern their activity in this ecosystem and all of the financial solutions that may be required, whether it's getting an advance payment or just promoting farmers for the fact that they are transitioning to regenerative agriculture. When you look at the map, we have ambitious plans for the future. We have a number of priority areas where we want to focus. 1 week ago, we opened in the northern Spain, in Navarra region, we opened the first landscape area where we learn how to do things, so then we can use these solutions somewhere else. The next area will be Wielkopolska region, and I'm from this region, so I'm very proud of it. We have very ambitious plans. So we started with Spain, then it's going to be Poland, followed by 2 landscape areas in France, and then followed by a landscape in Ireland. So how is it going to work in practice? So now I'm addressing food producers and organizations rather than farmers. So what we propose is landscape funding, which means that producers dish out 50% of what's needed for raw material from regenerative farming, and EIT Food brings in another 50%. So we increase the budget by matching what you decided to put in. And for the first year, it's 30 million euros, and then it's 15. So 15 from the producers of food and 15 from EIT Food. So when you look at our simple diagram, which shows that company number 1 invests this, and company number 2 this, company number 3 this or that. If one company that produces beer and they wanted to have a raw material from regenerative farming, such as barley, for example, then in the next season, the farmer that was selling barley will be, for example, producing potatoes, and they may be approached by a potato chip producer, and they will get in touch with this producer, and the next year it's going to be another crop and another crop. By doing that, we take away from the farmers the risk of another crop, and we help them introduce regenerative farming. So I'm going to repeat again what this portfolio is about. We rely on 3 pillars by introducing landscape approach and solutions for ecosystem services. And the second one is pairing, matching people who represent demand and those who represent supply. And then financial solutions to bring the risk down. Once you integrate this and we invest into growth and manage to scale this up, we'll be able to say it was a success. We've managed to introduce regenerative farming. So it's like between neighbors. If I produce something and my neighbor sees that I was successful, they will want to follow into my footsteps. So I hope that we're going to inspire others, and we will be all part of this revolution. And I think we deserve it.
These are just some slides concerning our projects that have already been implemented. 3 big companies that invested in the first landscape, that is Cargill, Danone and Intermalta. And we managed to put those projects into practice. Look at the crops, that is wheat, barley, oat, rapeseed and sunflower. What do we do next? So we plant the landscapes in Poland. We start today, start this year. Hopefully we'll be able to finish the project by the end of this year. 2-3 large off-takers involved. We need to start with them. We've already started first negotiations with them, and the crops that we'll be concentrating on, that's potato, sugar beet, wheat, oilseed rape and barley. And now shortly about the benefits for the off-takers. And very shortly, because these benefits, I think they are very clear for the food producers. Most importantly, we are working on behalf of the World Economic Forum. We cooperate with innovative European hubs. We collaborate with a large organization from the Netherlands. It is called Food Valley, EIT Food, Food Valley, and Innovation Hub Europe. We create this initiative. We are financing and co-financing the change. We drive at decarbonization projects. We work together to co-create landscape across Europe, and we cooperate with other producers and other stakeholders. We would like to introduce to this project insurance companies, banks, all the stakeholders that might be interested in a systemic change in a regenerative agriculture. And most probably will be also investing in new landscape areas. What are the benefits for the farmers? Easy. A certain model, premium payment model for their yields from regenerative production, de-risking transition, because we co-fund half of the budget, and a full farm transition on the basis of a multi-year contract. So we will be staying together for years, not only for a year, because it's connected with crop rotation. What are the conditions for the off-takers? Well, If a company is ambitious enough to work at the level of €500,000, €1,000,000, €200,000, everyone is invited, but we want the contribution from the company to be $500,000 annually per landscape. We need a letter of intent, an expression of interest that the company is interested in cooperation, and of course also the list of crops and the areas that we would be co-financing, and their readiness to implement premium payment model for farmers. Our deadline is the 31st of July. It's important for us to start the program as quickly as possible, so let me show you some faces. It's a multidisciplinary team. The people from it's from people from Food Valley, EIT, Food that I represent today, and Food Innovation Hub. Some of the faces you might recognize. My face is there, that's the other guy in the glasses. But there are all friends and colleagues who are present here in the room. So maybe stand up or raise your hands, all my people from EIT Food who can help you in answering those questions. Catherine is there, Monica, Veronica, Mercedes is here, Peter, Adriano. They're all colleagues from all different branches of EIT Food. Catherine, Monica and Veronica. They will answer your questions. Of course, I'm not operating by myself. I'm on stage by myself. It just makes it easier for me to travel to Poland because I speak Polish, and a friend of mine from Food Valley from the Netherlands is in another country, encouraging partners to join our initiative. So there's a QR code on the screen here. You can visit our website, read about the initiative. You are more than welcome to contact us. Talk to us. Nobody is forced to anything, but we are really happy to answer all your questions. So I am at your disposal. One more thing, because I'm quite extravagant, I would like to take a photo with you, if you don't mind. Okay, so ready, steady, go. Everyone says bioreaction.
Brawo.
Bravo.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much.
Adamek, bardzo dziękuję.
Adamek, thank you so much. And I'm gonna have my own too. Yes, cannot be Adam only. Please smile. You're not smiling. I'll send it later on to you. Thank you very much, Adam, for energetic speech and another energetic speech and a very energetic speaker. A trusted field and trusted food in practice. That's the title of the presentation. And the president of Top Farms, the president and the co-founder of Top Farms Group International, one of the largest agricultural producers in Europe, focusing on innovative thinking. He is the promoter of regenerative agriculture idea. Tomasz Zdziebkowski, you know him very well. Please join me on stage. Thank you very much. I've just discovered, Tomasz, that we don't have a selfie together. So if Adam started this tradition, let's do this with everybody else. Thank you. That would be great. And now, let's be serious. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It's great to see you. I remember my short presentation from last year. I remember the presentation of Dżugan Zimmer. You can buy the book, really interesting one. And I absolutely need to advertise it again, because that's how it all started about 10 years ago with his first visit. And then he implemented this passion, he planted this passion in us, and then it was Top Farms, and then Terra Nostra started to propagate and be very passionate about regenerative agriculture. So, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted us to take a bit different perspective. not maybe from the perspective of our jobs and professions, but from the position of a consumer. We are all consumers, regardless in which part of the food chain we work in, and we all pay for the goods we receive. And now we're talking about food, but you will also see in my presentation that we also pay for the impact on the environment. So let's look at the food chain. We pay for it. So every day we spend money, and in this way we speed up the development of food chain. In order to understand it correctly, I tried to draw a map that in a short cut would explain what's happening in the food chain or around the food chain. We said a lot about it, so let's see how it might look like and what it might look like and where it's going to take us. And please, now I encourage you to think from the position of a consumer, because we consume the food that the food chain is providing to us. To understand it better, we absolutely need to start from soil. Everything starts from soil. The quality of our food is decided by the soil, the biological activity of the soil, its properties. We as human beings, we learn more and more about the soil. Science allows us to learn more about it. I don't need to say anything else. In this food chain, from the soil, we also start building the trust. So for the entire food chain construction, building the trust in the food production chain, that's what the conference is about, because we are all part of this process. It's not enough to be correct, to have right. Like Frédéric said, described regenerative agriculture. It was very interesting to listen to it. We as farmers experience what Frédéric was describing, that we are very proud that we can be involved in such a production, regardless of the carbon credits we produce, because the idea of regenerative agriculture and the joy of observing the effects, the fruits of our work is very satisfactory, which translates into a higher efficiency of managing it. We know that as farmers, as breeders, but it's not enough to have the knowledge. It needs to be supported with a certificate, because we need to communicate to other stakeholders and the entire community that we produce wholesome, healthy raw materials on the basis of regenerative practices, confirmed by certification, audited by external independent auditors. Then, of course, then we have other elements of the food chain. Then we need to store it, transport it, and then the industry, processing. Very big challenge. Last year, we invited the representative of the industry. We wanted to share with them our experience. We wish to invite industry to think together about the quality of the food, not only at the level of the source for the raw material, but also later on. But for the past 12 months, a lot has happened, and it's not only our efforts, but also the effort of the industry and the surrounding environment. The problem of obesity this year is even more serious for the humanity than the famine issue. This is the first time it happens in the world history. The World Organization for Obesity forecasts that in the next 10 years, the majority of human population will be suffering from different degrees of obesity and will spend $4.3 billion on that. So the problem of the quality of food is a huge challenge. It is also quite obvious. Of course, we have data that can support it, that the quality of food is closely correlated with accessibility and price. Highly processed food dominates, and that's why we have those problems. And then if we look at the pictogram of a currency with the consumer, next to the consumer pictogram, you see that the consumer is still paying for it. We keep paying for the food in whatever form we get it. Then absolutely we distribute, we store the food, and then yet another important link, which is wholesale and detail. And I'm happy to say that this year's forum we welcomed big players on the market, big actors on the market, of shop chains. So if the entire chain is more involved in the dialogue, the more potential chances we have for success. It's a very good starting point. And then, ladies and gentlemen, as consumers, we start different organizations for which we also pay, obviously. We pay contributions to the EU, we pay taxes to create legislation. International organizations work at full speed so that on the behalf of consumers, they look after certain order center standards and they care for the quality, for the highest quality of the food. So far, we were not doing very well. For the past 50 years, we degraded the land that we need to regenerate. We have no choice. And the quality of the food worsened. There are institutions that can look after it and they can act, and this process is starting. It has its own dynamics of development. There are challenges and solutions and instruments that we can use for the environment, for ESG, for the environment, society and governance. These are factors that decide about not financial obligations of enterprises, not only the P&L and the financial result. The big companies are required to report as part of the ESG, and then this will, of course, encompass all the stakeholders in different sectors. It's a very important element, already existing element. What we also introduce as consumers, environmental footprint. So we check the influence of individual process, individual products on the environment. And there are factors like carbon footprint, water footprint, and other parameters which help us to evaluate the environmental impact. These are two mechanisms, two tools, which help us to better control what we do now, so we can use the data we gathered from our activity, data we generate, the data which we made available, the way we use them, that's a different kind of story. But, of course, the data helps us to better evaluate our activity, because at the end of the day, we care about the consumer. But if we were to stop here, we wouldn't be able to talk about progress. But for all it to work and to see the progress, there must be a financial capital. There must be financial institutions, financial models, which, with ESG and LCA in mind, will be financing and monitoring. We had on stage representatives of banks and insurance companies, representative of audit companies, accounting companies, business auditing companies, and these were guests who were describing their expectation, their doubts or difficulties that we face at this stage. Why is that happening? Because we not now have identified the definitions, but we are in the process of defining it, and our colleague from Anna from Trinity Group represents this element of the activity. Well, namely, we haven't arrived at the full definition of the natural capital. We don't have all the definition for the instruments with which we wish to measure the natural capital. We are working on the definitions and the regulations at the moment, on accounting regulations. It has to be measurable so that we meet the requirements of banks, so that certain projects can be financed by those banks. So now the circle is closing in a way that we have all the elements through which we can monitor and measure that, whether we like it or not. I don't want to be judgmental at the moment if we really need it, if it's useful, if it's necessary. Maybe it's tiresome, maybe it's too much data. We don't see any other possibility to control this production of healthy food process, as by introducing those elements. We tried for years, we've tried for decades, and this is and yet we are here. I'm speaking here about the environment. We have the right, we demand, and we pay for living in a healthy environment, and we consume healthy food. So these are the mechanisms that will help us with that. The question is, how are we going to use them? How are we going to avoid greenwashing in the entire chain, and how can we protect each other from cheating each other?
Odwołuję się trochę do zeszłego roku. To było nasze, nazwijmy to prowokacyjnie, nieśmiałe zaproszenie do przemysłu, ale przemysł
last year we invited the industry, and our invitation was accepted, and as farmers we said that we were producing food at a certain value with the certificate that proves trusted certificate. So we proved that we can be trusted. It's not enough to speak about it, about regenerative practices. We need to be able to confirm that. So we have the certificate, we are the trusted field, we are the trusted food, but we also invite the industry so that at the end of the day, together with the industry, we can say that it's also trusted food. So, ladies and gentlemen, I can say that today the dynamics is that we work as farmers, as top farms. We cooperate with BUNGE company, which co-finances training for farmers, that offers bonuses for work with regenerative certificate. We cooperate fantastically with the farmers for Danone, who we listen to each other. There is training, there are visits at the farms, there are processes of certification. Good Mills is another example of companies. So there are representatives of the industry who start to cooperate closely with farmers for this process to keep on going. And now, all this wouldn't have made any sense had it not been for the need of cooperation between science, technology, and institutions that process data. Without data today on which we can build analysis and precise algorithms, we would not have been able to move forward, to look into the future. Science, data and technology presented here on the side a little bit lower, but really trust me, that we know how important these elements on the map. I don't think I need to convince anybody about that. So the natural capital for today, we talked about this. As you can see, it closes this cycle, and the valuation of the natural capital and the way it is violated, which will be improved by financial institution, will definitely impact what and how we do it. And one last thing. Often we talked about symbiosis at the micro level so the farms that we cooperate with, regardless if a farmer has 10, 2 hectares or thousands of hectares. What is important, as Frédéric said in Regenerative, cooperation and sharing knowledge, that's important. And what Mr. Adamek also said, that we want to cooperate. I saw that Professor Anna Rosa also mentioned global cooperation. Looking for symbiosis in the food production chain is indispensable today. And the sooner we realize it, the better. And we would be able to speed up our work. So perhaps let's not talk about balance. It sounds good, I know. But the balance is the reaction of powers, the balancing of powers. So there is a certain tension. We don't want to work in the tension. We prefer to work in symbiosis and harmony. I think we can achieve much more, understanding each other better as being part of the chain and understanding the mechanisms that are imposed of us, the regulations that are imposed. And maybe we don't like them always, but there is an opportunity. There is an opportunity for us. I think it's worth a try. Absolutely. And I think that by cooperation and creating symbiosis and arriving at harmony, in this way we can achieve our goal, which at the end of the day is healthy food for us, because we pay for it. We financially support every single element of that map. Well, I think we deserve it, right? We need to demand this from ourselves and from others. And that would be the end of my presentation. There are 2 messages. Okay, only 3 minutes behind time, so additional points. I have 2 messages. Well, it was already mentioned that Top Farms International becomes the associate of Trinity Natural Capital Pro. It's a private organization, voluntary organization. The founders of this organization were 9 institutions. It was created in London. Except for Trinity Group, there are also Oxby Bank, the bank that specializes in servicing agriculture in the UK. There is a Royal Association of Agriculture, Scottish Association of Farmers. There are auditors, there are lawyers, there are people, property appraisers, finance experts. So people who decided to associate and create a group, an association to support regenerative processes in general, but also focusing on the aspects of natural capital. These are multi-layered challenges. That's why we have such a scope of members who decided to associate, and Top Farms International joined this association. I'm very proud of that, and I want to congratulate us and Trinity and the Pro Council for
Natomiast jeśli jestem przy Trinity, to chcę powiedzieć tylko, że używaliśmy w gospodarstwie książek.
In our farm, we used Sandy program, which functioned really well when it comes to calculating emissions and emission reductions. So within a span of 6 years, on very poor soils in this farm, we managed to improve the situation by applying a number of regenerative practices, and we could see benefits not only for the environment but also economic benefits, higher yields. The average yield of wheat increased from 5 to 5.6 to 6. So this can be easily measured, and thanks to the possibility to calculate emissions, we managed to produce 3,300 units of equivalent of CO2. We are not trading this yet, but it feels like we created something. And this is only like a side effect of what we really aimed to do. And hopefully we'll be able to continue this collaboration. It's a very valuable thing. So this is what we've done, and we are proud of it, and we hope to share these experiences and lessons with you. And ladies and gentlemen, maybe some of you, and I'm certainly very happy to be here, and there are some other pleasures awaiting us. And I think it will be not too much if I say that this is a world premiere of ice cream, which was made from certified farm, which is A2. So this is from Jagrol, so this farm, the milk comes from A2, and regenerative production too. And this ice cream, combined with science, people who represent the scientific world, that's how it came to be. It was tested, produced by a local producer in Śrem, and we were served this by a Stella restaurant from Poznań. So this is the first regenerative ice cream brand, A2 in the world. So enjoy.
Panie prezesie, bardzo serdecznie dziękujemy, ale proszę pozostać.
Thank you very much. Stay with us on the stage. We have a number of questions. Questions to this debate. I would like to ask Marja-Liisa Meurice from EIT Food, Mateusz Gutsche from Good Meals, Jarosław Peczka from BIO-GEN, Aleksander Wasilewski, President of Cereal Poland, Partners Poland, Toruń-Pacific, Tomasz Wika, member of the management board of BUNGE. So please come up to the stage. And the topic of our discussion will be the future of enterprises in a sustainable food supply chain in the face of climate, geopolitical and economical change.
I'm here. It's mine, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, you can switch. Przepraszam. Mogą Państwo jednocześnie, kiedy będą wypowiadali się nasi goście.
When our speakers speak, you can use your headsets, change the language of translation. I would like to welcome our speakers, give them a round of applause. President Zdziebkowski showed us a beautiful chain, and I had a number of questions to people who are part of this chain, to farmers actually. So who of you is a farmer? Can you please raise your hand? Who's a farmer? Higher, higher please, so I can see. How many farmers do we have here? Who of you actually works in the field? Who actually does the field work?
którzy słuchają nas na zewnątrz.
And I have information that some of the people outside also would like to raise their hand. So who of you harvests seed? Who sells what they harvest?
Kto z Państwa chce je zbierać i sprzedawać za 5 lat?
Who wants to do this 5 years from now on, 10 years from now on? And who would like the children to take over their business? And who would like to leave this potential to future generations in their family?
A lot of them. Czyli wszystkim nam zależy na ziemi.
So it seems that all of us care about the land, terra nostra, and we care about business too and food chain as well. And you are important links in this chain, and this was part of the presentation. So let us start with the climate and what it's doing to us. So a question to Marja-Liisa. What is climate doing to the land? What moment are we in now?
That is a very big question that you are indeed asking, and I think that there's also a lot of different views as well, that what is it doing, when it is doing, and how the outcomes will play out. Now, we do see that obviously there are already consequences of certain things that we are doing, and obviously in some occasions we don't exactly know, what is it consequence of. But indeed, when it comes to food, food production and food industry maybe in general, as also Frédéric was saying this morning, that we in farmers and food producers, we are probably not the nicest maybe in terms of preserving the planet and the climate. Now, things also are very different when we look at it from the perspective of regenerative, for example, agriculture. We know also that when we talk about what kind of innovations are brought to attention of agri-food area, things do look though a little bit different. So when we talk about okay, what objectives do we have, in terms of gas house emissions? What do we mean when we are talking about healthy? Does it mean healthy for people, also healthy for the environment? And obviously food and food production should actually provide us these opportunities to feel that there is also health through food. And all of these things are something that where we measure the fact that, what kind of an impact do we have in the environment and in the climate. Now, we cannot pretend to, say that, we are not paying attention or that we should pay more attention. But then the question is that how do we associate today, how do we see the future with the new practices that are at the same time absolutely increasing these possibilities of improving the climate? I don't want to tell you about those doomsday things that everyone knows about, because it's one view. But obviously, we are also here today to address these questions, and what we heard in all the speakers, we are serious about these things, and we need to address them. So I don't know if I'm completely asking to a question, but I think it is very broad. There's not one single thing. Even EIT Food, we are very obviously concerned, but also determined through innovation and R&D to address these questions. And there are multiple questions, so there's not only one single thing that we will need to improve in and change in order to, for example, preserve better the climate, environment, also human health. But we are trying to address all these questions from the systemic view. So there's not one single silver bullet, there are several, and we have to look at the same time, what are the consequences if we are moving one part to the other? So not only climate, but at the same time of the whole, basically, environment and ecosystem where we are living.
Bardzo Ci serdecznie dziękuję. To pytanie dotyczyło tego, w jakim momencie klimatycznie my się znaleźliśmy.
Thank you very much. I also want to ask other people on the stage about what you experienced. Have you experienced drought?
A kto z Państwa
who experienced heavy rainfall that could not be absorbed by the land. Please, up higher, so I can see. So we talk about different solutions, and I listened to other discussions in the morning. So I have a question to those of you who represent business. Of course, you care about quality and you care about profitability. So Good Meals and Cereal Partners Poland Pacific, you all have programs which focus on regenerative farming. Is this a trend? Is this a fad? Or is this like a real business demand? It's a basic demand, I would say. So today, when you look at geopolitical changes and other changes, we see dramatic fluctuations of prices. It's not like by a couple of percent, it's like by dozen percent. And these changes, to a high degree, depend on climate phenomena. For example, last year, because of climate problems and heavy rainfall, so grains in Poland, like 50 or 60% of this was unfit for human consumption. Really, 50-60%? Yes. As high as 50-60% did not meet criteria for food processing. So it actually caused a great discrepancy between fodder and between grains intended for human consumption. And this affects our business really a lot and translates into higher prices for the end consumer. So regenerative farming, it's not a fad, it's a necessity, because if you think about increasing temperatures, abrupt weather phenomena, flooded cities, weeks without rain, hail, we need to react, and it seems that the time's up, because this affects the stability of the food chain and also business conditions. So these things are very much connected. So what does it look like for Good Meals? Together with Terra Nostra, we were one of the first to promote and implement these type of projects. And it's another event where we become very much actively involved in promoting this approach. And we offer different projects to our clients. I don't want to tell you how difficult it is, because on the one hand we have expectations of the suppliers, and then we have expectations of the consumers. But we have certain ideas of regenerative farming, and we want to keep on developing this. But somebody can say, well, Good Meals, well, it's a business you're in, because it's just you produce flour. What about oil from Bunge? Regenerative farming is not a short-lived fashion. It's not a fad. It is responsibility, it's a social responsibility, but also business. It's a type of business where benefits should be reaped by everyone in this chain. In the beginning, when you invest and promote regenerative farming, we should all participate in the initial cost. Aleksander Wasilewski from Cereal Partners Poland. You have an incentive program where you try to convince people to transition to regenerative farming. How does it work? Because some people are here for very specific tips. Can you please tell me what is it that you do? Because when you look at the business result and the expenses that need to be done in the beginning, tell us more about it. Hello, I'm very happy to be part of this conference, one of the largest conferences like this one. this type, and we talk about how we can make the planet and the world we live in a better place. I just wanted to mention that I arrived here from Toruń, where we make Nestlé cereals, and we use, for example, wheat. And we buy this locally from farmers in the region. We are very much open to cooperation. That is why we began our Lens program, which is aimed at a number of things. By 2050, I know it's a long way ahead, but you need to have a vision. We would like to be a zero-emission producer. So this is my aim. We checked our value chain. We checked where this CO2 is produced, and we want to mitigate this. So we thought, well, by 2030, which is closer and closer, we would like 50% of the raw materials that we use to be, such as grains, cereals, to be produced in regenerative way. So this is the path that we decided to go. It's been the second year of our cooperation with farmers. We have 30 farmers joined us last year, and all of them decided to continue for the second year, and then we were joined by another 30, and we have 60 of them. So I'll be direct. What is it that you give them? Two things. Education, helping them in transition, moving from synthetic fertilizers into more natural fertilization, financial support. So what is this financial support? This participation, we decided to assign 2.5 million zlotys into training, but it's also money to buy seeds and so on. You mentioned that as a big company, you have a goal. And was it your decision, or is it like a pressure from the outside that sooner or later it will need to be done? It's not yet a pressure from the outside. Maybe the European regulator at some point will say that a given raw material needs to be produced in a certain way. But please remember that this also means diversification and competitiveness. Because if you were to ask a consumer, do you know what regenerative farming is, then most people would not be able to tell you what that is. However, if you ask the consumer, would you like to pick products which are produced in a sustainable way and which make the planet or the climate better, or at least not worse, then I would be such a consumer, and I as a consumer would count on having more producers like this. So we need you, we need farmers, we need suppliers, we need producers, not only from the Nestlé group. We need a trading network so that consumers also can follow. I would like to draw on what you said about understanding regenerative farming. The President Zdziebkowski talked about trusted food, and last year we discussed about how this brand is recognized. Is it your first time during bioreaction? And was there any person that arrived here wondering, what is this regeneration farming thing? So even for farmers, this is not such an obvious thing. Are you surprised by this small survey?
I'm not actually surprised, because, you know, when we are dealing with even in a way of new ideas, new ways of doing, often we start with the concept, and it is always about changing this concept into practice. What is the value proposition? What is in there indeed for farmers? And it's not like, can we involve farmers in this business model? in a different way than we have been doing so far. So it's not about repeating old models and just putting a different label or a different concept. It really is about like turning it around, seeing that, how can we do these things in the way that is actually going to then at the same time not only give profit, but also make a whole new business area for farmers. And also likewise is that consumers, even they are seen as kind of like at the end of the value chain, they are not actually. So there is a journey that is much more complicated and complex than that. I mean, all the business people certainly know this one. And it's also about, and this is also one of the things that at EIT we try to do through Consumer Observatory. We try to measure, we try to see that how, for example, consumers are living it. Now, if you take about like whether it is on regenerative agriculture products, like what is the product? What does it do for me? It's not about the concept. It's about price. It's about healthiness, and it's about like, okay, how, for example, how do I want to feed my children? And this is how these things are starting. And it's really important to, turn it from the kind of like around a little bit this question, and not to say that okay, it's not a fat word indeed, but it cannot remain as a concept, because if it does, then no one will understand what is it actually all about. When we are doing this innovation, yes, we talk about like protein diversification, for example, at EIT Food. We talk about gas house emissions or carbon credits, carbon sequestration. We talk about and all of these things are somehow still a concept. And the role that we have also in business, I think, business and with innovation, with R&D, is to basically turn these things into something that is actually will be reachable, beneficial for the whole, for the people, for the planet, and for the whole society.
A jeśli słyszymy słowo innowacje, to od razu zwracam się do Jarosława.
Once we hear innovation, now let me speak to Jarosław, the owner of BIO-GEN. From 1999, you were involved in the biotechnological sector. You're propagating innovative and environmentally safe technologies that are used in agriculture of biological biopreparation. That's the information I found on your website. So if we were to create the image of the soil in Poland, we talk about the degradation of soil, and those words in the diagnosis was said out loud here, and people say, well, but it's not that bad in my case, some farmers may think. And if you were to create the landscape of Polish soil, is it as degraded as it is in France, for instance? No offense, please, our colleagues from France. I will tell you in a moment, I'll answer this question in a moment, but being here in Poland and being here with you, with Polish farmers and entrepreneurs, I'm very proud that what we do it here, we do it in Poland, because on the scale of Europe, we are quite regenerative, and a huge respect for Polish farmers who, in comparison to the Western Europe, don't use that many artificial fertilizer per hectare. They still want to develop. Yeah, but it was a very nice compliment, ladies and gentlemen. It's a big round of applause for you, because it is all about you. And now let's move on. So that's the eagerness to show you. I wish to show you, to see the world, go to 10, 20 different countries, and then answer yourself a question where you want to live and develop, and where you want to build the agriculture. I will say, yes, in Poland. I'm very happy that we are a Polish company, that we cooperate with Polish farmers. Because we have this kind of mentality that we look for some ideas somewhere abroad that it looks much better than it does, but once we start digging into the topic here in our country, we come to the conclusion that it's not that bad in Poland. Well, at first sight, it seems that we are bad, the politics is bad, and the truth is different. We are not that bad at all. We have the know-how. We have really good experts. It's enough to go to Saudi Arabia, to Switzerland, to start appreciating your own country and your own achievements. We do great things. We don't notice that. We don't smile enough. You're not taking part in any elections, are you? No, I'm not. I'm not voting for anything. So what's the landscape of the Polish soil? What does it need to arrive at the model that we've been discussing all morning today? So it gives us a chance of survival for the farms, for the next 5, 10, for the next generations. How should we care about it? Business is very brutal, and in agriculture we also need to be brutal. Brutal picture of the world. If we're gonna paint a beautiful picture, but we're gonna end up really bad. So my company's been existed for 34 years now, and we're always going against the flow. Biotechnology in the past was something that nobody believed in, but we felt that we are following the right direction, and it's similar for agriculture. We need to set the direction in the future and be convinced that it's the good direction. Similar to business, if we want to squeeze 100% of the efficiency from our people, they will burn out after 5-7 years, and then the business is slowing down. And the same for soil. If we want to squeeze 100% from it, then after some time we will feel the consequences of that. But if we wish to be more reasonable, look at it gradually, have a sustainable approach, responsible approach for our crops, for our leads, but keep it on a good, balanced level. Think about it reasonably without not spoiling what we already have. When you said squeezing the 100% Mr. Zdziebkowski, you said in your presentation, you mentioned LCA and ESG for the environmental footprint, and you mentioned the measuring it, reporting it, so that it's visible, tangible, for this research method to be replicable, so we are able to compare different suppliers. But that's the extra job for our audience, for our farmers. It is painful, yes. So what can we do about that? So how can we arrive at a united value, common value, and not leaving the farmers with the feeling that there is only demand from them, from their side? Nobody said it's going to be easy. It is hard. It's not easy. We are in this process as agricultural producers for decades. We are developing our regenerative practices. Finance organizations were interested in finance reporting, management reporting, so we are constantly upskilling in terms of reporting, on the level of management. Then on top of that, we started building symbiosis with the environment around us of individual farmers, our neighbors, simply our neighbors. And we have some experience. Yes, I agree, it is an effort. But in Poland, we don't have the income tax on agricultural production. So the crux matter of financial reporting here in accounting terms, it is not done in farms unless it's a registered company. So this is a certain barrier, a difficulty, but it can be tackled. We need to step out of the comfort zone to build better value from our farm for ourselves. we are not able to run away from it. It's better to unite in it. These are not my empty words for us to cooperate well. It's truly, I believe we need to support each other, help each other, and learn from each other. The element of education is crucial here. Knowledgeability is an important part of the process. But what's the alternative that we have? Well, the risk is that many of us farmers, if they don't take the effort, they will be excluded from some processes, digitally excluded, because we will not be generating data that are needed for these calculations that at the end of the day may translate into a bonus for our product. We do this for money. We don't do this. There is a margin included in there. There are financial models that are built on it. So either we build on it or we'll be excluded. And that's a challenge. So I have a question for Mateusz from Goodmeans and Aleksander Wasilewski from Cereal Partners Poland, Toruń-Pacific, and Tomasz Wika from BUNGE. So how are your buildings? How are your headquarters on the top levels of your quarter? Is there a scenario ready that in the next years from these farmers, from these suppliers, who don't provide you with a regenerative product from a regenerative, you are not going to buy it? Mateusz, what would you say? That such decisions have not been made, that we are not going to. What about scenarios? If not decisions, then scenarios. Yes, there is such a possibility, but we can turn this question around. We already have scenarios where we pay more to farmers who are able to provide us with cereals from regenerative productions. They are financially remunerated. So on the basis of our cooperation, we have a fixed price, which is a market price, or a MATIF price. So they get extra for a given project. So absolutely, it is connected with the off-takers, our consumers, and in majority we're also the suppliers for B2B customers, in our industrial customers. It's a positive bonus at the moment. So today, if you are able to provide us with regenerative cereals, we can pay you. But if the direction of the development is, as we think, burdened with restrictions, with carbon footprint, which is much lower in terms of regenerative production, if this can be considered as premium, then probably the expectations of our consumers will go up. And at a certain point, some farms or some products could be excluded. Of course, this is speaking only theoretically. At the moment, we are not able to definitely say in which direction we'll be going. But it is a pretty realistic scenario that should be taken into consideration. But such a global player as Nestlé, maybe you already have that scenario ready? I'm an economist by education and a president by profession. I'm just joking, but I do believe in numbers. I do believe in economy. Many times we said today that regenerative production can be more efficient, can be more beneficial. But take a long-term perspective. Take a perspective of 10, 20, or 30 years, when we're thinking about future generations. One of the farmers that is working in that way, I want to quote it correctly, and I'm quoting, regenerative agriculture concerns cooperation with nature and not against the nature. So I believe that the economy will follow. I believe it will support that vision. Some of the speakers said here, complimenting on Poland, complimenting on our society. We think very low about ourselves. We don't fully appreciate each other. We look for the greener grass on the neighbor's side. But this development is really going fast in Poland. We are already preceding other countries, and we keep moving forward. And let's give some freedom for action, and let's work on more resilient, stable agriculture, looking after the soil. And I think it's only a matter of time when it's become more economical, and then the bonus will double. And a question to Tomasz Wika, the member of the board of BUNGE. We talk about education, but at some point maybe it can be just a suggestion or a good practice. Will there be a moment where it will be an obligation, hard obligation? Well, answering both of your questions, it's hard to say that we're going to stop buying from farmers who follow traditional farming, not regenerative farming. But for a farmer, a non-regenerative production we may not be profitable, just like that. I guess we all have in our progress some financial incentives that additionally motivate farmers for regenerative production, but the farmers need to realize that regenerative production is beneficial as it is. So reducing costs, savings, optimizing fertilization, etc. But we must not forget that the promoters, the advocates of regenerative agriculture are processing companies like our companies, because we have this corporate responsibility, corporate CSR, corporate social responsibility. We set some goals before the society and the global world to reduce greenhouse gases emissions and CO2 emissions. But today, the awareness of consumers in terms of regenerative agriculture, it's still low. But we'll do our best to increase consumers' awareness. Regenerative agriculture is a business. Let's be honest about it. We are one of the biggest brands on the Polish market, producing our regenerative rapeseed oil. We would like to elevate our brand and increasing the awareness of the consumers. The consumers will definitely put much pressure on the value chain. At the very beginning of the value chain is the farmer. This is definitely the process that is going to take place, on condition that the consumer is aware of the definition of the regenerative agriculture. So there is a lot to be done. Jarosław Peczka, BIO-GEN president. Jarosław, you help the farmers to move on to the regenerative side. What are their worries? What are their threats? What kind of feedback you get afterwards?
Mogę powiedzieć tak, jeżeli chodzi o rolników, to ja troszeczkę podejdę do pytania, które pan zadał poprzednio.
Maybe I can relate a little bit to the previous question, taking farmers into account. We as companies and farmers, we do not exist. If a regular consumer living in a city or in the countryside will not be part of our chain in our hands, because we need to remember that what we produce, we do this for the end user, for the off-taker, for the final consumer. We'll get to the point where everybody will wish to buy better regenerative food, but at the same time we'll be building the awareness that it's healthier, that it's better, and then naturally companies and farmers will switch to the regenerative options, but not through penalties or constraints, but by means of incentives. Let me give you my example. 30 years ago, antibiotics were used all the time. They are easy to access. antibiotics were used for everything, for a simple cold and a runny nose. Not only because it was necessary, that was our habits. We need to have reasonable approach to medications and similarly to soil. There are some chemical procedures that we need to apply when there is such a necessity. But biological solutions, microbiological solutions or other methods which we need to avoid fertilization or some chemical preparations. But at the same time, we reduce costs because some of the treatments are done without any need. And then at the end of the day, we're thinking about phytotoxicity or and really enough is to use probiotics to build resilience, to build immunity. And antibiotics serve to kill the problem, but it needs to be targeted problem. It needs to be focalized. So cultivation, growing seeds, it needs to be done in a reasonable manner. No, we're not given everything for granted and forever. We need to move forward. If the farming is at a certain level, let's look forward. Let's forecast that if you want to develop, we need to move forward, look for new solutions, and take advantage of the knowledge and experience of your neighbors, of your colleagues. If somebody is implementing those solutions, somebody has the knowledge that let's not wish bad to our neighbors. Often we rely on the opinions of somebody from abroad, but we don't need to look far. It can being open to each other, hospitable for each other, can give us hope. But you're not the candidate, right? No, you're not voting. You're not. Now the question for Mali, but the future of enterprises in a sustainable food chain. You also do programs, educational programs that they are they cross the boundaries, they cross the borders. So what do you say to those people who you take advantage of your projects and programs?
Sure, of course.
Sorry. The thing is that, within, of course, EIT Food, I mean, we are about education, about entrepreneurship. We kind of combine together innovation, entrepreneurship, and equally education. It's called KTI, so knowledge triangle integration. It's a concept, but it's a reality. And so what we kind of see as well is that, in terms of education, how do we follow up and how do we accelerate actually the education in these new methods or new ways of doing, growing. And this is basically also what is quite a big challenge actually, that, how do we break the mold of something that we have been doing, especially in farming, and this is no offense, but, it is also a generation business in a way. That, my father, grandfather, were doing a certain number of things. And yet, at the same time, we do believe that, within farmers, there's a great deal of innovation and a desire for education in terms of learning new practices. Now, what is then the trigger that is taking us to that one? Now, obviously, the fact that, we are exposed to new practices. And so within EIT Food and the programs that we do, we always try to go from the fact of what do we do in education area, how can we actually leverage from the learnings, either from the business or from the science. That seems to be sometimes far away. And how do we integrate into that kind of innovation idea building? And so it's not a linear thing. These things can happen also in a way that we go from education to innovation to business creation, or business creation to education and to new innovation. So it's kind of like circle, but it can be in a way in two ways. And so we really believe in here for obviously for the strength of the education for surely, because if we are not providing information that is coming and the new ways of doing. I mean, how can we expect? Now, the other thing that I just want to add here that is really important, because, you know, you can think about, okay, well, we educate and, you know, when it is going to achieve the business and the innovation area. Now, there are things in the environment, politics, obviously as well, that are triggering, let's say, this faster way acceleration towards, you know, action. And I really see that somehow, even though, you know, at the moment, the crises that are happening, you know, whether it is crisis also in the farmers community, but equally crisis, you know, not very far from us in Ukraine and the war over there, but equally, you know, the kind of the consumers also becoming aware of the fact that, you know, what is it that we are eating, asking questions. Maybe they are not asking always the questions on regenerative agriculture, but they do ask fundamental questions. And so for me, this is actually also an opportunity to actually really go faster, accelerate, and find those solutions. And I would really like to challenge all of you in a way that, you know, if you have been thinking about, well, maybe I should go for regenerative agriculture, or maybe I should look for other ways of doing things. Well, go for it. Because, you know, world is not waiting for us that, you know, when these things are done. We really have to go. And then whether it is about the fact that, you know, there's a piece of education that is missing, or whether it is that there is a piece of entrepreneurship or business link missing. Okay, well, let's try to find together that we build them. And so this is really about this KTI, this circle of the going from education to business to innovation.
Myślę, że to, czego część z Państwa może doświadczać teraz, to...
What you might experience at the moment, I think psychology calls it as a social dilemma. The definition, it's a social codependence on different levels, where long-term interest of the society, so here looking after our climate changes or the business, can be in contradiction to the interest of an individual. Let me give you an example. Very severe winter, and then people want to heat their apartments with electrical radiators. And if the majority of the residents of the housing estate turn on the electrical radiator, of course there will be a blackout. There will be no shortage of electricity and heat. Everybody will be freezing. So maybe somewhere down deep under your skin we are playing in such a game, and you may think that let me wait, let the first row, the second, the third row do it, let they get involved in the revolution, and let me take a safe approach to that. Let me look at it from the distance. If we take into account the dilemma of common goods, common interest, the decisions that we make in private life, but also in social and business life.
I already mentioned the risk of exclusion. On the other hand, we are all free people, and there is no pressure. You can be in row number 10, and as Roman said, you can wait as long, but then it can be actually too late. So when it comes to incentive and mobilizing for common effort, despite the fact that you will see some clear economical benefits of regenerative agriculture, even at that point, some of the farmers, some of the producers may still have doubts, and it's our aim to convince the majority of people through education, raising awareness, conferences like this one, because we all want to help one another. All of us can feel like a different level of how we want to serve the society. Some of us are more of leaders than others. But we cannot force those who do not want to jump on this bandwagon. But there are benefits. We have arguments.
Czy jednak znajdzie się taki konduktor, który każe jednak wsiąść?
So maybe we will have a conductor that will encourage everyone to hop on this train, actually. Maybe it will be the European Union. And maybe our attendees have questions. You can raise your hand. We have microphones. You can say where you come from and what question you have. Do you plan to ask questions right now? So let's imagine we have this conductor that tells us to hop on the train or that will not let us in. Meaning, at what level we have now discussions in Poland with our national law and European legislation. It's a dynamic situation when it comes to enterprises. We also discussed regulations that are already in force concerning ESG, LCA. The financial world is waiting for their regulations. There are some intensive works going on concerning differences in natural capital and how you can measure these differences, the different resources. So there are a number of things already happening. So it's something unavoidable. It's ahead of us. So exclusion will be voluntary. But I don't want to see anyone excluded. I want people to be included. So you will get no fines. At least I cannot imagine giving a fine to anyone. Of course, you can get a fine for polluting the environment. That's a different thing. But not being part of regenerative agriculture, you will not get a fine for that. But eventually, it can be more expensive for you than regenerative agriculture. So it is a good moment to think about the soil, about farming. Last year, on this stage, you told us about two great things, trusted field and trusted food. This was supposed to be like information for the consumers. So can you give us an update? So I'm going to tell you about trusted field. So as food producers, we do not have a mechanism or capital to build strong brands. Some of the brands are copyrighted, like Trusted Field and Trusted Food. You can build other brands, but the brand is there to promote an idea, to say that you are a certified, you use regenerative practices, you can be trusted. But if any other brands want to do something similar, that's fine. Some of them are copyrighted, of course. But this is a signal, an invitation that shows that this is one possible model, apart from what the industry is already doing. So why on Basia flour you don't have information that it's trusted food? Why on Nestle cereals we don't have it? And why on a bottle of oil we don't have this? Because we discuss theory, we talk about requirements, about different indexes, and consumers have no idea what's happening behind the scenes. So what I discussed recently was low awareness among consumers. So from my point of view, putting this information on a bottle of oil does not have like big impact, at least not yet. But maybe this will change in the future. However, the brand itself, the bottle, is well-recognized brand, but you also have a brand of the whole company, like BUNGE. So thanks to regenerative agriculture and being part of sustainable supply chains, we as a company, we build our image, we have our competitive advantage. So why we don't have it today? My answer is we'll have it in the future. Who has small kids, like 2 years old, 5 years old? Do they eat cereal for breakfast? My kids do. Why it doesn't say on the packaging that it's trusted food? So thank you for giving this to your kids. It's made from Polish grains, from Polish manufacturing companies. What we do is sustainable and responsible, and we do it within the legal framework provided by the European Union. And apart from this framework, we have even more restrictive goals. I thought that you would consider this to be like a sexy sign. You put trusted food, but it's not sexy yet, right? From the point of view of marketing. The brand speaks for itself, and thank you for trusting our brand. And flour? Does it need a sign like this, a logo? It doesn't need this. Of course, we want to go into that direction, but we need to remember that there are a number of restrictions. I'm not sure if you know what it's like to battle with the rules concerning how you label food products in Poland and in the European Union. The legal opinion concerning what labels, what information you can put on the product packaging, that's 9 pages of information, mainly restrictions, things that you cannot do. And when it comes to the direction into which we want to go, we are interested in that for a couple of reasons. First is the safety of the product, and second is the health benefits of the product. So, is there a regulator that tells us that we have to hop on the train? No, we don't have this direct demand. But within the last couple of months, we had regulations that tell us to lower the levels of mycotoxins, less chemical agents, less mold, less of other harmful things. So starting from the 1st of July, we have information about alkaloids in ergot. And if we have a problem with ergot in the field, we have problems with meeting requirements of the European legislation. And it's bad for the safety of the consumers. So we also have our end consumers and clients who tell us, listen, we need to lower our carbon footprint and to switch this for traditional farming. The biggest problem are fertilizers. For flour, 86% of our carbon footprint is getting the raw material. If we manage to lower the carbon footprint of the raw material, then yes, regenerative farming is the answer, and this is in our best interest. I wanted to be provocative on purpose, because if we don't have clients here, like consumers, parents of small kids, if they don't see the need, then I have this vision that what you sometimes do, it's just the type of work that's very hard, and we don't see really the final result.
Yeah, indeed. I want to really, not to provoke maybe, but anyway, say something that is that, you know this one, everyone knows, European food is highly regarded in the world because of the safety, because of the security, because of the qualities, because of the fact that there's a variety. And I think this is one of those things why, indeed, these things on the labeling, for example, is one of the things is very complicated indeed. Nevertheless, we have their younger generation growing. They will not be satisfied with the information that we are currently providing on the food. And this will come fast because that younger generation is there. They want to look for information that is there, it's accurate, and it's going to tell them what are my choices, and I will make those choices, and nobody else is going to make them for me. So I think that we have to be prepared for that one as well. And as complicated as it will be within the European level to define and come up with these labeling questions or packaging, for example, in EIT Food, we have a packaging working group currently working on these two areas and trying to find also not necessarily answers, but at least pathways, to something that is going to serve the consumers. But make no mistake, and I think none of us should make, the younger generation of consumers will be highly demanding, much more than we are today. And that will make a completely new division in the market. So let's not forget about that one.
To jaka to jest perspektywa czasowa?
What kind of time perspective?
Because you mentioned about the next generation. We talk about...
Now, you have already those who are like 20, even those who are now 16, and they are already like much more aware. And for example, probably I was aware of a food and nutrition when I was 16. And those that are now like 20, they already know what they want in terms of a nutrition, in terms of a food, in terms of what are the brands that actually they really want to use, how things are also produced. So they are not only satisfying what we give them as a companies. I mean, they really want to go beyond. And so I would say that it's already today here, but it is certainly here like in, very demanding. They will follow up even the EU legislation with the completely different eye than we did. And so it's tomorrow, I tell you, in 2 years' time, the things should be at least in a different level on those packaging with the information that is complete.
2 years. 2 years, okay. Okay, let's remember about 2 years. So that will be at 2026 that we'll have a bioreaction. We're going to check where are we. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last opportunity to ask. Szanowni Państwo, to jest ostatnia możliwość, by zadać ewentualnie pytania.
This is the last opportunity to ask questions to our guests on the stage. If you have a question, raise your hand.
Zadać. Jeśli nie,
if there are no questions, then I have one last question of my own.
Jaka będzie
And this is about
żywność przyszłości?
what will be the food of the future. It's a question to Mr. Jarosław from BIO-GEN.
Jaka będzie żywność przyszłości?
So what will be the food of the future?
Tylko przytoczę komentarz na
I will quote something I heard from the Emir of Qatar.
Wydaje mi się, było istotne, co usłyszeliśmy.
And we've heard something being said. So with less chemical agents and fertilizers, we can make fruit and vegetables that you will get the smell and taste that we remember from our childhood. And this is a message that should stay with us. That it's for everyone, actually, for our farmers too. If thanks to this type of farming, we will have fruit and vegetables that will have the taste and smell that we remember from our childhood, and not only the volume, because with regenerative agriculture you can have a big volume as well, but also improved quality, better taste and smell, because you can have a tomato that looks great and that's where the benefits end. We can have something that affects our senses. Today, I asked you about hopping on the train. I hope that I was a good representative of farmers. I would like to finish by quoting information from the report produced by the Polish Academy of Sciences. And it says that the foundation of the well-being of the society, it does not come only from economical growth, but also that we need to involve Polish and international institutions when they make decisions, they should take into account preferences of the communities. So let it be our inspiration. So that's it for now. And if you allow me, I would like to introduce you again Marja-Liisa Meurice, Tomasz Zdziebkowski, Jarosław Peczka, Tomasz Wika, Aleksander Wasilewski. Thank you very much for being on the stage. So a round of applause for all of the speakers.
Thank you. Dziękuję bardzo. Bardzo dziękuję. Dziękuję serdecznie. Bardzo dziękuję, szanowni państwo. Nie zwalniamy.
Thank you very much. We keep on going. If any one of you wonders if you should stay on the train or not, the train goes on, and now we are going to discuss international exchange of knowledge and experience in regenerative agriculture within Nuffield International. And on the stage we're going to have Marcin Markowicz, member of the management board of the Foundation Nuffield Farming Scholars Polska, and we will have Toby Simpson from Cambridgeshire in the UK. So welcome to the stage. A round of applause, please.
Nice to see you.
Dzień dobry Państwu, bardzo serdecznie
Good afternoon,
witam
ladies
jest mi
and
niezmiernie miło, że mogę
gentlemen.
przed Państwem wystąpić.
It's an honor for me to be here, one of the scholar, a grant taker from the Nuffield International Farming Scholars, and I wanted to share with you this amazing knowledge that I have and the information that Nuffield offers, not only locally but also globally, for all the farmers and people involved in the business. Last year I was in Brazil. I was speaking to one of the farmers, and he told me that once you cross the ocean, your life will never be the same. And after my last year's journeys that I did thanks to that grant through that program, I fully agree. And let me tell you a few more words about Nuffield Farming Foundation that focuses on development, exchange of knowledge and support of creating future farming leaders on the local and global markets.
Nuffield jako organizacja.
Nuffield as an organization in the world, it unites many countries on many continents. It originates from the UK in 1947. It was founded in 1947. More countries started joining in the upcoming years in New Zealand, Australia, Canada, United States, Brazil, Chile, and Zimbabwe. And as of 2023, Nuffield Farming was joined by Poland with its foundation brand Nuffield Farmers Scholar Poland, and thanks to Poland joining this foundation, Polish farmers and Polish scholars, people working in agribusiness, can join this prestigious program and co-create the idea. The goal of the grant is to create space for the participants to develop, to share knowledge, to make friendships, business friendships, and relational friendships, because people with whom we meet while traveling, those friendships stay with us, we visit each other, we exchange experience, not only in the topic of farming and agriculture. They
know
people who can, they know people who can offer support. The goals that are being implemented are implemented by looking after the values that Nuffield has created over the years, inspiring, maintaining leadership in the young farmers, but also encouraging international organizations and communities to get involved in co-creating this wonderful idea. Promoting teams of experts, informing the decision makers, the non-government NGOs, that so we can globally build agricultural networks, but also creating environment for innovation and ensuring transfer of knowledge and building networking. The grant journey, scholarship journey, is comprised of 3 stages. It's a journey that that the participants of the scholarships, they travel around the world. They start with the conference, the CSC. They spend a week with other scholarship recipients. They get to know each other. They participate in interesting lectures and speeches connected with agricultural sector. Then the next stage is a group trip, groups of 10, and we visit 4 countries. Within 4 weeks, we visit 4 different countries. We learn about new agricultural methods, farming methods. It opens our horizons. The countries that we visit, that they know. I was in the Global Focus program. In my group, I visited Australia, New Zealand, Indonesia, and Japan. And I felt very exotic in those countries, but also farming there were unbelievable for me. The products produced, I could touch them only in the shops, on the shelves, but I could, with my own eyes, observe the entire production of those products, how much effort is invested to it. And the last quite important stage of the scholarships in an individual trip, so 8 weeks of a research trip. Each scholarship recipient, when they choose the topic, the research topic, they need to embark on an 8-week journey. And thanks to CSC and making new contacts, new relations, and acquaintances all over the world, then they use the network of connections. And they built this 8-week journey, visiting countries that they're of his or her interest. They do the research and then creates the report that is presented at the end of the scholarship. And the knowledge that the scholarship recipient gets is then disseminated in the nationally and internationally on agricultural conferences. And I would like to invite you to join us in co-creating this idea. Find us on Facebook, find us in social media. Thank you very much for your attention. And now let me give the floor to Toby, who can present to you his report and his journey looking for regenerative agricultural methods in other countries of the world. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I don't know if my presentation's loading up to follow on, but my name is Toby Simpson, and I was just going to talk to you very briefly about my experiences on my Nuffield Farming Scholarship, which was entitled Catch and Cover Cropping Opportunities in UK Arable Agriculture. I grew up and I live and work on our family arable farm in Cambridgeshire, with my wife and my children. It's there that my journey really started. We farm in Cambridgeshire in the dry east, where it's probably a similar sort of climate to what we might experience here, relatively low annual rainfall. In a normal year, we might get 600 mil of rain. In a dry year, it's a lot lower than that. And in fact, in a wet year, we can receive all of our rainfall over the winter and then nothing in the summer. And so our challenge is actually holding on to moisture for when the crops need it the most. And we farm a range of soil types from clay loams, all the way down to some really high organic matter peaty soils. And over the last 20 years, we've farmed a system of minimum tillage, mostly combinable crops, growing cereals, oilseed rape, oats, barley, beans. And we've gradually moved into a no-till establishment system. And it was in that journey, probably about 5 years ago, that we started to look at what place catch and cover crops would have in our system. And we had some initial successes with drilling into the catch crops on the green. In a really wet year, it brought us sort of resilience that was fantastic. We tried the same in the spring, and we drilled on the green into an overwinter cover crop. And we tried different termination methods and timings. And where we had left the cover crop the longest on the heavy soils, we actually found there was up to a tonne a hectare of yield penalty. And it really got me questioning what we were doing with our system. So it drove me to apply for a Nuffield Farming Scholarship, which has just been so fantastically explained, was a real life-changing opportunity with 8 weeks independent travel. And I travelled across the world and I met some amazing people. And I really must thank my sponsors, who were McDonald's UK and Ireland, and the Nuffield Farming Scholarships Trust. And what I came back with was a real sort of changed way of viewing my business and my soils. And my question that I always start with now is, well, why plant a cover crop in the first place? And I'm sure everyone here can think of a million different reasons why. But it really does actually come back to the soil, looking after the soil, our most important asset. And for me, cover crops are almost system enablers. They sit as part of a much bigger system of soil health, whether you call it regenerative agriculture, conservation agriculture, or frankly, just good farm practice. If we're minimizing soil disturbance, they can provide structure within the soil. They add forage for livestock integration. They provide diversity into monocrop situations. And they protect their soils with their roots and their residues. For me, the most important ecosystem service that cover crops provide is that of maintaining living roots. And it's that biological process and that biological function which is so important fundamentally to our soils. We know about mycorrhizae fungi associations in which fungi associate with plant roots and they exchange phosphate and exudates. And the same thing happens with bacteria. When we look at the process known as the rhizophagy cycle, bacteria are absorbed into root tips, stripped of their nutrients, and that's spat back out at the other end. And it's this microbial cycling process that is building our soil organic matter, and it's in that system that's so important. And that's what led me to my first conclusion, which is that cover crops, or perhaps more specifically living roots, are the keystone to the biological, chemical, and physical function of the soil. They biologically feed, they chemically alter, and they physically structure the soil around them. I traveled to Scandinavia, and there I saw the importance of cover crop establishment timings. They have a really short growing season. If they don't manage to get the cover crop established by, say, mid-August, it won't survive the winter. So what they're doing is they're broadcasting really high seed rates into their standing crops, or actually undersowing their spring crops with their cover crop ready for the winter. And what that means is that by the time harvest is over, they've got a really well-rooted cover crop that's going to last them the winter. I traveled in Europe, Northern Europe, France, Germany, and there I saw farmers like yourselves who have been practicing cover crops for a long time, and they really understood the biological cycling process. So what they were doing is they were managing their cover crops accordingly. They were terminating them, getting the residues on the ground. And that led me to my second conclusion, which is that if we understand the carbon and nitrogen cycles within the soils, then we can manage those successfully for better outcomes. I traveled to North America, where I met a lot of farmers who had been pioneering cover crops and no-till together. And what was interesting actually was that even though they had been seeing huge successes, they really found themselves farming in isolation. Their neighbors were still really skeptical about what they were doing. I visited a farmer who told me a really sad story about how when he first fenced off his field to graze cattle on his cover crops, his neighbours were so affronted as to what he was doing that they phoned the police, which is a really strange way to go about it. For me, a highlight, I visited a farmer named David Brandt, and he lives in Ohio in the USA, and he'd been doing this for 50 years, cover crops and no-till together, really looking after the soil. And he'd changed his soil organic matter from about 0.5% to over 8% over the 50 years he'd been doing it. And we walked out on a really wet day after about 25 millimeters of rain, and we dug this hole, and he produced the most crumbly, structured soil. It was alive with worms, and it really was, for me, the moment that I realized that the soils are not an inert object. They're a living, breathing ecosystem, and it's our job as farmers to feed that system. As I traveled back from America, I thought about how I can implement all my Nuffield learnings on my own farm. So when planning cover crops now, I think it's really important to think about the function, diversity, and density of the cover crop. If we think about the function, it'll inform how we manage that cover crop, what species we select, how we establish it, how we manage it, and when and what we do to terminate it, and the influence on the following crop. And we really must also think about the diversity within a cover crop. I like to think of it as a symphony orchestra of diversity. It's all very well hearing the string section, but actually when you bring the orchestra together, it sounds so much better. And it's the same with cover crops. As long as everything within that mix is functioning to the best of its ability, it's producing a much better, greater effect. And finally, the same thing applies to the density when we're choosing our cover crops and deciding how much to plant. Really making sure we understand that the more roots we can get in the ground, the more sort of biology we can feed, the denser the cover crop, the more of a multiplier effect that is. Probably down to an effect known as the rhizosphere priming effect, whereby lots of roots sort of close together will exploit the soil organic matter and start to cycle a lot of the nutrients that we've captured within the soil. I travelled across the UK and I met a lot of pioneering farmers who were layering up their land and businesses with multiple enterprises. They were integrating livestock, agroforestry, direct consumer marketing. And that led me to my penultimate conclusion that actually we can build resilience into our farm system by farming layered and not naked. And really we're only limited by our own imaginations. And so now on my own farm, we're growing a lot more cover crops. We're growing companion crops as well. We're putting more than one crop in the same field at the same time and harvesting it together. And we're really seeing the multiplying effects of that. We're experimenting with composting and all sorts of other different things. And that leads me to my final Nuffield conclusion, which is that we should always look at what we do in the individual context where we are. It's all very well looking at someone over the other side of the world or a neighboring farmer or looking in a different field. But actually, really, we have to focus on what works for us, what works for our system. And there's no end goal, there's no end destination that we're going to get to. No one's cracked it. It's all about the journey and learning and exploring along the way. So I'd really finish with a quote which I read in a book once, which for me sums up the relationship between soils and plants. And it goes that when plants are removed, soils suffer. And when soils are damaged, plants suffer. So for me, that was the sort of overriding theme of my Nuffield scholarship and my travels. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Bardzo serdecznie dziękujemy. Szanowni Państwo, kolejna debata.
Thank you for the presentation. Now we have another debate, which is very interesting. We are going to discuss technical and digital solutions for regenerative agriculture. So how we can be supported by technology. We're going to have great guests on the stage with our moderator, Patrycjusz.
Bardzo dziękuję, witam ponownie.
Thank you very much. Hello again, and I'm really happy that some of you still stay here. I know it's not only people here in this room, but also people in front of their computers, people outside who relax on lying on the grass. So you are welcome to listen to us from any place you prefer. I hope that this panel is going to be interesting to you. We are going to discuss technical and digital solutions that support regenerative farming. Let's invite to the stage Ewa Karulewska, Senior Regional Project Manager, Startup Support, Dr. Rita Castello-Branco, Food for Sustainability, Dominik Szymborski, Solutions Director at Syngenta Central Europe, Stanisław Samborski, Professor from Warsaw University of Life Sciences, and Kacper Łapa from Farm Tech Company. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you that if you would like to ask any questions, you are welcome to do so. You can share your thoughts, your experiences, because we are here to share knowledge and to learn from one another. I hope that when you leave today, you feel that you are enriched with knowledge. I have an open question to all of you present in the room, so that we get our brains going. I'm interested how you understand supporting regenerative agriculture from the perspective of what it is that you do, from the perspective what you are interested in, what do you do professionally or academically. What is this support to you? Because we are all here, and I think that we can all agree that it's worth supporting. Eva, so please share your perspective. Hello, everyone in the room and some of you outside. And we need to say hello to people online, right? Yes, of course. How is it that we support regenerative agriculture? You had an opportunity already to listen to what EIT Food is doing when it comes to regenerative farming. You listened to what landscapes are, what we've been doing last year, and we talked about transition into regenerative agriculture from traditional farming. And we also try to get involved when it comes to scaling up the business. And we support everyone, big companies within landscapes. We support organizations that are involved with regenerative farming in their countries. For many years, we've been cooperating and educating agriculture counselors. And my task is to cooperate with startups and to look at innovations. And I've been doing that for a number of years now. An interesting piece of information is that this program of regenerative agriculture tested a number of innovations. And one of these innovations can be observed on the field. It's from Piotr's. And I would like to invite you to attend, which is devoted to technological solutions and discusses EIT Food programs for startups. We have pan-European programs where our colleagues from Poland and other countries can work together on their solutions with colleagues from the south or west of Europe. We have programs aimed at looking for solutions in our region, especially if we see that there's a technological gap or there's a gap when it comes to testing somebody's solution. So in this stand, you can find out about these startups. They have a number of solutions for regenerative farming, such as, for example, biofertilizers, biostimulators. We have two startups that have a solution using biocarbon. We have a startup that is using insects for fertilization. And you can talk to these startups, what it is that they are doing, what they are trying to achieve. We have great EcoLife startup, which has a very interesting patented technology, similar to the technology that resembles the process of soil building. So I will tell you what's exciting about these innovations. Apart from what I've already mentioned, we are interested in a number of solutions for precise farming, managing farms, so integrated systems that can solve many problems on the farms, so that you can check certain things, design scenarios about what can happen in the future, so that you can be well prepared for weather phenomena. You can also report what kind of agrotechnical practices you applied. We are interested in robotics, automatization, for example, for weeding, de-weeding. We have certain solutions from Central Europe for this. Of course, artificial intelligence. It's like a mega trend. So AI, algorithm, machine learning, this is something that's really applied extensively in agriculture. And I think this will be the gist of what we are interested in. And we are trying to combine these innovations into different programs. So I'm sure that within the landscapes we'll be able to use some of these. I'm looking at my shoe and I see that there's a bit of dust. I'm not sure if you are aware of the fact that we are witnesses to a special event, because on the one hand, this is a very much business-oriented conference. Some of you are wearing suits, but on the other hand, there's a field outside. So Wellingtons would be, well, not out of place. I have a little bit of dust on my shoes because I went to the field, and you can go there to see green harvester. And there's a machine there developed by Polish engineers that is using corn cobs, corn husk, corn cobs that can be used in farming. So please go on the one hand to the tent, but also do not shy away from going to the field. Ewa Karulewska supports startups, and she has many years of experience supporting startups and innovations. She worked in Poland, in Austria, in Dubai, and has been working with the agri-food industry for some time now. I like to quote what you're doing, because if you listen to us, you devote your time, you decide that you want to trust us, that the people who are on stage, they know what they're talking about. And you trust that they are a reliable source of information. They are competent people, I want to assure you of that. And they have knowledge about AI. I'm sure you know what AI stands for. Professor. I think that you know some other abbreviation for artificial intelligence. Hello. I think that you want to lead me astray. A couple of years ago, when I went to apprenticeship, I went to a farm with 600 sows, and there was this AI abbreviation. This was related to animal farming. What is AI in animal farming?
Artificial insemination.
Artificial insemination, yeah. So I had to do that. And the first mating was natural, and the other one was with artificial insemination. So AI can have many meanings. Professor Stanisław Samborski, since 2008, has been running a study and working with students. He's an author also of academic textbook entitled Precise Farming, and he's a representative at International Agriculture Association. So from the point of view of your everyday academic work, please tell us what kind of solutions do you see for regenerative farming? I would say that first and foremost, it's teaching and education. We teach our students during different classes what are good solutions for regenerative farming. And we have people from different farms, sometimes very big farms, where solutions are applied quickly, and some smaller farms. And when it comes to my field of expertise, this is the so-called precise farming. I'm trying to explain to them what it works like. Sometimes it can sound really catchy, but my aim is to really explain how it works, whether it's really working. We have theoretical class, but also we go outside to practice and to see for ourselves how it's working. So a young man that way can get a better idea of how this technique applied in the field, whether it works or not. So it's my task to introduce them to different ideas and solutions. And the second pillar of my activity is academic research. So I'm trying to encourage people to use different solutions, to promote them, so they will do it on the farm. But it's not at any cost. I need to remember that this needs to be beneficial. It doesn't have to be a great profit or very intense implementation, but it can be some smaller things like soil analysis or something that was mentioned during one of the discussion panels, that there are so few farmers that order soil analyses. It's only a couple of percent. So we encourage the farmers to do it. We teach them how it can be done and how you can be more precise, even if you have a small farm, only a couple of hectares. Thank you, Professor. Rita Castello Branco is an agronomist experienced in different types of projects, but involving innovations. And she also helps new companies to develop. And for the last decade, she's been involved with some field testing, also in small farms. She supports more sustainable food production systems, and right now she works for a non-profit organization, Food for Sustainability. So it's an NGO with headquarters in Portugal that helps to implement more sustainable solutions. So I have a question to you. What kind of support would you expect for regenerative agriculture?
Thank you for the introduction, and thank you to EIT Food and all the organization for the invitation to be here, representing Food for Sustainability work and the team. So the type of solutions and tools that we have to provide to the farmers that we work with I could not be more in alignment with what was already expressed by Eva and by the professor, because I think the training and the education, it's the first pillar that we try to provide the farmers, and we work in a very close contact together with EIT Food. For instance, in the GROW project, providing capacitation to the farmers through workshops or webinars. And Food for Sustainability, as you were introducing, belongs to the Portuguese scientific system. And we have in our responsibility to do the bridge between the science-based solutions and their applicants, so the farmers that apply the technologies on their reality. So first of all, the education, and then and I would say for now, one of the most important tool that we are working together with growers, it is on their soil analysis and at the end diagnosing what they have. Today I could have a little bit of insights from Polish agriculture. Of course, I do much better from the Portuguese landscape. But I can share with you that in Portugal, for instance, the farmers, they are very used to know their soil from the physical-chemical perspective, and they were disregarding the microbiology side. And nowadays, it's raising an awareness on this topic. And until a few months ago, we were approaching the farmers and we were trying to deploy these type of solutions and creating this awareness to them. And nowadays, it is in the other way around. They are approaching us and trying to understand what they have on their farms, and they are converting to different type of agriculture practices. So we are supporting, as it was already explained here in this panel, very different types of farmers. They can be a small farmer, or it can be a farmers' organization that work together with different types of farmers. And we try to diagnose their baseline, to identify the stage of where they are at this moment, and very similar to what we have here in the fields, demonstration fields. We design pilots tailor-made for their own challenges, because of course an apple farmer, it's a different one from a cabbage one, and their challenges, they are different. In terms of diseases or nutrition solutions, they are different, and we develop trials, field trials with them, with different solutions, and together in a very close contact with each farmer, we try to find the best way to implement the most sustainable practices on their realities.
Bardzo dziękuję. Proszę Państwa, tak się trochę umówiliśmy, że będziecie wychodzili z konkretną wiedzą.
Ladies and gentlemen, we had this agreement that we are going to leave with specific solutions from here. So I just wanted to mention again that Terra Nostra has a channel on YouTube. I'm going to check the subscriptions. We wanted to get up to 400. So let me have a look. I think we managed to do that. Now it's more than 400. Thank you very much.
So I will ask this question to everyone. They will take a minute to think about it, and hopefully they will be able to answer this question. What Rita said, it's quite important, the importance of webinars and the knowledge. So the knowledge is always in the center of attention. Think, don't answer yet. I want to give you some time to figure this out. If we were to leave our listeners, our audience, give them a source of knowledge, a website that you can recommend, that they could have a look, read about it, about regenerative agriculture, or some other interesting technical solution or precision agriculture solutions, or interesting startup. What would that be? But I'm parking it, I'm putting it as in the fridge. So think about it, and you will share it with everyone at the end of the panel. So, but how do we understand the support of regenerative agriculture? So, Syngenta, how does it look at it? In the Central and Eastern Europe, Dominic is the responsible for digital innovation, digital agriculture. How do you support that? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The last forum was entirely about the health of the soil, so I must mention that Michał is here with me, who is responsible for that aspect in our company. He supports farmers in delivering information on how rich is the soil in certain nutrients, what's the potential of the soil, and what can the farmer be provided with, and then the farmers are also supported in the application of the products on the field, and also the limiting the products on the field. So also it's important to minimize the number of products, use the products that are needed to be planted. On everyday basis, I work with farmers. One of the most important things that I need to say that the farmers are a great source of knowledge. They themselves help us to develop and show us the correct directions. I, at the moment, implement with my farmers in Poland a special farm management system. Thanks to the farm management system and the information it provides, we are able to support farmers. What is the condition of their crops in the field? If plant protection products or fertilizers should be applied in certain areas of the field, or it could be avoided. Another aspect that I pay attention to is that different activities on the farm should be triggered by an actual situation. So like monitoring the field. This system helps, the field management and farm management system helps to monitor that. And before we start the treatment, this is supported by the actual situation on the field, which is very important in regenerative agriculture. And as a company, we also work on the precise application of plant protection products. We cooperate with machine producers, chemical producers to provide such information. We also cooperate in terms of future of plant protection products with the help of drones to maximize the amount of substance that is applied per 1 hectare of a field. And this translates into the accessibility of those substances by farmers, because their impact on the environment will be minimized. I may say that my role requires building awareness among farmers, the benefits that digital agriculture brings, and financial benefits digital agriculture brings. So long-term regenerative agriculture finally end with benefits, and I'm sure you heard about it from Top Farms that on their fields they follow those practices, and for years they are enjoying the benefits of it. Let me just add that the fact that we are here, we are present, and we support such initiatives, we believe in supporting regenerative agriculture, and we are happy that such initiatives and such conferences are taking place. So the platform that you're mentioning, is it a software? It is a platform available through a browser, but it's very complex. There are dedicated mobile applications depending on the needs of the company. It's important. That's the foundation. The knowledge is foundation of the regenerative agriculture, and such a platform is helpful for this. So it's like a bank of knowledge about your own business, about your own farm. Yes, exactly. It's a database about what is happening in a given farm that is completed on a regular basis, where we can plan the crop rotation, and I'm sure it will be developed. The company is global. We have departments that focus on regenerative agriculture, on carbon farming. All these initiatives at the end of the day will be available in the software. And a very important element of regenerative agriculture is the precision agriculture, and our platform does support that.
Źródłem wiedzy, wspominasz, jest dla was rolnik, prawda? I spotkania z rolnikami. To może też być tak dzisiaj.
The meetings with farmers, this is crucial. So if you have needs, if you needs that need to be satisfied, or some ideas for solutions, there is something that is missing in the way you manage your farms, maybe you can give a hint. Yes, absolutely. That would be my appeal, that would be my request, because we talk about soil, and lots of innovation will be required for research and automation of the entire system in the upcoming years, where we will be researching bigger areas. And if you've come across a solution and you tested it, and we are very open. We would like to hear your opinion. We would like to learn about it, and then we can see it can be scaled up or help an innovator or a startup with that solution, and check it as part of EIT Food if it has a potential and if we can scale it up. I think that the teamwork, this is something what we need a feedback from you, something that we need. We will be working on our assumption, and those assumptions may simply be wrong. Like now, if you have any questions, you are more than welcome to ask questions and make some suggestions, but also backstage, obviously. Kacper Łata is the Vice President of FARTEC, the graduate of the University of Technology at Wrocław and University of Natural Science, and knows that its knowledge and experience he uses to introduce innovation connected with precision agriculture. And his passion is the soil analysis. So perfect person in the perfect place. He also monitors field with drones and satellites to detect the diversity and the changeability of soil. Tell me if I'm wrong, but let me risk that the second half of the 20th century, automation of the agriculture, the symbol of that was the tractor. The symbol of the agriculture of 21st century is or will be drone. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I will say yes and no, because it all depends on the level of automation of the farming. That's great that the drone is there, but not every farm is able to use the drone image potential. Does it depend on the size of the farm? Yes. So the bigger the farm, the more specific equipment we need. But also the legislation is also an important factor that will influence what kind of role a drone can play in farming in the future. So what do we use the drone for today in the field? I think there are two main applications of drones in agriculture. First, is when the satellite images cannot be used because the picture is blurred by clouds, or we want to use the vegetation factor map for the application of nitrogen or a growth regulator. We need a perfect map of the field, and if it is blurred by the clouds, then we need to use the drones to get the most current image. The second stage, another way of using the drone images, which is more and more popular every year, because the machines are ready for that, because every nozzle is a separate section, so we can do the spraying individual. So we are detecting weeds in the field, and we are only spraying in the places where the weeds are. So we do not apply the same dose on the area of the entire field, but only herbicides in the areas where the field requires that. So here we use the drone for collecting information. So the drone is the recipient of information, but drones maybe today or maybe in the future can be used the other way around. So when the information goes from field to the top, but also maybe because it collects images and analyzes it, but maybe also from the drone down. There are startups, there are companies that are specializing in spraying, but in agriculture, I believe that the main element that the farmer is taking is important for the farmer. It's the time. It would be great for the drones to spray from the air, but the effectiveness of the spraying is not good enough, and large area farmers cannot allow for that. I love it when the panelists lift up the microphone because they are eager to comment. So, Professor, maybe would you like to share something? I will say it maybe from the other. What Kacper said, I think there is another way of using the drone so we can monitor the damage of plantation, of crops caused by different factors, a problem that we struggle with everywhere in the country, but wild animals, for instance, of damage by boars because we build fences, but then we have a problem of cranes. And such dilemma, what to do with that, what is the damage, how serious is it? It's not so difficult to have some kind of estimation on the yield, because we can do the sampling, so we can have a rough estimation, and we can agree somewhere on. But it's always been a problem to decide about the damage area, because the wild animals does not do that in a regular shape, the squares and rectangulars. But today, with the help of drones, we can know exactly which area was damaged by wild animals, and it can easily be estimated how serious the damage is. Sometimes we are not even aware how important it is for us to do that, and if we have a document, this may be used by the insurance company and claim our compensation. The drones have the resolution of 1 pixel 10 by 10 meter, maybe it's not that precise, but it's a free document that we get. It's a proof that our crop was in a good condition before. Nobody will prove to us that something that we were growing our plants appropriately. Then the damage took place afterwards, and we have an image to support that.
I want to say something about what Kacper was saying and the professor. I think that in the market we have companies, startups that can use artificial intelligence, like what is in the picture, because those images can be very precise right now. and what you mentioned, namely the application that takes on a different perspective, so application of plant protection agents. In Asia, they use drones. In Europe, this is changing too. Hungary is a very good example. And as I mentioned already, application by drone is not possible right now because of legislation, because it's the same as if you would use an aeroplane spraying 600 liters per hectare. So this is another example when the legislation is way behind the reality. And bioreaction is a type of forum, and it's been another year to show us that it's a great opportunity to discuss certain things. It's no longer only a place to share opinions of Polish specialists and Polish farmers. It was from the beginning like this, but even more so this year. It's an international event. We have people from all over the place, not only Poland. So I'm curious, what is it like in Portugal? Rita, if you were to tell me about a technical or digital solution that is the most innovative one that you have seen in your life in Portugal, field or farm, what would it be?
It's a difficult question, but it reminds me what it comes directly from my mind. It is exactly the application with drones. Actually, I was listening very carefully the comments, and we have a grower, cabbage, lettuce, watermelon, melon, so horticulture farmer that actually he is one of good examples using high technology on their fields. And all the plant protection he applies, it is with microorganisms, so it's biological protection, and it requires usually more often applications because microorganisms does not rely so longer as chemical treatments in the field. And of course, this type of applications usually has higher costs if we talk about labor. So the solution, it is to use drones. And because this farmer has huge parcels. And I would say this is one of the best example that it comes to my mind, and because this farm has as well his own bioreactor, so he produces his own microorganisms to then spread in his farm. He diagnoses exactly what he has on their soil. He knows very well in detail what are the main challenges, and usually what he has in a year after year producing. He knows what are the main diseases and pests that usually he has to face with. And yeah, with a very close monitoring, he can control it in a very good example. And this is another example of knowledge sharing. Actually, it was not more than 1 month ago that we had an open farm to visit and invite other farmers to see with their own eyes, make their own questions, and understand from a real experience how it works. And it's a good example, actually.
Bardzo dziękuję. No, to jest w ogóle coś charakterystycznego, jakaś cecha.
Thank you very much. It seems to be like a characteristic of this community of farmers, because they want to be close to nature, they want to be close to soil. It's a very open community. Like Rita just said, they will have an open field day. They invite others to discuss things. And you also came here not only to listen, but we have also some test fields. And this is very characteristic because people that get involved in regenerative farming are the type of people that are very active, that are very much open. Eva, you smiled when I asked about the most surprising innovation that made you go like, wow, that's amazing. So maybe this is not like a very specific example, but just a way of thinking about the future, about some characteristics of plants that will tackle the challenges of the future. So adaptation to what's ahead of us, looking for varieties or looking for characteristics for plants that will be drought resistant, that will require less water. This is something that's very exciting, I think. And I think about it in the perspective of 15, 20 years. And also for me, solutions concerning soil analysis, this is exciting as well. So I'm trying to imagine where it's going to take us within 15 years, how this automation is going to proceed, how it's going to be done in a way that will be both easy and straightforward. We would like to encourage as many farmers as possible to test their soils, to collect samples and to report the results back. Kacper, when I introduced you, I said that you are passionate about soil analysis. Is this true? Yes, it is. It's a great question and a great idea. Eva said that this will be more common within 10 years. And you work in a company where you have certain dreams and ideas that you can implement. Why is it that we need to implement very precise and cutting-edge soil analysis? Is this something that you hope for, or is it something that you predict? So within 10 years, what it's going to look like? Actually, in farm tech, we are looking ahead 10 years. So, for example, just a couple of years ago, we had watches that could check your level of saturation, or you could check your pulse, or you could check your glucose level from your wrist without puncturing the skin. And today it's a standard thing. You can have it on your smartwatch. And in farm tech, we cooperate with a company that can analyze the fertility of the fields using satellites. They used aeroplanes in the beginning. They used hyperspectrum cameras in the beginning. They had very good results with that. And the European Cosmic Agency then launched a satellite which has a hyperspectral camera installed. And we are monitoring the results that they get from the images from this camera. So what a farmer needs is quick feedback after the harvest, what kind of element they should introduce into the soil to make it better. Because usually farmers collect soil samples when seeds germinate or when they start to get green plants on the field. Would you like to comment, Dominic? Yes. At the beginning, I said that we have my colleague Michał with me, who was involved in this for 15 years and is currently involved in our TerraScan technology, which gives us a quality information about soil fertility. It's 800 points per hectare, so the results are quite precise and accurate. So we are already witnessing a jump in this area. And all of the information that's gathered in non-invasive remote manner will give you a general picture about the number of nutrients that you have in your field. But in my opinion, you should first run a precise analysis, learn about the capability of the soil, about its absorption potential. And only then, when you correct the soil, you balance the soil, you can talk about specific elements. So first, you need to learn about the soil that you have, about what it needs, what is deficient, and only then you move on to fertilization to supply elements to the plants. Sometimes it's said that we overestimate changes that will happen over the next few years, and we underestimate the changes that will take place over the span of a decade. Of course, farming today is like a cosmic sector, so it's very innovative, it's cutting edge. I know I may sound a little bit provocative, but I'm going to be now another voice. I will say, that's too expensive. It's just, the cost is basically too high.
Zastanawiałem się ewentualnie, jakbym odpowiedział na pytanie, które było zadawane tutaj dla Rity.
So I'm going to answer a question that you asked to Rita and Eva. I know a guy who had a farm that was around 30 hectares, and he knew he would not have enough money to buy new machines. But he was a handyman, so he started to make his own tools, his own seeders. He transitioned from tillage to no-till, and he started no-till farming because he wanted to. But it's too expensive. And precise farming, all of those new things, this is not for us, this is too expensive. Who would like to discuss with this thesis? Professor? It depends on what you want to invest in. If you do not overinvest and you adjust this to the abilities of your farm, you use some free stuff, you create a map of your own, you collect samples of soil manually, you can do certain things. Of course, if you are a big player, you will have a bigger budget, but you can still be precise up to some point without overinvesting.
In the United States, they say you cannot manage what you cannot measure. If the price of the analysis of soil or sampling is quite expensive in the eyes of farmers, but the feedback, what they get, is priceless, what kind of resources they have in the soil. But we agreed that to end the panel discussion, they will share with you a website, a book, some kind of source of knowledge, where in an accessible manner you can learn about regenerative agriculture. So just one short tip where to look for. Let me start with the professor, because it will be this is your book probably, right? Precision Agriculture, when it was published. It was published in 2018. It was Polish Scientific Publishing House. Anything else? And maybe something online, source of knowledge? Yes, a source of knowledge. So we're sharing knowledge now. I don't have my own blog, but my lectures are supported by different videos, and with some exercise fields are complemented nicely. But I would encourage you to read. You can learn a lot from reading what we talk about, what we present, what we encourage farmers for. They said, yes, we did that before. This is what we hear from them. Then agriculture is being intensified, and now we are returning back to it. So in books, you can find a lot of knowledge. Unfortunately, young people stop reading books, but I really encourage you, because you can learn a lot with the help of a lot of data, because in the past the number of experiments in Poland was much more intense than it is today. And I think complementation to digitalization, the flow of knowledge and automation is the knowledge you can get from books. So they share with you with their favorite sources of knowledge, a website, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. I recommend American sources. For instance, today during the conference, a professor from Warsaw University of Life Sciences came to me. They said that there is the whole mine of knowledge is across the ocean, but a lot of knowledge here in Poland is being hidden. In Poland, we have scientists who are theoreticians, and in America, we have scientists who practice their knowledge in real life, and they present their results. So you can check the United States Department of Agriculture website, where you can find all field experiments that we have in our tent that are beautifully explained and described. I spend a lot of time in the car, but I have a lot of time for listening, so I listen to audiobooks and podcasts. YouTube can be treated as a user manual. And a perfect example for me would be the Terra Nostra channel with webinars and interesting video materials that from which you can learn about regenerative agriculture. Please subscribe this channel. Rita, what would be your suggestion?
I'm going to be very biased. I will suggest Food for Sustainability website, where we have a very rich already library with all the formats we provide online. And I will invite you as well to participate in our Winter Academy that it's going to happen later this year. And it's open to all of you that will be interested to participate, and it will have a translation to Polish or other languages. So feel free to apply, and we will be discussing this type of topics around regenerative agriculture.
Bardzo dziękuję. Ewo?
And Eva, what is your suggestion? So one thing you can do now, go to our tent and talk to the startups. What do they do? How much it costs? Where you can buy it? How is it helpful? So this is something that you can do absolutely now, just leaving the tent. And on our website for EIT Food, you will find manuals for regenerative agriculture that are part of our EIT Food Regenerative Agriculture program. I encourage you to visit the website. They are sharing the knowledge that they have, and that's the reason why we are all here. Ewa Karolewska, Lirita Castello-Branco, Dominik Szymborski, Professor Stanisław Samporski, and Kacper Łata. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękuję naszym ekspertom.
Thank you very much, our experts. Patrycjusz, I have something for you. I have a bottle of water for you. You might find it useful. So one last debate, but before, let's watch a short video about the consumer decisions. Let's have a look.
If you had to choose between these two apples, which one would you pick? Without knowing the differences, most of you would likely choose the one with the least brown spots, or whichever one is more affordable.
Barometr społecznej odpowiedzialności konsumenta realizowany co roku przez SGH pokazał, że w ostatnim roku niestety konsumenci podejmując decyzje znowu bardziej kierowali się czynnikiem ekonomicznym, ceną niż jakością. Dobra wiadomość jest jednak taka, że świadomość jakości w obszarze spożywczym rośnie.
Czy cena jest najważniejsza, kiedy robi Pani zakupy żywności?
Jeśli mam zapłacić więcej za coś lepszego dla mnie, to oczywiście mogę to zrobić, niż zapłacić mniej i zjeść coś, co może zaszkodzić mojemu zdrowiu.
Korzystamy z naszych lokalnych produktów, od lokalnych producentów, których mamy blisko pod domem. Chętnie kupujemy na bazarach naszych żywność taką, która jest żywnością uprawianą w tradycyjny sposób, żywnością ekologiczną, żywnością pochodzącą z rolnictwa regeneratywnego, żywnością, która posiada w sobie mniej tych złych, niedobrych rzeczy, które chcielibyśmy wykluczyć z naszego codziennego pożywienia, ale która też sprzyja jak gdyby rozwojowi naszego lokalnego, społecznego rynku.
Czy zwraca Pan uwagę na to, co chce kupić?
Zawsze jak kupuję produkty, staram się myśleć o lokalnych przedsiębiorcach. Mam koło siebie sklepik takich właśnie państwa, którzy mają produkty od lokalnych produkcji sera, jaj i warzyw.
If you eat healthy, you should stay healthy.
Dla Nestle rolnictwo regeneratywne to przyszłość pozyskiwania surowców. Chcemy w 2025 roku uzyskać 20% takich surowców, a w 2030 50%. Dlatego będziemy koncentrować się na współpracy z rolnikami, którzy chcą rozwijać tego typu działalność, uprawiać ziemię metodami rolnictwa regeneratywnego.
A czy na produktach powinny być oznaczenia, że coś jest na przykład zdrowe albo coś ma więcej składników chemicznych?
No, myślę, że tak.
Zawsze sprawdzam, gdzie produkowany jest towar, chociaż nie zawsze wierzę w to, co jest tam napisane, no niestety.
Skład produktów zawsze ma dla mnie znaczenie i staram się zawsze sprawdzać, co jest w składzie, a czego nie ma. I zwracać uwagę na ilość różnych środków chemicznych, czy emulgatorów, czy regulatorów kwasowości. Im mniej, tym lepiej.
Nawet lupę noszę przy sobie, żeby tym drobnym druczkiem też przeczytać. Naprawdę no, zwracam uwagę na to, co jem.
To była perspektywa konsumentów. A właśnie, Patrycja już o tym wspominał, Fundacja Terra Nostra.
We've already mentioned Fundacja Terra Nostra on YouTube. Do we have 400 subscribers? Yes, let me have a look. So initially it was 360. So did we manage to increase by 10%? I think so. 409. So let's make it 450. So those of you who are with us or maybe outside on the grass, we encourage you to click subscribe button. And now we're going to discuss how sustainable food supply chain systems impact purchasing decisions of consumers. I wanted to say that you are the lucky ones. Do you realize that? You just saw a film and you heard a lot of intriguing words. And I want to tell you that you are the lucky ones because you will see those people on stage. And you will be able to listen to what they have to say. So, Eva Hustings, Future of Food Institute, Consumer Observatory. Welcome to the stage. Emilia Han, the founder of PR Hub, who also cooperates with EIT Food. Dr. Marzena Styczyńska from University of Life Sciences in Wrocław, head of Human Nutrition Faculty, and Jacek Czarnecki, who's head of Legislation and Scientific Matters Department at Nestle Polska and Nestle Baltics. So they were in the film, you listened to what they were saying. I'm sure you were intrigued, and now you have your chance to ask questions and to listen to longer bits of discussion. We still have people in the room. We are happy to have you here, and we have some people outside listening and people online. So, for example, on YouTube. Mrs. President Han mentioned that unfortunately it's still more about the price and not quality. Has it changed at all? Because we like to say about Poland that we are a kind of society, a kind of country that is getting richer, and when people get richer, it's less about the price, they look for other things too. Yes, definitely. I think we are heading in the right direction. However, I relied on a social biometer for consumers, CRS. And unfortunately, our country was affected by some factors again that made people care less about quality and more about the price. So it's inflation, which affected all of us. So again, the price for the consumer is very important again, but it does not mean that other factors are not important. So what are the other important factors? I would say that health is very important, so health benefits of products are important for people, so things that, according to the producers, will improve your health or at least not make it worse. What's also important is the origin of the products. People pay attention to that, but not many people pay attention to how something was produced or manufactured. So the consumer leaves this matter to the producer or to the farmer or companies that buy raw materials. Doctor, can you please tell me, can you put on Nestle information that this was obtained thanks to regenerative farming? Because maybe consumers would like to see this kind of information.
Well, we can use different kinds of statements like this, but they need to be justified. And the justification needs to be very detailed and technical. And there is a clear difference between these two aspects, which are so healthy. So we need to prove a health benefit. It's part of the regulations in legislation. And it needs to be also explained to the consumer why this food is healthy, thanks to which ingredient, what is the health, what is the actual health benefit, which is listed in the EU regulation. So when it comes to the production in line with regenerative agriculture, can we input that kind of information? Well, I'm not sure if that would resonate among the consumers. They would probably be a bit confused what that is. There is a lot of information on our packaging, and we know that the consumer, once they buy their products, probably they don't go through all of it. They don't read through all of it. We know what kind of priorities the consumers have. So probably first we would need to get into the situation for the consumer to recognize those methods first, learn about them and accept for all the necessary information that the label must have. Then we can have all the additional ones, like the ones about regenerative agriculture. So first, we would need a social, long-term educational campaign for the people to understand what regenerative agriculture is, so they know what it entails, why is it important from their perspective as consumers, and only then, once everybody is fully aware, then you can put the information on the packaging that this product was produced by means of regenerative agriculture. Long-term, stressing the long element here, so it's not only about explaining to the consumer describing the product, but also targeting the right target audience, reaching the right target audience. Society has different approach to environmental issues, and building awareness, taking one step back, is also the ethical values that the consumer has. So the campaign and its long-term success would need to rely on education. The research that I did in Poland and in Bulgaria for EIT Food, the group was representative, and the result of the study was just a little percentage of consumers declared that they know what regenerative agriculture is about, but in more detailed question they were not able to show the specific characteristic of regenerative agriculture. So there is no need for the producer to put this name on the packaging of their products. And the information that is available on the packaging is probably more important for a consumer at the moment. So Eva, if I were to say, she is from the Institute of the Future of Food. She is specializing in consumer observatory. She is a psychologist as well. From 2020, she focuses on quantitative and qualitative research for Future of Food Institute in topics connected with food, starting from the diversification of fiber all the way to overly processed food. So tell me, Eva, from your experience, what do consumers pay more attention to when they stand in a shop in front of the shelf and there is so much to choose from?
Yeah, that's a brilliant question, and exactly what we are trying to figure out. What we see is mainly 6 factors that really play a role when it comes to consumer choice of food. Price, obviously, which we already covered. Taste is of utmost importance. People just really want tasty food. Convenience is very important. People don't want to spend too much time in the supermarket trying to figure out, okay, which one of these 2 products is better for me. They also don't necessarily want to spend too much time in the kitchen. Obviously, some people do, but many people don't. And then after that come health, sustainability, and sustainability is kind of an umbrella term that also includes animal welfare and human rights. So for consumer, sustainability is not purely very technical things like carbon dioxide, but it really encompasses, you know, the well-being of the planet and animals. And finally, one which is not relevant to everyone, but is very relevant for, well, the future food and the evolution, trend sensitivity. So basically being open to, you know, new types of foods, new ideas, but also being sensitive to seeing, like, what is the hip new thing that is happening, you know, and this is something where regenerative agriculture could really have a hook in.
Bardzo dziękuję. No rzeczywiście ten zrównoważony rozwój jest bardzo często szeroko.
That's true. Sustainable development is broadly understood. We buy some coffee, but it's better to have the mark, the logo of sustainable development that was produced on the plantation that supports human rights. So I think, yes, it is the umbrella term for lots of different aspects. Ladies and gentlemen, pay attention. Maybe that now I'm going to ask the most important question of that meeting. Because at the heart of it, what we are discussing today is the soil. The foundation is the knowledge about the soil, the analysis of the soil, so that we know what we have, what we work with. But what do farmers do if it's not food production? Well, truth be told, we produce food to feed humans. So if we talk about regenerative agriculture, the production of the results of this agriculture, of this activity, are they healthy or more healthy for people in comparison to the product produced in conventional methods? Dr. Marzena Styczyńska in food technology at the University of Natural Science in Wrocław. She is interested in diets, in food, toxicology of food, sustainable food management, residue and consumer research.
Marzena, is there a wheat that's more healthy, the one that we grow using conventional methods? My question is there a difference for health when it comes to regenerative farming? Yes, products made with the use of regenerative farming will have higher nutritional value than products made with traditional farming methods where you use a lot of chemicals and fertilizers. Of course, you need some of that to be able to grow the plants, but if you use a lot of them, if you don't control the content of these substances in the food that we produce, it may happen that after you eat the products, even if the product is processed, this can affect your health. And today, starting from early morning, we've been saying that regenerative agriculture is good for the soil is richer, more fertile, has more nutrients. And if there are so many nutrients in the soil itself, then the plants, they take up these nutrients, they collect them using their roots and in other ways. We keep on forgetting certain things. We talk about plants all the time, but please remember that plants, grains, grasses, silage, everything made from plants is then eaten by animals that we eat as well every day. There is no research that would encompass the whole Poland because regenerative agriculture is still quite young. It's difficult to assess after, let's say, only 1 year of doing. And as people who farm that way, you know that any changes to water, to climate, to weather phenomena, all of this will influence the quality of the products and the nutritional value of these products. So now is the time to start testing those products to see if they are really different. It was said a couple of times that you eagerly use knowledge from the scientists and you work with the academia, and I think it's a very good thing that you do so. It's a good way to combine our efforts so that we make sure that the food that ends up on our table is of the highest quality possible. I would like to remind you that you can ask questions. We are very much open to listening to your questions. But why do you need this? Why do you need regenerative agriculture? You are a big company, a big producer. So why would you need such complex and demanding attitude to farming? Because with conventional farming, the result, well, it's not too bad. I think that today we said a couple of times that regenerative agriculture is a part of a bigger landscape of sustainable development. Apart from regenerative agriculture, at every stage of the value chain, we have certain processes that can be improved. And why do we do that? We do that because we have our consumers in mind. And it's not only to make them, to keep them loyal, but also to ensure that they are healthy, that they live on a healthy planet, so that their kids can enjoy our products too. But to me, what's the most important thing is that since I represent a company that's 150 years old, I want to be able to serve our consumers for decades to come. And soil is like the foundation of the regenerative agriculture, and it's the only way to obtain raw materials for the production of food products. So there is no other way actually than using raw materials obtained from the soil. And to protect the soil is the way to do it. I would like to mention your function because you're a head of legislation and scientific matters department. Sometimes we say that scientists should be more present, more popular. What does it mean that at Nestlé you have scientific affairs department, and is regenerative agriculture a big part of it? So what part of your activity is this? Nestlé always had innovation and science at their disposal, and science is indispensable when it comes to innovation. In Spain, we have an institute for agri-science, and it's like a real institute. It's not created only to be able to tell about it in commercials. We actually don't do that anyway, but it was created so that we can create foundations for sustainable business in the future. In Poland, we try to extend our scientific network and to be as present as possible. It's not only about agri-food science, it's also about health, about agriculture and so on. We talk about how this can all influence decisions of the consumers. Emilia Hahn is the founder of PR Hub, and for 25 years she's been advising companies and public institutions concerning public relations, and since 2022 she's been head of public relations, head of employers organizations, and works at the health department of University in Warsaw. So please, can you tell me, does regenerative agriculture have good PR in Poland, and what can we do to make it better? I'm sure that it has a positive image, and I know that, however, the awareness is very poor. Not many consumers heard about regenerative agriculture, and we need education, so educational programs. And I'm sure that soon we are going to have more and more of them, and they will be run by food producers, but also maybe some of them will be funded by public money. And this education will increase awareness among the consumers, and it's really simple. So how we can do that? Maybe we could have like a framework for that. So let's say, would it be a good idea to, for example, spend a lot of money, like millions, to have like an alliance of big companies to have like a social campaign, maybe on TV? When it comes to health and consumer awareness, education, and how people should make their decisions, I support this approach that you should learn things when you are very young and you keep on learning throughout your whole life. So it begins at school and it ends, well, where you meet elderly people, basically. A campaign on TV can be a part of it. But it's also very important who is responsible for communication and what this communication looks like. So the biggest benefit for us and for the consumer is making sure that these products are actually beneficial to the consumers, and this will happen if it can combine business, academic world, and public institutions. If they can work together, then this promotion will work. Will it continue? I'm sure it can be really effective to have education aimed at children so that you start young, because then it's really effective. But it will take time anyway, because even if the consumer is just like a few years old, they need to grow up. Are there any quick actions that we can undertake?
Well, of course, yes. Building awareness, there are different channels, social media, television, internet, newspapers, magazines, if anyone is still using it. The tools and channels are many to choose from, but when I speak about education, that will trigger a change in the approach of the consumer. So on the one hand, we need to build the awareness of what something is, and in this case is regenerative agriculture, and the other aspect is change in the attitude, because many consumers declare that they look after their health, but they still don't know what's the difference between the list of ingredients on the label from the table of nutritional value. We still have problems with such basic differentiations. And if a consumer has the knowledge on the basis of which it can make the choice, then I believe that this education should be systemic. But it doesn't mean that if we start in the first grade, then the year after we get promoted to the second grade. I think that in 2 years' time we will have a separate lessons on health. Why don't we talk about it then? As part of the health lessons, we could also educate about environment and how production influences the quality of the product, the health of the product, and the environment. That's a fantastic idea. It's absolutely genius. How effective it can be, and it requires so little from us. And I heard about this idea from scientists from Silesia region, how to talk about the climate changes. You're not designing any new curriculum, but on the basis of books school books, school readings that are obligatory for students to lead, FOVADIS or other compulsory readings. Choose the books that give the examples how to look after the environment. That's a very good idea. So what about Eva and her international experience? How can we work with the consumer and incline them, convince them to these values? Eva, you are also a psychologist, so you observe consumers. How can we aid them? How can we support them or convince them to choose the products that are good both for the consumer and the planet?
Well, specifically for regenerative agriculture, what we have found in our research is that on the one hand, consumers are not very aware of it, and they don't know the benefits. But on the other hand, they don't really understand the need for it. So when consumers think about their food, they don't really think about the production. And also when you bring up sustainability of food, things that they think about are packaging. That's a big issue, recyclability, plastic, food waste and food loss is an issue. But elements of the production of food, for example, the soil health, it's not on their radar at all. So before you even start talking about regenerative, or maybe in parallel, you need to create a sense of urgency that we do need to improve, because conventional agriculture isn't good enough and not for the future. So it starts with creating more of that awareness of the problem and the issues in conventional agriculture, because we do notice that if you press them a bit and if you ask, for example, to compare conventional with organic agriculture, because organic is much more understood by now, the main thing that they think about is chemicals. right? So this is fertilizers and pesticides, but they think of them as chemicals that are bad for their health or bad for the planet, and this is what we need less of. And this obviously is a very much a benefit of regenerative agriculture too. But what we also see is that if you explain regenerative agriculture to consumers, they understand, okay, that it is a more sustainable type of agriculture and it has to do with the way the food is produced. But in the end product, the apple or the aubergine, what exactly is the difference between that and an organic aubergine? And this is also something that we need to be able to differentiate, because in the end of the day, for them, it's about what's on the shelf. It's not about how the farmer grew the food, but it's more, okay, what is the benefit for me? Is it tastier? Is it healthier? Is it of higher quality? And then the sustainability and the wellness of animals, for example, that's also important, but it's not the main thing that people look for.
Bardzo dziękuję. Oczywiście, że to jest wtórne. No, dla konsumenta, który jest w sklepie, nie jest to...
Of course, it's of secondary meaning. That's not the first issue that they consider how it was produced, that in that farming method or another method, conventional or regenerative agriculture. Absolutely, the nutrients and taste, that's what counts for consumers. So, Marzena, how do we eat today and how we should eat? I heard very important words from this stage today, important message, and I would like to underline this, that today in the world, just absolutely unbelievable change, historic change, because now we have fewer people suffering from famine than number of people with obesity. That's unbelievable. There are more people suffering from obesity than from famine. So the foundations of the civilizations are changing. So what is the culture of eating in Poland? What are we missing? What are the main nutritional problems in Poland? How should we change? Well, the dietary problems, nutritional problems are not very different from other dietary problems all over the world. But probably we would prefer to think that we do not eat as bad as the Americans, that the Americans are really setting very bad example. It is relatively healthy in Poland, let's say. These mistakes are very similar because we talk the small sins, like too large portions of different products, processed products, not paying attention to how these products are produced, choosing products that contain a lot of sugar, saturated fatty acids. Both elements are necessary for proper functioning of our body, but in moderation, in certain amounts, not in excess. So, but what we reach for in shelves, in shops, we said this many times, that we pay attention to the price of the product, and the price decides for what we choose. Products that are simple, have simple ingredients, they will be always a bit more expensive, and not everyone can afford it. But the biggest sin of our society, we see that in our surveys, sweets, savory snacks, too much saturated fatty acids, that kind of products we eat, and portions. That is not entirely true that our dietary routines are different. We eat similar products because we are in the same climate zone, but our lifestyle has changed. How much time do we spend exercising in a week? In the past, large portions of food were eaten, but there was no problem of obesity among people because the supply of energy that was delivered to the body, it was compensated with physical activity. We did every single day. Today, we get up, we get into the car, we go to work, we sit at the desk, get up from the desk, get into the car, go home. We go we go up the lift because we carry heavy shopping, and that's how it goes. So such a holistic approach to human beings is very important. Yes, absolutely. To get the food, we don't even invest too much effort into it to prepare the food. And what kind of effort we can take upon if it's just our thumb that orders a courier that will deliver a takeaway at our doorstep, and often we choose a product where we don't need to cut it, chop it. We open the lid, we put it into the microwave, warm it up, and there you go. And these are those little sins that we make every day. We don't admit it's not us, it's our neighbor, it's our friend, but not us. So maybe that's why this differentiate the fact that the obesity is now much a bigger problem than famine. So we have to start chasing the bison. We were lucky when we hunted one, so you needed to have a lot of calorific effort to hunt for a bison. So probably in the cavemen didn't have the obesity problem. But there is this great film, Wall-E. Do you remember the film? It won an Oscar. It was a film for children. But unbelievable message this film sends. It shows how another level of human functioning can look like. There is a spaceship, there is a really obese person managing the ship, there is absolutely no movement, everything is instant, everything is ready made. Because we are brainstorming here how to change, how to push things forward in the right direction. Professor, maybe this is a kind of evolutionary mechanism. We do things, perhaps regulations, maybe legislation that can convince the producers, food producers, and convince consumers to make different shopping choices, food choices, than you produce different products. Are the regulations of any importance? Here? Is this the right way?
It's a very complex question. How the legislator can influence the market. Experience shows that regulations deregulate the market. They deregulate, right? Yes. What they do is that they interfere with the mechanisms of competition that are naturally in there. You try to protect certain players, you make trade more difficult, and it results in price increase. That's usually the result. So it's not the kind of effect we were hoping for, right? Perhaps we have some micro solutions, but on a macro scale, we make things worse. The market deteriorates, and this also influences consumer choices in a bad way. Of course, there are many initiatives in the world that may have an influence on shaping consumption, such as voluntary systems of showing nutritional value on products. It can be helpful to the consumers. We have solutions on the level of government administration, and we have regulations pressuring producers into labeling the packaging in a certain way. Sometimes it can be a simple thing, like on a scale from left to right, you put a letter, you put colors, and you have your nutritional score. And similar things can be done with the macronutrients. And trying to show the ones which we should avoid. We are talking about the system and macronutrients, and it's a system that completely omits some other nutrients that are very important for our health and the way we function. It's just one type of information that's on the packaging. It's not like exclusive information on the basis of which we should make decisions. It's good that you said this, because maybe you see some possibilities in legislation. I know it may sound, well, not very pretty. So is there any way to make consumers make better choices? Or maybe the solution is not within regulations. Regulations mainly affect those selling the products, the producers, the people who run shops, etc. So I agree with the previous speakers that in practice it does not always work, and it takes time. But nutritional statements are kind of useful, and it made choosing better options easier to the consumers. However, I still think that consumers have their own free will, and they make the decision whether they want product A or B. And if you want to reach out for the better product, they need to have the knowledge and the conviction as to why they want to make that choice. So I think we should strive towards that. We have 4 minutes left. Do you have any questions? This is your last moment to ask a question. And if you don't do that now, you may regret it later. Or you will have your chance to ask questions during our barbecue fun. Actually, we have a person asking question.
Already the room is a bit empty, but yeah. Thanks a lot for the great agenda and the great venue also. I mean, I have so many thoughts now after all the great input I received today. Maybe just one question on the labeling topic. The former French Minister for Agriculture once said, too much labeling kills the labeling, because we already have so many labels. I'm from Austria. I think we have over 100 different labels from labeling of origin and animal welfare, and you know all of that. And I mean, that's a very philosophical question now, but we all know ourselves how much time we can spend on like going shopping, grocery shopping, and how much time we can use to read on one like package when you buy, I don't know, 20 products. So do you see as experts any solution, any ideas how we can like make it a bit easier? I mean, you touched it already. But then we have the Nutri-Score you just mentioned and so on. And I'm just not convinced, to be very honest, also me as, I would say, I'm a rather informed consumer, that they always understand what they read on the package. I know that's a very broad topic now, but maybe you have some thoughts on that. Thanks.
Bardzo dziękuję. Czy ktoś z Państwa chciałby powiedzieć? Bardzo proszę.
So the European Commission a couple of years ago made a proposal for a European universal label for sustainability, which would be based on the LCA, so the complete life cycle of a product. So from sourcing materials to how it's used to how it's being treated as when it's disposed of. And we, with the Consumer Observatory, we've conducted some research on eco-labeling, and we have found that there is support from consumers to have a sort of universal label. So this could be very, very helpful for consumers. However, obviously, there's a lot of practical considerations for this. But also from the consumer perspective, we see that they don't want only a carbon life cycle assessment. They want to know also about how animals have been treated, particularly if it's animal-based products. They want to know that farmers have made enough money on this product. They want to know, you know, things that are not technically sustainability. So this is something from the consumer perspective that would be supported, but obviously quite complex to make happen.
Bardzo dziękuję. Panie doktorze.
To jest bardzo ciekawy temat, jeśli chodzi w ogóle o...
It's a very interesting subject about the effectiveness of labeling and passing on information as to how we treat the environment and whether we do it sustainably. So a simple system that will indicate to the consumer how they can compare different products to one another. For such a system to be effective, that's quite difficult, but the more simple the system, the more complicated the algorithm should be, because whenever you simplify things, you also omit certain information. We could see the whole background as to how you come up with the eco score or other labeling systems such as eco impact concerning the impact on the environment. And all of these systems try to make things simple. And it may seem that this type of information for the consumer is the future, especially if we look at the consumer of the future living on the planet that we all care about. Now you have applications, you can scan the barcode and the app will tell you more about the product, like whether it's healthy or not, etc. Thank you. I would like to congratulate you on the event and about how you run it. The question I have, I'm not sure it's the one I should ask at the very end, but I still want to ask it. I'm interested in this cross-sectional thing that you do at Nestle. And I think that in my professional development, that would be very interesting. So I was wondering, what are the benefits of combining legislation and innovations, scientific matters within one department in your company? So why don't you keep it separate at Nestle? That's an interesting combination that you have. And a quick answer, of course, I'm not from our legal department. It's about legislation concerning food and food products, because food legislation is very specific and lawyers really struggle to understand sometimes with the regulations that institutions come up with. That's why we have like a separate department for that. I want to mention something about the previous question. We talk about the label, but you mentioned something that's very important, and some of you also brought up the idea of AI. Currently in science, we have this positive nutrition trend. We say that nutrition should be personalized. And today we understand that microbiota for every human being is different, and we may need different nutrients. Something that will help me may harm another person. So a general short information on the label will not provide full information and help you make decisions. So I would rather think that we should go in the direction of innovations, trying to scan our bodies and put some data in there to support us in making better decisions rather than simple systems without a background. And we also tend to forget about the consumer. Please imagine you go into a store, you pick a product and you have a lot of information there, like 20 sentences. And before you finish reading, you just give up. You will grab anything. Dr. Ewa Styczyńska, Dr. Emilia Han, Eva Hustings, and Dr. Jacek Czarnecki, they all deserve a round of applause. Thank you very much to all of our experts. Patrycjusz, thank you very much for being a great host of a number of debates. So we are approaching the official ending, but that's not the end of the event. We have something in store for you. So, Adam Baucza from Foundation Terra Nostra, Marja-Liisa Meurice from EIT Food, and hosts of this place, Tomasz Zdziebkowski, President of Top Farms, Tomasz Kaczmarek from Agropol. These are the people responsible for this event. So I would like to invite them back to the stage. They will say a couple of sentences to a message to take away.
This is again like, the moment when we see who has been the most toughest people in this audience, and you obviously have been. So this is really great. Thank you for staying. Thank you also for all of those who are not. Maybe they are outside and who were today in this fantastic bioreaction. And I would like to thank you on the behalf of EIT Food. And we have a great future as it has been together. So in a little while there's something nice, but I let Paweł maybe go next.
Thank you, Lisa. Drodzy Państwo, dziękuję przede wszystkim za to, że wytrwaliście.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for staying until the very end. This is the end of the official part of the debate, of the presentation. That's the official part, but we have something else happening later on. I would like to officially help everyone involved in this event. This was a challenge because we had a number of topics that we discussed. We had lights, we had the stage, we had to prepare food for you, prepare the premises. I would like to thank everyone who put in the effort. Thank you. So Paweł actually thanked everyone, and Adam may add some things, but I would like to take this opportunity to thank the host of this place, very important person in this whole regenerative adventure from Jagrol, President Paweł, and I would like to thank all of you. It was a pleasure to have you here and to share all of the experiences. I would also like to say thank you, and I would like to mention our partners and sponsors. Paweł mentioned some of them already, but I still want to mention them. Last year, we called them our little green men. They made sure that everything is organized perfectly, and it's thanks to you that we have this event. Without you, it would be impossible. I really appreciate your work because this is a big challenge to organize an event like this, and everyone involved just did the best they could, and I'm sure that it shows. Sometimes, those people at the backstage, they remain invisible, but their efforts are very much visible. So we can hereby announce that we close this edition of Bioreaction Forum, and we invite you outside, and we will have a surprise for you at 8 o'clock. And thank you for our moderators. Since we are closing today's event in a good mood, we said that food is culture, and you need a lot of culture to make certain liquids bubble. So outside you can enjoy a glass of champagne, and at 8 o'clock we have a musical surprise, a band that attended Opole Festival last year, and today they will be on stage at 8 p.m. Thank you very much.
Fundacja Rozwoju Rolnictwa Terra Nostra została założona w 2019 roku przez ekspertów i praktyków rolnictwa. Szerzy ideę rolnictwa regeneratywnego jako kompleksowego podejścia do produkcji rolnej z poszanowaniem środowiska naturalnego.
Fundacja stworzyła program zintegrowanej produkcji regeneratywnej, który jest całym takim holistycznym podejściem do gospodarstw rolnych.
My jako fundacja chcemy zaprezentować rolnikom model rolnictwa regeneratywnego w taki sposób, aby oni zobaczyli w tym możliwość rozwoju i polepszenia jakości swoich gleb.
Zdecydowanie rolnicy mają świadomość na temat tego, że gleba żyje, że mikrobiologią można sterować, że bioróżnorodność jest istotna.
Podczas tego dzielenia się wiedzą teoretyczną bardzo często trudno jest zrozumieć, jak przenieść teorię tak naprawdę na pole. Dlatego rolnicy byli na polu.
No powiem szczerze, jestem bardzo zadowolony. No, jestem zaskoczony, że na takim dobrym poziomie to szkolenie jest. Wiedzę, którą uzyskałem na tym szkoleniu, będziemy wdrażać u siebie w gospodarstwie oraz u naszych kooperantów. Oczywiście nie da się tego przeszczepić tak 1 do 1, ale założenia mamy podobne jak Fundacja Terra Nostra.
Zaszczyt i przyjemność ogłosić, iż Forum Rolnictwa Regeneratywnego jest otwarte.
Tutaj mamy nie tylko świat rolny, ale różne branże połączone w tej idei rolnictwem regeneratywnym spotykają się, proszę Państwa, w jednym miejscu.
I think the conference itself is fantastic. Regenerative farming practices are a big driver at the moment on their ideas, on their soil analysis. The speakers that are here today at the conference, it's absolutely fantastic.
Temat rolnictwa regeneratywnego na dzisiaj jest takim tematem, który myślę, że przyciąga chociażby samym zainteresowaniem ludzi do tego, jak można lepiej podejść do gleby, jak można lepiej podejść do kultury gleby.
Fundacja stworzyła program zintegrowanej produkcji regeneratywnej, który polega na początku od diagnozy gleby. My nie badamy gleby, my ją diagnozujemy.
Od początku, od analizy bardzo szczegółowej gleby poprzez wszystkie inne zabiegi agrotechniczne, które mają sprzyjać i środowisku, i jakości produktów, które wytwarzają i potencjalnie zwiększać ich rentowność poprzez wzrost i planowania jakości gleby, parametrów tej gleby.
Po czym wracamy z rekomendacjami, co można dalej zrobić, co można zrobić inaczej. Rolnik podejmuje decyzję, w którą stronę idzie, bo on najlepiej zna swoje gospodarstwo, swoją rolę i wprowadzamy go w taką ścieżkę regeneracji.
Nazywam się Tomek Brodowicz, znajdujemy się w Małopolsce. Prowadzę 170-hektarowe gospodarstwo, na którym uprawiam kukurydzę na ziarno, rzepak ozimy, pszenicę ozimą oraz soję. Co mi daje certyfikat rolnictwa regeneratywnego? Przede wszystkim mamy oszczędność czasu i pieniędzy dzięki bezorce, dzięki zbilansowanemu nawożeniu. Niestandardowe podejście do badań gleby, które jest według mnie bardzo istotne i fundacja robi to świetnie. Kolejna sprawa, dbałość o glebę, dzięki której jesteśmy bardziej odporni na te warunki środowiskowe, które są coraz bardziej zmienne. Kolejna rzecz, podejście bardziej naturalne do tej produkcji rolnej, może mniej chemiczne. Naprawdę w fundacji jest to poparte wieloma doświadczeniami wielu rolników.
Nazywam się Wojciech Niemczal i prowadzę rodzinne gospodarstwo regeneratywne o powierzchni 100 hektarów w województwie wielkopolskim. Zwiększanie substancji organicznych w gospodarstwie regeneratywnym jest bardzo ważne. Niestety produkcja konwencjonalna ziemniaka ma się nijak do tego zagadnienia, ponieważ częste uprawy gleby, głębokie spulchnianie jej oraz częsty przesiew, żeby te ziemniaki miały jak najbardziej pulchną i dobrze doprawioną glebę, sprawiają, że tracimy tą materię organiczną. W moim doświadczeniu zrezygnowałem z konwencjonalnej uprawy głębokiej. Zamiast to zastosowałem międzyplony ścierniskowe w postaci słonecznika, wyki, lotki oleistej oraz gorczycy, które spulchniły mi tą glebę, które zrobiły tą pracę za mnie, za maszyny, przez co przygotowałem odpowiednie stanowisko do posadzenia ziemniaków.
Nadchodzi taki moment, że należy się zweryfikować, należy poddać się takiemu audytowi i rozpocząć proces certyfikacji.
Jesteśmy w Urbanowie Ja nazywam się Ewa Wanot i jestem audytorem jednostki certyfikującej Biuro Veritas. Moim zadaniem dzisiaj jest ocena, czy gospodarstwo spełnia wymagania systemu zintegrowanej produkcji regeneratywnej. Skupimy się na wynikach gleby i na tym, jaki owoc przyniosły zalecenia z poprzedniego audytu, jaki zastosowaliście Państwo płodozmian oraz międzyplony oraz jaki materiał siewny wykorzystaliście w tym roku. Przedstawione wyniki badań oraz dokumentacja wskazują, że wszystko idzie w dobrym kierunku, a wynik audytu jest na poziomie wysokim. Także bardzo dziękuję. Życzę dalszej owocnej pracy.
Of course, everything's economic in United States. If you can make a dollar, then that is where that's where the thought process goes.
Można uzyskać większą, lepszą cenę, tak, za towar, który ja produkuję, bo jest bardziej konkurencyjny. Ta konkurencyjność teraz jest bardzo ważna przy tym, co się globalnie dzieje.
Prawdopodobnie będzie certyfikacja, jeżeli chodzi o produkty rolne, dzięki którym będziemy mogli na różnych zakładach czy młynach uzyskać wyższą cenę za wyprodukowany z certyfikatem rolnictwa regeneratywnego, jak i również ślad węglowy, o którym na razie mało się mówi, ale te kredyty, które gdzieś tam już funkcjonują w innych krajach świata, u nas to się rozwija, ale widzę też w tym potencjał dzięki temu certyfikatowi.
100% naszych ziem w Polsce, gospodarstw jest certyfikowana certyfikatem Terra Nostra i wtedy to ma określoną wartość, żeby stworzyć relację z przemysłem. Relację z przemysłem, która polega na budowaniu zaufania do produktu poprzez udowadnianie i przedstawienie tych dowodów w sposób transparentny i wtedy to ma określoną wartość i to jest ten język, z którym możemy profesjonalnie rozmawiać z przemysłem i pierwszy krok do tego, żeby tę relację później rozwijać dalej i docierać z tym produktem i z tym przekazem jednocześnie do konsumenta na końcu, bo to jest nasz wspólny cel.
Dla nas rolnictwo regeneratywne jest elementem zapewnienia bezpieczeństwa żywnościowego temu i przyszłym pokoleniom. A to bezpieczeństwo żywności nie będzie bez odpowiedniej jakości wody i gleby.
W tej chwili zmiany klimatyczne, jakie następują na całym świecie, wymuszają na rolnikach inne spojrzenie na rolnictwo jako całość.
Gdybyśmy w Polsce przestali orać, czyli odwracać glebę i tak intensywnie ją uprawiać, to jesteśmy w stanie jako Polska zmniejszyć emisyjność gazów cieplarnianych o 15%. Jako tylko nasz kraj. To jest jeden zabieg agrotechniczny, tylko jeden. Ja chciałbym, żeby moje dzieci, moje wnuki miały możliwość życia w odpowiednim środowisku, czystym klimacie i miały możliwości też spożywania produktów, które są jakościowo lepsze, zdrowsze dla nich, z odpowiednią wartością odżywczą, żeby nie musiały się podpierać jakimiś suplementami i tabletkami.
Rolnictwo regeneratywne nadal jest nowością. Rolnictwo regeneratywne nadal odkrywamy. Nie ma jednej metody na rolnictwo regeneratywne. Jest to zawsze i cały czas holistyczne spojrzenie na nasze gospodarstwo. Holistyczne spojrzenie na to, jak należy regenerować glebę, jak należy regenerować nasze zasoby, tak aby ekonomiczny rachunek na koniec był dodatni.
Máme problém s půdou. Ta půda je erodovaná. Je tady klimatická změna, která přináší čím dál častější období sucha, které jsou ještě intenzivnější, než bývaly dřív. Jsou čím dál častější, intenzivnější přívalové deště. Tohle všechno nám může do budoucna přinést problém dostatečné produkci potravin. A na to je potřeba reagovat. Na to je potřeba reagovat co nejdřív a co na největší ploše zemědělské půdy. A aby k tomu mohlo dojít, tak je potřeba jedna zásadní věc. Změna v přístupu zemědělců. Změna v hospodaření. A ta změna je primárně v hlavách, v know-how, v poznacích. A proto je potřeba, aby zemědělci dostávali potřebnou podporu. A my jsme právě rádi, že můžeme být u toho, být součástí programu EIT Food.
Uprawa konserwująca to jest tylko poziom ochrony gleby. Prawda jest taka, że to gleba produkuje, a nie rolnik. Rolnictwo regeneratywne dokłada do tego dodatkowe elementy, które sprawiają, że my możemy nie tylko konserwować, ale jeszcze dodatkowo regenerować glebę.
Ideą szkoleń jest poszerzanie wiadomości doradców rolnych dotyczących gleby, zdrowia gleby i tego, jak wpływa to na funkcjonowanie gospodarstw. Prowadzimy obecnie około 400 projektów, w którym łączymy świat nauki ze światem biznesu.
Rolnictwo regeneratywne jest odpowiedzią na wyzwania, które pojawiają się przed polskimi rolnikami. Zastosowanie różnych narzędzi, które powodują, że możemy zmniejszyć intensywność uprawy roli, przynoszą korzyści pod kątem produkcyjnym, ale również pod kątem zawartości materii organicznej, wzrostu tej materii organicznej w glebie, czy ostatecznie też wzrostu opłacalności produkcji.
Czyli po prostu rolnictwo w zgodzie z przyrodą, razem z przyrodą, a nie w kontrze.
Jesteśmy polską firmą biotechnologiczną. W BIO-GEN od ponad 30 lat tworzymy innowacyjne preparaty dla rolnictwa i środowiska. Rozwiązania skuteczne, cieszące się uznaniem szerokiego grona klientów. Rozwiązania przyjazne ludziom i środowisku, które umożliwiają zrównoważoną produkcję rolną i uzyskiwanie zdrowszej żywności przy jednoczesnym zachowaniu wysokiej wydajności produkcji.
Tworzymy produkty wybiegając w przyszłość. Jesteśmy pewni ich skuteczności, dlatego okazują się one rynkowym sukcesem, mimo że w momencie ich tworzenia świat nie był na nie gotowy.
W laboratorium zajmujemy się hodowlą pożytecznych mikroorganizmów w bioreaktorach, które następnie w formie liofilizatów trafiają do gotowego produktu. Każda partia liofilizatu jest badana zarówno pod względem koncentracji, jak i czystości, co zapewnia wysoką jakość naszych preparatów. Na ten moment w swojej kolekcji posiadamy już kilkaset różnych szczepów mikroorganizmów. Jednak dzięki technologiom, jakie posiadamy, staje się ona coraz większa o pożyteczne szczepy wyizolowane ze środowiska.
Każdego sezonu, od siewu aż do momentu zbiorów, wraz z całym zespołem agronomów obserwujemy, jak spisują się nasze rozwiązania w zależności od zróżnicowanych warunków klimatycznych, jak i upraw. Wyciągamy wiele wniosków, dzięki czemu mamy pewność, że oferując nasze produkty, zapewniamy również fachowe doradztwo w zakresie ich stosowania. Azoto Power, Fosfo Power, Revital, Improver czy Bacto Tarcza to tylko kilka z naszych preparatów, które przez lata dowodziły swojej skuteczności na powierzchni setek tysięcy hektarów gruntów rolnych.
Cześć, nazywam się Rafał Igielski. Jesteśmy dzisiaj w gospodarstwie Jagrol w Pierzchnie. Już 13 czerwca odbędzie się tutaj Międzynarodowe Forum Rolnictwa Regeneratywnego BioReaction. W moich rękach widzicie resztki kukurydzy. Podczas doświadczeń polowych sprawdzamy, czy ta kukurydza się rozłoży, ale co za to odpowiada? No, trochę życie mikrobiologiczne, trochę zdrowie gleby i pewnie zadajecie sobie pytanie, co powinienem zrobić? A czy dodać azotu, a czy dodać produktu mikrobiologicznego, a może nic nie muszę robić, bo moje mikroorganizmy już rozkładają te resztki. Mamy już pierwsze wyniki badań mikrobiologicznych, ale jeszcze nie zdradzę Wam, która opcja wygrała. Czy gleby są tak dobre, że same sobie poradziły, a może produkt, a może azot? Przyjedźcie do nas i sprawdźcie na własne oczy, która opcja okazała się tą najlepszą i dlaczego. Cześć, nazywam się Rafał. Witam Was mniej więcej miesiąc od ostatniego naszego spotkania. Pewnie zastanawiacie, co się wydarzyło z naszym polem, z naszymi resztkami i jakie są wyniki badań, które prowadziliśmy. I pewnie pamiętacie, jakie zadałem Wam pytanie, albo jakie pytanie zadaliście sami sobie. Czy ta gleba jest wystarczająco dobra? Popatrzcie, mam w rękach tą glebę. Ta gleba jest naprawdę świetna i okazało się, że wystarczająco dobrze rozkłada resztki. To niestety ostatni raz, kiedy jesteśmy w Jagrolu. Za mną widzicie groch i pszenicę i pewnie zastanawiacie się, jak to życie mikrobiologiczne. To powiem Wam, że świetnie. Wszystkie wyniki badań, które otrzymaliśmy, wskazały na to, że aktywność mikrobiologiczna gleby była wystarczająca. Ale nie wszystko poszło nam dobrze. Mamy jeden wynik, który nas zaskoczył. Warto jest jednak, żeby każdy rolnik podejmował świadome decyzje i badanie gleby jest podstawą. Dlatego zachęcam do tego, żeby zapoznać się z informacjami na temat badań oraz tego, jak można wykorzystać wyniki po to, żeby optymalizować jakość upraw.
EIT Food jest ogólnoeuropejskim konsorcjum, które jest częścią Europejskiego Instytutu Technologii i Innowacji. Jesteśmy społecznością, która zajmuje się innowacjami w branży rolno-spożywczej.
Regeneratívne poľnohospodárstvo. Tie konvenčné prístupy, ktoré momentálne v poľnohospodárstve máme a na väčšiny plôch aplikujeme, už prestávajú byť nejakým posunom vpred a je čoraz ťažšie udržať tú úrodnosť pôdy, ktorú sme doteraz boli schopní týmto prístupom mať.
Rolnictwo regeneratywne po prostu rolnictwo w zgodzie z przyrodą, razem z przyrodą, a nie w kontrze.
Wspólnie z EIT Food organizujemy szkolenie dla rolników, które ma za zadanie pokazać i zrobić ten pierwszy krok do tego, żeby ich produkcja może w ich gospodarstwach przebiegała w sposób regeneratywny.
Mamy tutaj wspaniałych ekspertów, doświadczonych agronomów, którzy odpowiadają na wszystkie pytania i dzielą się swoim doświadczeniem właśnie we wdrażaniu praktyk rolnictwa regeneratywnego.
Jesteśmy na terenie Instytutu Ochrony Roślin w Poznaniu na pierwszej edycji szkoleń dla doradców rolnych. Odbiorcami tego szkolenia są zarówno pracownicy licznych ODR-ów, jak i prywatnych podmiotów świadczących usługi dla rolników. Ideą szkoleń jest poszerzanie wiadomości doradców rolnych dotyczących zdrowia gleby i tego, jak wpływa to na funkcjonowanie gospodarstw.
Prawda jest taka, że to gleba produkuje, a nie rolnik. Uprawa konserwująca to jest tylko poziom ochrony gleby. Rolnictwo regeneratywne dokłada do tego dodatkowe elementy.
Rolnictwo regeneratywne jest odpowiedzią na wyzwania, które pojawiają się przed polskimi rolnikami.
Nas trápia hlavne klimatické anomálie celý rok na našich pozemkoch. Dobre bolo počuť, že sú riešenia na naše problémy.
Rolnictwo regeneratywne nie jest zarezerwowane tylko dla dużych firm, ale właśnie takie małe, rodzinne gospodarstwo rolne jak moje również te praktyki może wdrażać. No i u nas rolnictwo regeneratywne to przede wszystkim odpowiedź na deficyt wody. Dbanie o glebę to tak naprawdę odpowiedź właśnie na problem suszy.
Można uzyskać większą, lepszą cenę, tak, za towar, który ja produkuję, bo jest bardziej konkurencyjny. Ta konkurencyjność teraz jest bardzo ważna przy tym, co się globalnie dzieje.
Mamy 18 rolników w programie doradztwa rolniczego tutaj w Polsce. Ten program doradztwa rolniczego polega na tym, że Fundacja Terra Nostra doradza naszym rolnikom bezpłatnie, jak przestawić swoje gospodarstwo na praktyki regeneratywne.
Na pewno warto poświęcać czas na tego typu edukację. Znaczy naprawdę dobrze zainwestowany czas.
Na polu, które przeznaczyłem do tych działań regeneratywnych, używam o połowę mniej nawozów mineralnych. Plony są porównywalne, jeżeli nie lepsze, niż na tych kawałkach, gdzie stosuję tradycyjne nawożenie mineralne.
Przyjechałam na to szkolenie, ponieważ duża część rolników z mojej gminy interesuje się właśnie uprawą bezorkową, konserwującą, uprawą uproszczoną czy striptilem. Robi się to też coraz bardziej popularne i nawet w ramach ekoschematów chcą z tego korzystać. Wobec tego ja jako doradca chcę mieć też wiedzę, którą mogę się z nimi podzielić i tak samo w naszym gospodarstwie rodzinnym w Zamościu prowadzimy produkcję roślinną i chcemy również wprowadzić u nas w gospodarstwie taką uprawę i myślę, że przekażę cenną wiedzę mojemu dacie.
Regeneratívne poľnohospodárstvo využíva princípy, kde s prírodou nesúperíme alebo nebojujeme, ale snažíme sa s ním spolupracovať, aby sme dosiahli kvalitnejšiu a lacnejšiu produkciu, aby sme boli schopní riešiť tzv. Trvalo udržateľné poľnohospodárstvo.
By zapewnić tą żywność najwyższej jakości, musimy wejść w nową technologię i udowodnić, że jakość tego towaru będzie rosła. Poprawimy tą ziemię, którą odziedziczyliśmy po rodzicach, żeby po prostu rodziła następnym pokoleniom w jeszcze lepszych wartościach i wydajnościach.
Cześć, znajdujemy się w Jagrolu w Pierzchnie, w którym już niebawem odbędzie się Międzynarodowe Forum Rolnictwa Regeneratywnego BioReaction. Symbolem Forum Rolnictwa Regeneratywnego jest 5C, czyli nic innego jak kodeks dobrych praktyk regeneratywnych stworzony przez Fundację Terra Nostra. Za mną znajduje się symbol 5C, który nie bez powodu został skomponowany za pomocą wysianych mieszanek poplonów, które są nieodłącznym elementem rolnictwa regeneratywnego. Jesteśmy w gospodarstwie Jagrol, prawie 2 miesiące od siewu kukurydzy. Kukurydza rośnie, rozwija się, ale czy jednakowo i w jednakowym tempie, w zależności od różnych wariantów zagospodarowania międzyplonu ścierniskowego. Otóż mogę Wam powiedzieć, że różnice są widoczne we wzroście kukurydzy już gołym okiem. Zaobserwowaliśmy, że kukurydza gorzej sobie radzi w wariancie wysiewu po orce głębokiej zimowej. Różnice w roślinach są widoczne, ale co się dzieje w glebie? Rafał, powiesz nam coś na ten temat?
Tak, bardzo chętnie. Te różnice również widać w glebie. Badanie zasobności mikrobiologicznej pokazało, że system orkowy, zimowy nie jest dobrym rozwiązaniem. Zdecydowanie uprawa bezorkowa wypadła tutaj lepiej.
Ale czy wszystkie warianty uprawy bezorkowej wyglądają jednakowo? Jeżeli chodzi o wzrost roślin, zauważyłam pewne różnice, a to z glebą.
Też nie wyglądają identycznie i te różnice to jest coś, czemu powinien się przyjrzeć każdy rolnik i zagłębić temat uprawy, żeby w dobrym stopniu zadbać o glebę, ale też o swoje plony.
W 2017 roku grupa Top Farms w ramach rozwoju przejęła gospodarstwo Książrol. - 1550 hektarów gruntów słabych, mozaikowatych w Wielkopolsce o niskim potencjale plonowania. Od początku naszej działalności w tym gospodarstwie wprowadziliśmy sprawdzone już w innych gospodarstwach praktyki regeneratywne. I dzięki temu uzyskaliśmy tak naprawdę lepsze plony, lepszą jakość tego, co zbieramy. A po badaniach gleby okazało się, że poprawiliśmy też chemizm gleby. Rolnictwo regeneratywne przede wszystkim w tym gospodarstwie pozwoliło nam na uzyskiwanie lepszych efektów, również finansowych.
Cześć, nazywam się Aneta Parzanowska. Znajdujemy się w gospodarstwie Jagrol w Pierzchnie, które będzie już 13 czerwca gospodarzem Międzynarodowego Forum Rolnictwa Regeneratywnego BioReaction. Obecność na Forum Rolnictwa Regeneratywnego jest okazją do sprawdzenia efektów naszego doświadczenia polowego, które znajduje się za mną. Celem doświadczenia jest sprawdzenie, jak różne zagospodarowanie międzyplonu ścierniskowego wysianego po pszenicy ozimej wpłynie na warunki wzrostu i rozwoju kukurydzy. Zastosowano 4 warianty zagospodarowania międzyplonu ścierniskowego. Pierwszy to likwidacja biomasy międzyplonu jesienią za pomocą konwencjonalnej uprawy orkowej. Drugi wariant to likwidacja biomasy międzyplonu poprzez talerzowanie wykonane również w okresie jesiennym. Trzeci wariant zagospodarowania biomasy międzyplonu to talerzowanie wykonane w okresie wiosennym, a czwarty wariant to siew kukurydzy metodą pasową prosto w resztki międzyplonu. Jeśli jesteście ciekawi efektów naszego doświadczenia, zapraszam Was 13 czerwca do Pierzchna na forum BioReaction. Cześć, wróciłam na moje doświadczenie z różnym sposobem zagospodarowania międzyplonu ścierniskowego miesiąc po siewie kukurydzy. Żeby lepiej poznać rzeczywisty wpływ zagospodarowania międzyplonu na kondycję kukurydzy, na jej właściwości roślin, właściwości gleby, doświadczenie założono w 3 powtórzeniach i niech mi Państwo wierzą, w każdym z powtórzeń ta kukurydza uprawiana technologią orkową, bez resztek międzyplonu, odstaje od pozostałych wariantów. Czy jesteście ciekawi, który z wariantów zagospodarowania międzyplonu ścierniskowego w tych warunkach, na tym polu, tej wiosny wypadł najlepiej? Mogę Wam podpowiedzieć jedynie, że orka w tym roku dobrze nie wygląda. Różny sposób zagospodarowania międzyplonu ścierniskowego wpłynął na rośliny kukurydzy i efekty tego zagospodarowania widzimy nad ziemią. Ale równie ważne jest to, co wydarzyło się w glebie.
Wyniki badań gleby są kluczowe, ponieważ bez tej informacji nie dowiemy się, jak gleba żyje, jak gleba funkcjonuje, a i ta informacja jest brakującą częścią, która daje nam cały obraz doświadczenia.
Zastanawiałam się również, czy różny sposób zagospodarowania międzyplonu ścierniskowego i przygotowania gleby do siewu kukurydzy wpłynął na życie biologiczne gleby.
Tak, zdecydowanie. Wyniki, które mamy, pokazały, że są różnice. Zagospodarowanie z wykorzystaniem orki nie wypadło najlepiej, ale jest to tylko część informacji, które chętnie Wam przekażemy.
Ponownie jesteśmy na doświadczeniu z poplonami. Jak widzimy, poplony wyglądają pięknie, kwitną, ale nie o to chodzi w wyborze poplonów, żeby ładnie wyglądały. Interesuje nas to, jak międzyplony wpływają na roślinę, która będzie po nich wysiana, jak wpływają na glebę, jak wpływają na cały agroekosystem, a o tym wszystkim decyduje skład mieszanki poplonowej. Wiedza o właściwościach każdego gatunku z mieszanki poplonowej jest niezbędna do tego, żeby zbudować zdrową glebę i wysokie plony dobrej jakości.